Chapter 377. The current Wang Chong was far from the war saint he had been in his previous life. Even if he won this war, he would only be a lowly scholar in the training camp. However, Geshu Han had risen to the top when he was at the peak of his power. When the Big Dipper shines high, Geshu carries his saber in the night wasn't just for show. As the great general of the empire, the authority that Geshu Han wielded was far beyond what Wang Chong could match up to. Gongzi, we'll leave with you, Fang Xining suddenly said. He pulled on the reins, prepared to mount his steed and leave with Wang Chong. The others also hurriedly led their steeds away. After days of war, they were already of one mind with Wang Chong. They were all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If Wang Chong wanted to leave, their first reaction was to go with him. There's no need for that. Wang Chong waved his hands. Geshu Han and that Big Dipper army commandant are here for me. As long as I leave, nothing will happen to any of you. If they pursue the matter, you could just say that I have the token of the King of Song, and you can shirk all responsibility. If Geshu Han is a smart man, he won't make a move against so many prestigious clans over such a small matter. Besides, military orders must be obeyed. I have the protection of the King of Song and my clan, and I have already completed the third mission. Once I reach the capital, no matter how formidable Geshu Han is, he won't be able to stop me. On the other hand, if you were to make a move on your own without the Bureau of Military Personnel's orders, he would surely be able to use it against you. Perhaps he might even send his troops to chase after you. Even if he doesn't do so, it would be more than enough for you to suffer in the future. Staying at the resting point will only be beneficial. With so many of you participating in this operation, if he were to punish you, he would surely incur the wrath of the masses. Wang Chong said calmly. The reason why he said, I'll probably have to leave, instead of we'll probably have to leave, wasn't a slip of the tongue, but a result of deep consideration. If he were to remain here, he would only implicate the others. If they left this place, everyone would be safe. Wang Chong is right. Geshu Han and the commandant's target is only Wang Chong. As long as he leaves, we will be safe. If we stay with him, we will only be a burden to him. Bai Siling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Her expression was calm, and she looked extremely rational. Compared to the others, she was the most rational at this moment, and she was also the best at judging the current situation. Walala! Just as everyone was talking, a messenger pigeon suddenly flapped its wings and flew down from the sky, heading straight for Zhongshan. This scene greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Wang Chong's expression froze when he saw the messenger pigeon, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. My lord, the Ministry of War has sent a message. After the third phase of the mission is completed, everyone is requested to return to the capital to report. Soon, Zhongshan rushed over with the letter in his hand. Until the end of this mission, he was with Wang Chong and the others. Even Zhang San didn't expect such a thing to happen. Wang Chong, we will leave with you. There's no point in us staying here. Hearing Zhang San's words, Huang Yongtu immediately replied. Receiving the order from the Ministry of War, the mission had been completed and they would no longer be restricted. At this point, there wouldn't be any problems even if they were to leave. Having one more person means that we can take care of each other. Sugan also spoke up. Initially, he wasn't in favor of leaving, but that was then and this was now. Just as Huang Yongtu said, the mission had been completed and there was no point in them staying here. He believed that Geshu Han wouldn't make a move on them. The only one who didn't express his opinion was Bai Siling. So I forget it. Count me in as well. We came together, so let's leave together. Seeing that everyone's gazes were focused on her, Bai Siling sighed deeply and said, All right then. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong finally nodded. Since the order from the Ministry of War had already arrived, there was no need to force them to remain here. Everyone prepare yourselves. We'll be setting off right away. Ma Song. Wang Chong turned around to look at squad leader Ma Song, who had been following behind him the entire time. Wang Chong had always had a good impression of this 10-man squad leader, and he was the person whom he wanted to rope in this trip. True talent was always more important than any kind of wealth. If you encounter any difficulties in the future or retire, look for me in the capital. Yes, Gongzi, Ma Song nodded, looking at the resolute young man before him. An indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. He knew that their collaboration was about to come to an end. Lieutenant Zhang, farewell. Lord, farewell. It's our honor to be able to fight alongside you. Zhang Xin bowed deeply, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed with the most solemn military etiquette. At the same time, all of the Tang Dynasty veterans, including Ma Song, who had survived the war between the Iron Cloak Highwaymen and the Yuzhen, bowed to Wang Chong with the most solemn etiquette and respect. If not for Wang Chong, the surviving veterans, the infantrymen, cavalry, and archers would have all been wiped out. Zhang San's respect for the young man before him came from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Zhao Yadong, Fang Xianying, and the other trainees and soldiers couldn't help but be moved by this sight. Wang Chong was also moved by this sight. What could be more touching and proud than the respect of a group of soldiers who had fought alongside you? Everyone, it's my honor to be able to fight alongside you. As Wang Chong spoke, he took a step back and bowed deeply. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed to the crowd. It was time for them to part. Wang Chong knew that this was probably the last time he would work together with these adorable and respectable soldiers. Jaya! With a loud crack of the whip, Wang Chong leaped onto his steed, and before everyone's gazes, he galloped eastward with by Xiling, Su Gan, and Huang Yong too. With this mission over, they could finally return to the training camps. After leaving the resting point of the third gathering point, Wang Chong and the others traveled day and night toward the capital. Roughly 3 days later, they finally left Longshi's territory. Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. Longshi was the territory of Geshu Han and the Big Dipper army, and there, Geshu Han's words carried enormous weight. However, once they were out of Longshi, no matter how brazen Geshu Han was, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If the Imperial Censor, Bureau of Military Personnel, or Bureau of Punishment were to find out that he was moving troops across the border without permission, that would be a huge crime. It seems like we're finally safe. Atop the towering ancient trees, Wang Chong raised his head to the heavens and heaved a long sigh of relief. Wang. Just when Wang Chong's mind was at its most relaxed, an abrupt change occurred. All of a sudden, he felt as if someone was aiming at his temples. If not for Wang Chong's powerful spiritual energy, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Not good. A strong sense of danger welled up in Wang Chong's heart. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and crouched down on the back of the white hoof shadow. Boom! An earth-shattering boom accompanied this thunderous boom. A huge, dark iron arrow shot out from the forest like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it a majestic, destructive force. The arrow narrowly missed Wang Chong's head by a hair's breadth. The powerful shockwave and destructive stellar energy brought about by the tail of the arrow jolted Wang Chong's back. Rumble! The arrow landed in the forest on the other side of the road. The immense force caused a series of explosions in the forest, pulverizing an entire patch of trees. The energy of the explosion stirred up a fierce gale in the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nay! The warhorses neighed as they stood on their hind legs. This sudden arrow didn't just frighten by Xiling and the others. Even the well-trained steeds were alarmed, and looks of horror appeared on their faces. Careful! Wang Chong's shrill voice echoed through the clouds. An ambush! Without a doubt, they had been ambushed. Wang Chong's heart thumped furiously. That arrow was just a hair's breadth away from shattering his body. This was definitely not a military technique, and Geshu Han would never use it against him. The energy imbued in that arrow was chaotic and dark, brimming with destructive might. This was the technique of an assassin. Countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly understood what he was up against. In that instant, Wang Chong's scalp went numb. He suddenly caught the scent of death. Without a doubt, his identity had been exposed, and so had his whereabouts. These people are here for me. They were here to assassinate him. Xiling, Su Gan, don't worry about me, run. Wang Chong's voice was shrill. Amidst Nei's shrill cry, Wang Chong and his steed leaped forward. It wasn't the main road ahead, but the dense forest to the right. The eyesight of a master archer was far sharper than that of an ordinary person. They could even see a mosquito flying by, needless to say, a human of his size. If he were to run along the main road, he would only be dead. As long as he could escape into the forest and use the dense foliage as cover, he would be able to survive. But at this moment, Wang Chong wasn't worried about himself. Without a doubt, Bai Siling, Su Gan, and the others have been dragged into this mess because of him. The other party's strength was far greater than he had imagined. At this moment, Wang Chong could only hope that he could escape into the forest as quickly as possible and lure all of them over. This way, Bai Siling and the others would be fine. Wang Chong. Panic cries sounded behind him, and a cloud of dust rose from the main road. However, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered with that anymore. I mustn't turn back. I mustn't turn back. Otherwise, all of us will die together. Hong Long. The white hoof shadow's speed played a crucial role at this crucial moment. Almost at the same moment that Wang Chong and his steed leaped forward, a second steel arrow struck the spot where Wang Chong had been standing a moment ago. The destructive force of the arrow caused a violent explosion on the ground, creating a massive crater on the main road. A powerful gust of wind blew so violently that even Wang Chong and the white hoof shadow were knocked several chi forward. Kachacha. Large swathes of trees fell to the ground amidst the shockwaves of the explosion. Dee-da-da. At the same time, 6 black-clothed and masked assassins leaped out from the forest to the left of the main road and chased after Wang Chong. Chapter 378. Wang. The light reverberated in the air, producing a metallic clang. Wang Chong couldn't see the assassin behind him, but he could feel the cold, killing intent behind him, as well as the aura of death that was as sharp as the edge of swords. I mustn't turn back. I mustn't turn back. Wang Chong knew that the slightest delay could spell death for him. Wang Chong felt like his life was hanging by a thread, and his entire body was about to explode as he madly fled. Wang Chong knew that every zhang he could cover would be that much safer for him and Bai Siling and the others. Siling, Su Gan. Don't turn back. Nothing will happen to you. Wang Chong felt his blood rushing to his head. At this moment, he wasn't worried about himself, but Bai Siling and the others. If not for him, they wouldn't have followed him here. Without a doubt, he was the one who had implicated them. At this moment, Wang Chong could only hope that Bai Siling and the others would leave this place as quickly as they could, as well as not come over to check on him. That way, no one would be able to survive. 7 zhang, 8 zhang. As if sensing its master's intentions, the white hoof shadow burst forth with unprecedented potential, and like a blurry bolt of lightning, it swiftly dashed left and right. The deeper they went into the forest, the safer they would be. Clang! All of a sudden, a piercing whistle of a sword sounded by his ear. Alarmed, Wang Chong immediately pulled on the reins and leaped to the side. Boom! A black-clothed and masked figure became one with his sword. His body rapidly spun in the air, barely missing Wang Chong by a hair before plunging into the ground several dozen feet away. With a first, a second, a third, the 6 masked assassins leaped off the back of their steeds one after another. The 6 masked assassins leaped off their steeds one after another. The speed of their steeds, coupled with their movement technique, increased their speed by a notch. Like the echoes of death, they charged relentlessly toward Wang Chong. Bang, bang, bang. Trees exploded one after another, and all the attacks were like waves, but Wang Chong dodged all of them. Damn it, this horse is too fast. Chase them. Don't let him escape. Behind him, there was a faint sound of gnashing teeth. The 6 masked assassins moved with incredible speed. Even though their attacks missed, they didn't seem to be hindered in the slightest. Swoosh! Whip after whip flew through the air, and just as the attacks missed, the masked assassins wrapped themselves around their mounts, flipped in midair, and landed back onto their horses. Dee-da-da, the 6 assassins continued to pursue him relentlessly. Boom! Just as Wang Chong was about to cross the mountaintop, something strange happened. The third iron arrow seemed to have pierced out from the netherworld, instantly piercing through the void and arriving at him like a bolt of lightning. Once again, Wang Chong was unable to dodge this attack. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and there seemed to be the sound of metal shattering. Countless fragments flew out from Wang Chong's back. Wah! Wang Chong vomited a mouthful of blood. That arrow was so powerful that it didn't just severely injure Wang Chong in an instant. Even the white hoof shadow beneath Wang Chong was severely injured. Nay! With a mournful neigh, Wang Chong and his steed were sent flying by the violent surge of stellar energy. Wang Chong was even sent flying from the back of his steed. Nei! At this crucial moment, the white hoof shadow bit down on its bit, snapped the reins, and threw Wang Chong back onto his horse. Little Shadow, seeing blood seeping out of the white hoof shadow's nostrils and its eyes clearly dimming, Wang Chong's eyes reddened. Even though he had been letting Little Shadow roam freely, Wang Chong could sense that Little Shadow was sentient. Not only did it view him as its master, it even viewed him as its kin. Wang Chong was also very fond of Little Shadow. This was the first time that Little Shadow had been severely injured because of him. Nay, although Little Shadowless was heavily injured, it had also stimulated the latent potential in his life. Gathering his remaining strength, his speed suddenly increased. Coupled with the impact of the flood of stellar energy, he made use of the momentum to leap over the top of the mountain and disappear from sight. Damn it, don't let him get away. What's wrong with that steed? How can it still run despite being injured? Bastard. That lad used a heart protector mirror. That arrow struck his heart protector mirror. Seeing Wang Chong leap over the mountain and widen the gap between them, the 6 masked assassins, who had been maintaining their composure all this while, could no longer maintain their composure. Chase after him. No matter what, we can't let him get away. The 6 assassins stabbed their weapons into their steeds and stimulated their steeds' latent potential to charge forward. This mission was extremely important to the 6 of them. Their superiors had ordered them to complete the mission no matter what, so they couldn't afford to fail. Dee-da-da! The dense thickets, shrubs, and thorny vines retreated to the sides like shadows. Lying on the back of his steed, Wang Chong felt a sweet sensation in his throat, and his head felt dizzy. The energy harnessed in that arrow was currently acting up in his body. If not for Wang Chong's gold organs and the little Inyang art's ability to devour, absorb, and convert energy, Wang Chong would have fainted long ago. That precarious feeling of danger and the throbbing in his temples had already disappeared. Wang Chong knew that after crossing the mountain and losing sight of him, the archer expert was no longer a threat to him. Even though the 6 masked assassins were still hot on his tail, their speed was still inferior to his. Without a doubt, Wang Chong was certain that this was the fastest the white hoof shadow had ever run. Voila! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong suddenly loosened his grip and leaped off the white hoof shadow. Splash! He fell into a lake by the side. Little Shadow, it's all up to you now. At the very last moment before entering the water, Wang Chong gazed deeply at Little Shadow before activating his tortoise-breathing art and submerging himself into the depths of the water, not daring to move an inch. Be it Little Shadow or himself, they were both seriously injured. Little Shadow's speed was a result of his injuries stimulating his latent potential. This kind of lightning-fast speed couldn't be maintained for long. Only by concealing himself would he be able to survive. And without his burden, Little Shadow's speed would also increase greatly. Both he and Little Shadow would be able to greatly increase their chances of survival. Wang Chong didn't know if this method could fool the assassins, but at this point, he didn't have much of a choice. This was the only way. The lake water surged in from all directions. Wang Chong lay on the surface of the lake like a crab, not moving an inch. The monk's turtle-breathing art came into play at this moment. An ordinary person might only be able to last a minute or 2 underwater, but with Wang Chong's turtle-breathing art, he could last for at least 15 to 20 minutes. Furthermore, the turtle-breathing art could also lower the bodily functions of the body to the minimum, thus reducing the damage to his body. Hurry, Don't let him get away. He's injured. He won't be able to get far. Not too long after Wang Chong dove into the lake, the cliff suddenly trembled and the clopping of hooves sounded from the shore. 6 masked assassins galloped toward the direction where the white-hoofed shadow disappeared, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. In just a moment, they disappeared without a trace. Voila! Water splashed in all directions. Just as the hoofbeats of the 6 masked assassins disappeared, Wang Chong dived out of the lake without any hesitation. I can't stay in the lake for too long. I have to leave as soon as possible, Wang Chong thought. In this mountain range, the mountain streams and pools were very eye-catching. Wang Chong knew that those people were in a rush, so they didn't have the time to take a look. By the time they realized that there was no one on Little Shadow's back, Wang Chong was certain that they would return. A top-notch assassin, after years of training, would be able to swiftly find the rotten parts of a normal tree, needless to say, a lake. Anyone who dared to underestimate a group of professional assassins was playing with their own life. Wah! Not too long after leaving the lake, Wang Chong felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted a mouthful of blood. His body swayed unsteadily. The face reflected in the calm lake was devoid of blood. Opening his fingers, looking at the fresh blood flowing down his fingertips, Wang Chong's heart paled. The injuries he suffered this time were far more severe than he had imagined. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to get far. This is the only way. Wang Chong scanned the surroundings and swiftly walked to a bush. Whipping out his Wuzi steel sword, he dug out a 4-chi deep trench along with the grass. Swiftly lying in the trench, Wang Chong covered himself with a thick layer of soil and grass. Lastly, withered leaves and thorns. Boom! Making use of the last bit of stellar energy in his body, Wang Chong first expanded outwards before abruptly pressing backwards, compressing the 4-chi thick layer of soil on his body. This way, it would be impossible to tell from the outside. After doing all this, Wang Chong placed a hollow branch in his mouth and activated the tortoise breathing art. His consciousness gradually blurred and his body gradually turned cold. Under the effects of the tortoise breathing art, Wang Chong was only left with basic senses. Long. Not long after he was done, the ground trembled and the 6 masked assassins returned. One of the assassins leaped into the lake without saying a word. How is it? Wang Chong heard a cold voice from the shore. Wang Chong didn't hear a reply, but he could vaguely hear the sound of water splashing. It seemed like that person shook his head. In the next moment, another figure jumped down the mountain stream and fell into the pool. What followed was a long period of silence. Only the sound of water splashing could be heard. Wang Chong held his breath and lowered his bodily functions to the minimum. Walala! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong suddenly heard the sound of 2 people coming to the shore. It seemed like the 2 of them had come out. We've searched. There's nothing at the bottom of the lake. One of them said, That's impossible. We chased him all the way here. He didn't have the time to escape. Without a warhorse, that fellow wouldn't be able to escape. This pool is the most likely place to be suspicious. Chapter 379. We are really screwed. To think that so many of us are unable to capture that lad. Who knows, that fellow actually placed a heart-protecting mirror on his back. Even that guy had failed. Could it be that the lad knew that there would be an assassination? Impossible. How could he possibly know? Don't spout nonsense. If anything were to leak out, someone might die. Another assassin who seemed to be of high status replied. In an instant, the entire lake fell silent. Lying underground, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. But after that, he heard nothing else. The group of assassins chose to remain silent. Wang Chong sighed. He knew that these people were extremely cautious, and it was impossible for him to learn any secrets from them. What I want to know now is, what happened to that steed? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. There are so many of us, and the steeds we ride are the cream of the crop. Yet we are unable to match up to that steed, watching it escape with that lad. This is a humiliation. The mission this time around wasn't difficult at all. The 6 of them were top-notch assassins, and it was a walk in the park for them to kill their target. But because of that steed, the mission fell through. The 6 of them tried their best, but they were unable to catch up to the steed. From a start to the end, they didn't even cross blows with it. In fact, if Wang Chong had been just a little slower when the 6 of them were lying in ambush in the forest, one of them would have already died. But that steed was extremely intelligent. Upon sensing danger, it abruptly increased its speed by half a beat. It was this half a beat that turned the ambush into a chase. There was no need to mention how upset the 6 of them were. That steed, I seem to recognize it a little. Its hooves are as white as snow, and it looks a little like the white-hoofed horse of the royal family. Compared to it, our horses are far inferior. After an unknown period of time, another voice spoke hesitantly. Even though the words were spoken hesitantly, recalling the speed of the steed, most of the 6 assassins believed it. Damn it, this isn't in the intelligence report. That beast, if I were to catch it, I would skin it alive. Another voice full of murderous intent said hatefully. Underground, Wang Chong let out a long sigh of relief when he heard their conversation. Looks like they didn't catch up to Little Shadow. Little Shadow is fine. Wang Chong was overjoyed. What he was most worried about was Little Shadow. But now it seemed that this group of people had seen Little Shadow and realized that there was no one on its back. However, they could only see it in their field of vision and could not catch up to Little Shadow's speed. That was why they turned back to check. As long as Little Shadow is fine, Wang Chong thought to himself. This was probably the best news he had heard since he was assassinated. I found blood. There were bloodstains here. That kid was injured, and he did hide in this pool. Suddenly, an excited and somewhat ferocious voice came from the side of the pool. Buzz! Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and his entire heart was in his throat. Fresh blood. Wang Chong immediately recalled the mouthful of fresh blood he spat out when he came out from the pool. Hua hua hua. The sound of water splashing could be heard. On the shore, a few black-clothed assassins leaped into the pool and swam in the direction of the assassin. They're really bloodstains. Judging from the color of the blood, it seems to have happened not too long ago. That lad was indeed hiding here, a voice said. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. How smart. To think that he would use such a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, it's useless. He can't escape far. That fellow's bout isn't that easy to deal with. Even if he had a hard armor mirror on his back, he must have sustained severe injuries. With such injuries, he can't have gotten far. Everyone, search carefully. He must be nearby. Amidst the sound of wind whistling, the black-clothed assassins leaped onto the shore simultaneously. The atmosphere suddenly turned dangerous. Lying underground, Wang Chong's face warped. These people were much more formidable than he had imagined. He had already dealt with the bloodstains by the side of the pool. Even so, these assassins still managed to find some clues. Given the current situation, the 6 of them had already deduced his approximate location. This was extremely disadvantageous to him. Wang Chong closed all of his pores, and even his breathing stopped. All of his bodily functions were lowered to their limits, and even his sense of hearing had been weakened to the extreme by Wang Chong. Following which, Wang Chong could be discovered at any moment. Search everywhere. Don't let go of a single spot. He might still be here, a sinister voice said. The 6 black-clothed assassins executed their movement techniques to their limits, searching through every bush, tree, and shrubs. They didn't even let go of the crevices of the rocks. Suddenly, the ground tremored, and a wide foot landed not too far away from Wang Chong. It was an assassin. Wang Chong's heart leaped into his throat. He had already tried his best to conceal himself, but this method wasn't perfect. The perception of an assassin was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he were to get close enough, he could still be discovered. The second foot was even closer to Wang Chong, and Wang Chong could even feel a slight tremor coming from the ground. That assassin seemed to have sensed something, and he slowly moved toward the bush Wang Chong was at. Another tremor. This time, it was even closer to Wang Chong. Lying underground, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his scalp trembling. If he were to advance a little further, he would be able to step into the trench he had dug. At such a close distance, there was a high chance that Wang Chong would be discovered. Number 2. have you discovered anything? Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. The group of assassins didn't even address each other by name, using their code names. At the same time, upon hearing this voice, the footsteps came to an abrupt halt, stopping roughly a chi away from Wang Chong. Nothing. At a place where Wang Chong couldn't see, a tall and powerful black-clothed assassin stopped in his tracks. His eyes swept across the area where Wang Chong was at, and he brandished his sword for a moment before turning around and saying, from his angle, he couldn't see anyone at all. Damn it. Let's continue searching. He can't have gotten far. The leader of the assassins said. His voice seemed to have come from the top of a tall tree. The footsteps soon stopped a chi away from Wang Chong. Then, he turned around and began searching elsewhere. Underground, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. In the next few days, with the lake as the center, the group of assassins searched the entire area. At the start, it was still fine. Wang Chong was still able to discern which group they were. However, the subsequent developments exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. In a short period of time, Wang Chong sensed 3 or 4 different groups of people. Their numbers and strength were completely different from the first group. As they walked, the tremors they felt from the ground were completely different. There were even a few times when Wang Chong felt like a warhorse was trampling over him. However, the senses of a warhorse were far inferior to a martial artist's, and the 4 chi of soil was more than enough for the group to notice nothing. What's going on here? Lying underground, Wang Chong was perplexed. He could understand the 6 people on the first day, but what was going on with the second, third, and fourth groups? Could it be that there was more than one group? Or perhaps there were more than one group of people who wanted to deal with him, but he had only offended a few clans in the capital? Or could it be that Geshu Han's men had crossed over to participate in this matter? Surely he couldn't be that daring, could he? Wang Chong suddenly realized that he couldn't understand the development of this matter. This was because while underground, Wang Chong had noticed that there were 2 groups of people who seemed to have clashed. What's going on here? Wang Chong was perplexed, his mind growing heavier and heavier. He was already injured, and after lying underground for the past few days, his injuries had worsened, causing him to grow weaker and weaker. Gradually, Wang Chong fell asleep. Wang Chong had no idea what was happening on the surface. After some time, perhaps 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, there was finally no more activity on the surface. This abnormal silence finally roused Wang Chong from his reverie. Have they all left? Wang Chong thought to himself, but he didn't dare to get careless. He had no idea if those people were still hiding in the surroundings. The path of an assassin couldn't be judged with common sense. After waiting for a few moments to make sure that there was no one around, Wang Chong finally pushed aside the soil and carefully peeked his head out. It was calm outside, and the treetops were moist. It seemed like it had just rained. Wang Chong listened intently for a moment, but there was no sound at all. Wang Chong didn't dare to get careless, even though there was no one around the pool. He didn't know if they were lying in ambush somewhere else. Moreover, without the white hoof shadow, it would be very difficult for him to leave the capital on his own 2 feet. He didn't even know how long it would take for him to return to the capital. The forest was currently fraught with danger. His current situation hadn't changed much. Sometimes, an unseen danger was even more terrifying than an actual danger. Wang Chong poked half his body out of the soil, his mind in turmoil as he pondered over his current predicament, searching for a way to escape. Crack! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a strange sound, and it seemed like something had fallen out of his sleeve. Wang Chong lowered his head. It was a bamboo tube about the thickness of a thumb and couldn't be any more ordinary. It fell by Wang Chong's elbow, and it was dusty and inconspicuous. But upon seeing this small bamboo tube, Wang Chong couldn't help but fall into a daze. He recognized this bamboo tube. It was Zhao Qianxiu who threw it to him when he set off from the training camp. On top of that, he even said a few words back then. Open it only when you're in danger. Chapter 380. Gotcha. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong pinched one end of the bamboo tube. Gotcha. The bamboo piece broke, and something seemed to be flowing out from within. It was a very fine powder, grain by grain, like fine sand and wood shavings. This is seeing the fine sand powder within. Wang Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, a thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he vaguely recalled something. Picking up the bamboo tube, Wang Chong brought it up to his nose. Only when he was very close to it did he catch a whiff of an extremely faint fragrance. It smelled like rotting meat, but there was also a hint of bitter apricot. If not for the large amount of powder in the air, he wouldn't have been able to smell it at all. Thousand-leaf fragrance. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly realized what Zhao Qinxiu had given him. It was a kind of powder made from a unique material, and it was extremely rare. This is something used to track a person. Its greatest characteristic was its ability to emanate a fragrance that was difficult for the nose to detect. It wouldn't disperse easily, and one would be able to smell it even from 1,000 li away. Most people wouldn't be able to smell this fragrance, but especially trained would be able to pick it up and track it down. This was a unique item in the military. It wasn't used in battle, but as a scout and a spy. More importantly, this unique fragrance didn't have to be taken out to be used. If it was stored in a bamboo tube, the fragrance could still be released through it. As a Grand Marshal of the world in his previous life, Wang Chong had come into contact with this 1,000-leaf fragrance. If Zhao Qinxiu had stored the 1,000-leaf fragrance in the bamboo tube, that meant Zhao Qinxiu already knew of my whereabouts back when I was in the training camp. As this thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, his eyes immediately lit up. He finally understood what the life-saving trump card Zhao Qinxiu had given him was. It had been a few days since he was ambushed. Judging from the time that had passed, the news of him being ambushed should have spread by now. By now, Zhao Qinxiu should have already known that he had been ambushed. In other words, Zhao Qinxiu might already be rushing over. Next, Wang Chong finally knew what to do. Getting up from the trench, Wang Chong quickly scattered a large amount of 1,000 li xiang around him. This method could increase the concentration of the fragrance in the air, and it could also point out the direction of the wasps. After doing all this, Wang Chong returned to the trench with the remaining half a tube of 1,000 miles incense and put on a disguise. Then, he used the turtle breathing technique again. This time, Wang Chong was even weaker than before, and his consciousness was even more hazy. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong was awakened by a familiar voice. "Brat, I've finally found you." A deep and resonant voice suddenly sounded by his ear. The thick layer of soil on his body was suddenly parted by a powerful force, and a muscular arm pulled his upper body up. Opening his eyes, Wang Chong was greeted by a radiant ray of sunlight. Amidst the sunlight, he saw a familiar, muscular, and towering figure standing before him. There was a familiar smile on the other party's face, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Instructor," Wang Chong forced a smile, but his voice was extremely weak. The moment he saw Zhao Qinxiu, Wang Chong knew that he was finally out of danger. "Brat, you sure are lucky. I thought that you had died. It's just a pity that I wasted so many of my 1,000 li xiang." Zhao Qinxiu chuckled. Looking at Wang Chong, who was half buried in the trench, he was slightly agitated, but more than that, he felt gratified. Of all the students he had taught, Wang Chong was unquestionably the most outstanding one under his command, as well as the one he was most proud of. When the news of the ambush spread, he really thought that Wang Chong was dead. However, Wang Chong didn't disappoint him. Through his wits and wits, he managed to survive this ordeal. "Don't worry, instructor. I left half a tube for you." With a pale face, Wang Chong forced out a smile. Reaching into his right sleeve, he took out half a tube of 1,000 li xiang. "Brat!" Looking at the small tube of 1,000 li xiang, Zhao Qinxiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Instructor, how is my white hoof shadow? Did you manage to find it?" "Don't worry, we found it at the bottom of a cliff in the Eastern Mountains. It's slightly injured, but our men have already fed it some recovery pills. Other than that, it should have found some medicinal herbs and eaten some other things on its own, so its injuries aren't too severe. Our men are already treating it," Zhao Qinxiu said. Hearing those words, Wang Chong's worried heart finally calmed down. Then, a wave of drowsiness and fatigue washed over him, and he slowly fell backward. Wang Chong, Wang Chong, Wang Chong, Wang Chong. An anxious voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. The voice grew softer and softer, and eventually, Wang Chong couldn't hear anything anymore. Wang Chong slept for a very long time. In between, he woke up several times, but he soon fell back into a deep slumber. By the time Wang Chong woke up, he was already back in the capital's Wang family residence. This time, Wang Chong spent a very long time recuperating in the residence. His mother, little sister, second sister, and big uncle came to visit him several times, but they didn't disturb him too much. They only hurriedly said a few words before sending him to rest. The residence was extremely peaceful, but while Wang Chong was recuperating, he would often hear the whispers outside. Outside the room, his mother, big uncle, little sister, cousin, and even his cousin had all appeared. They were talking and discussing something, following which more and more people would appear, such as the King of Song, the old butler, Lu Ting, and the officials of the royal court. However, most of them only glanced at him before leaving. Wang Chong's body was extremely weak, but even though he wasn't able to leave, Wang Chong could sense that the outside wasn't peaceful at all. Big Uncle's appearance grew fewer and fewer. The few times he did appear, it was with anger, but it wasn't directed at Wang Chong. In fact, even a usually calm Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger. However, there wasn't a single person in the residence who would talk to him about this matter. While he was recuperating, Wang Chong received a letter from his big brother, Wang Fu. It was extremely short, asking about the condition of his body and nothing else. Wang Chong replied with a simple letter, asking about his big brother's condition in the army. There was nothing else. The walls of the Wang clan in the capital were like a huge cover, enveloping and protecting Wang Chong. This was the most serious injury Wang Chong had suffered since his reincarnation. That arrow was far more powerful than he had imagined, and it was even more destructive. Thus, Wang Chong decided to remain in the residence and quietly recuperate. About 7 or 8 days later, his injuries were more or less healed. Wang Chong finally walked out of his room for the first time. Young master, young master. Outside the room, a large group of maids, and guards bowed when they saw Wang Chong. Their eyes were filled with concern. After so many days, the matter of the young master being attacked had caused a huge commotion outside. After so many days, this was the first time they saw Wang Chong walk out of his room. Wang Chong nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Have you seen Little Shadow? Young master, Little Shadow is in the stable. There are many people taking care of him. A servant in green said. Wang Chong nodded and walked down the stairs. Without saying anything else, he turned around and walked toward the stable. It had been more than half a month since the ambush, and this was the first time Wang Chong had seen Little Shadow. The servant in the residence was right. Little Shadow was indeed being taken good care of. When Wang Chong arrived at the stable, there were at least 5 or 6 grooms taking care of him. Little Shadow was lying in the center, his legs and body wrapped in bandages and medicinal herbs. Some parts of his body were even covered in plaster from the western regions. Around him were piles of soybeans and fodder, forming a small mountain. Little Shadow didn't even need to stand up. He could eat them just by stretching his mouth. Not only that, someone had come up with the idea of hiring a carpenter to make a giant spinning wheel around Little Shadow. The small mountains of fodder and soybeans were placed on plates on the spinning wheel. If Little Shadow wanted to eat one of the piles, he only needed to move his lower jaw and pluck at it. This wasn't something that could be easily done, but by the time Wang Chong arrived, he saw that Little Shadow was already able to do it with great familiarity. Nay! Before Wang Chong could say anything, the white-hoofed shadow noticed Wang Chong. Its eyes lit up, and with a long neigh, it suddenly stood up. Although it was a little shaky and difficult, the white-hoofed shadow had still managed to do it. It was clear that its injuries had healed quite a bit. The white-hoofed shadow walked over, sneezed, and burrowed into Wang Chong's embrace. It rubbed its cheeks intimately against Wang Chong's chest, chirping as if it had missed him. Hee hee, Little Shadow, you've put on quite a bit of weight. How will you be able to run like this? Wang Chong joked as he stroked Little Shadow's mane. After half a month, Little Shadow hadn't gotten any skinnier after being injured. Instead, he had grown much fatter. His belly was bulging, and even his legs were chubby. It could be seen that his meals during this period of time were extraordinarily good. Nay! Little Shadow sneezed, his voice rising and falling. He nudged his head against Wang Chong a few times, as if blaming him for making fun of him. After going through this ordeal with Little Shadow, Wang Chong had long since realized that Little Shadow had a mind of its own. In this aspect, he was completely different from other horses. Ha ha! Seeing that Little Shadow seemed to be a little angry, Wang Chong couldn't help but burst into laughter. This could be said to be the happiest he had been in the last few days. Ever since that incident, he had been most worried about Little Shadow. But from the looks of it, Little Shadow was still very angry. The fact that both man and horse had survived that danger could be said to be the greatest fortune of all. You can't just keep eating soybeans here and not go out to exercise. Come, I'll take you out for a walk and get some sun, Wang Chong said as he patted the white-hoofed Shadow's glossy neck. The white-hoofed Shadow's nostrils flared as he nodded, as if saying, sure. Wang Chong smiled. Without holding the reins, he turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and took the lead. And Little Shadow followed behind him quietly. Creak! With a loud noise, the gates opened, revealing the bright sunlight outside. This was the first time Wang Chong had stepped out of his house since the ambush. It's been so long. It's time to put an end to some things. Chapter 381. The capital's Huanxi courtyard was a lavish place where the scions of the prestigious clans gathered and feasted. Among the prestigious clans, only the scions of the direct line of descent were qualified to enter. The entire building was constructed using dark purple materials, and its design was unique, exuding an ancient aura. At the entrance, there were two purple vermilion birds with slender legs and a height of several zhang. This was the most unique feature of the building. Even though Wang Chong had heard of the Huanxi Manor, this was the first time he was standing before it in his entire life. Standing before the two purple vermilion birds, Wang Chong could hear the commotion in the courtyard. Countless scions of the prestigious clans were gathered here. Is this the place? Lifting his head, Wang Chong looked at the Huanxi courtyard with a complicated gaze. Gongzi, this is the place. We've already investigated the matter thoroughly. A low voice came from behind, and it sounded very respectful. Got it, Wang Chong replied calmly. Releasing the reins in his hands, he slowly walked toward the purple wooden staircase between the two vermilion birds. Wang Chong walked slowly, and every step he took seemed incomparably heavy. The gg sound was exceptionally loud. Halt! At the end of the winding purple wooden staircase, at the entrance of the Huanxi courtyard, a muscular guard with a saber by his waist bellowed upon seeing Wang Chong. The Huanxi courtyard wasn't a place where just anyone could enter. One had to have some sort of backing to enter. The young man before him was clearly unfamiliar, and he definitely wasn't a frequent visitor of the Huanxi courtyard. Shut up. Before the guard could finish his words, a middle-aged man who seemed to be a butler suddenly reached out from behind, covered the guard's mouth, and pulled him in. You blind fool. Can't you see who he is? Hurry up and back down. The green-robed butler sneaked a glance at the entrance with a fearful expression. In this period of time, the ambush of the Wang clan's Shilin Sun had caused a lot of trouble, and many prestigious clans have been implicated in it. Even King Qi and the Yao clan were disgraced by it. Everyone knew that the Wang clan of the capital was truly enraged this time. Even that person in the Four Quarters Academy was vaguely enraged. There was no one in the capital who didn't know this youngest son of the Wang clan. No one dared to anger the Wang family at this moment. Even though the virtuous ministers of the Tang dynasty were renowned throughout the world for their virtue, many people had forgotten that this highly respected Duke Jiao of the Tang dynasty had actually led troops and fought in wars, sweeping through the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate. The ambush of the youngest son of the Wang family had undoubtedly touched Duke Jiao's reverse scale of the Tang dynasty. What are you waiting for? Get lost. The green-robed supervisor kicked and beat the two guards at the door to send them away. Just as he was about to call out to Wang Chong, Wang Chong glared at him, causing him to shudder and retreat. He stepped through the door and was greeted by a commotion inside. However, a loud and boastful voice came from the second floor. It was especially loud and eye-catching. Wang Chong listened for a moment, and a smile crept onto his lips. Following the voice, he headed up to the second floor. At the center of the second floor, Wang Chong saw a familiar figure. The figure's back was facing him, and he was currently surrounded by a group of scions, chatting excitedly. He seemed to be very popular. Don't you know, those iron cloak highwaymen, the voice was loud, and it was clear that he was in high spirits. While the person was speaking excitedly, the listeners were also paying close attention to him, and there was even a hint of admiration in their eyes. Huang Yongtu. Wang Chong looked at the back of that person and suddenly spoke. Wang. The loud voice came to an abrupt halt, and the figure whose back was facing Wang Chong trembled before coming to an abrupt halt. Even the entire Huanxi manor fell silent at this moment. Gongzi. Huang Yongtu turned around, and upon seeing Wang Chong, his face paled slightly. But soon, a look of delight surfaced on his face. Gongzi, you've finally recovered. As he spoke, he walked toward Wang Chong with widened strides. Wang Chong nodded with a smile. Gongzi, have you met by Xiling, Su Gan, and the others? I haven't. Wang Chong shook his head. Looking at the delighted Huang Yongtu, he replied with a single word. But it was this single word that caused Huang Yongtu's face to warp in shock. And what Wang Chong said next left Huang Yongtu feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Huang Yongtu, do you know what will happen to a grasshopper who tries to force his way into a match between an elephant and a tiger? Hung Long, like a bolt of lightning, before the shocked gazes of the scions in Huanxi Manor, Huang Yongtu's body suddenly went limp, and with a loud punk, he kneeled before Wang Chong. His face was ghastly pale, and sweat was streaming down his body. Wang, upon seeing this sight, a huge commotion broke out. A few scions of the prestigious clans sensed that something was amiss, and they hurriedly retreated from the second floor of Huanxi Manor. Their keen senses, which they had honed over the years, allowed them to immediately sense the danger in this situation. And those scions who recognized Wang Chong also sensed danger from the sight before them. The incident of the youngest son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, being ambushed had caused a huge uproar in the capital, and everyone knew that the Wang clan was currently on a rampage. Huang Yongtu had been bragging about how he had fought alongside the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, but this wasn't the case at all. In the capital, there would always be rumors and slanders, gratitude and grudges. However, there were some things that could be interfered with, and some things that couldn't be interfered with. Putting aside interfering with it, they couldn't even get involved in it. Hurry up and leave. This isn't something we should be looking at. A few of the aristocratic young masters pulled their friends and quickly retreated. In an instant, all of the scions in the manor had retreated without a trace. In truth, it wasn't just the second floor of Huanxi Manor. Upon hearing the news, all of the scions in Huanxi Manor hurriedly retreated as though they were avoiding a plague. Pung! The sound of the door closing echoed from below. In an instant, the entire Huanxi Manor fell silent, leaving only Wang Chong and Huang Yongtu. The prestigious clans had their own way of dealing with the situation. Regardless of whether it was Wang Chong or Huang Yongtu, both of them represented two powerful clans in the capital. Given the current state of affairs in the capital, this was no time for outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the capital. Placing his hands behind his back, Wang Chong didn't say a word. He quietly waited for all the people in the building to leave. He also quietly listened to the sound of the door closing downstairs. Then, he turned around and looked at Huang Yongtu. Huang Yongtu's face was pale, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Wang Chong looked at Huang Yongtu and asked calmly. Gongzi already knows about it, so I have nothing to say. Huang Yongtu gritted his teeth and kneeled on the floor with his head lowered. His body trembled violently. You sure are straightforward. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Huang Yongtu, don't worry. I'm here to look for you as a representative of the Wong clan. Prestigious clans have their own way of dealing with matters. I just want to ask you, is the Huang clan prepared to go to war with the Wong clan? You should know that regardless of whether I'm dead or alive, the Huang clan won't be spared. Gongzi, this matter has nothing to do with the Huang clan. It was my idea. If Gongzi wishes to punish someone, punish me. Huang Yongtu has nothing to say. Huang Yongtu's face was deathly pale. Wang Chong sneered coldly. All along, he had revealed his identity to others. But a kind person would be bullied, and a kind horse would be bullied. This time, it was precisely because he was too low profile that he was almost killed. But these people had forgotten that he wasn't just Wang Chong, but a direct descendant of the Wang clan, representing one of the most illustrious figures in the capital. If he wanted to, he could use his big uncle, the king of Song, consort Taizhun, his father, the officials of the royal court, and the other prestigious clans to bring the Huang clan down to the ground. It had been 60 to 70 years since his grandfather, Duke Jiao, and the Wang clan was no longer just an ordinary clan. Rather, it had formed a massive network. Within this network, there were countless powers that could be mobilized. The Wang clan never took the initiative to bully others, and they would never use their power to bully others. But this didn't mean that the Wang clan wasn't angry, and not just any other clan could trample over them. You should have recognized me from the first time we met in the training camp, right? Wang Chong said calmly. Yes. Huang Yongtu gritted his teeth, but he didn't deny it. You intentionally targeted me on the way back, right? Wang Chong said calmly. Yes. Huang Yongtu nodded. Large beads of sweat seeped from the tip of his nose, dripping down drop by drop. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hide any secrets from this young man. I tried to stop, but it was already too late. Huang Yongtu said in agony. His forehead was pressed against the ground, and he was filled with regret. Move. Wang Chong sneered coldly. There's no turning back for some things. Go back and tell the Huang clan. I'll be waiting for an explanation from the Huang clan. Whether the Huang family of the capital lives or dies, it all depends on you. After saying those words, Wang Chong turned around and left Huanqi Manor. When the door opened, Wang Chong could vaguely hear a series of wails behind him. Gongzi, where are we going next? The eagle walked over with a bird on his wrist, informed by Siling and Su gone to meet at the Jushin Pavilion. Wang Chong said calmly before walking down the purple wooden steps. I really didn't expect Huang Yongtu to be the traitor of the three of us. Peng, on the third floor of the Jushin Pavilion, Bai Siling slammed her palm on the table furiously. I've underestimated him. It turns out that he has been feigning weakness all along the way. Beside Bai Siling, Su Gan sighed deeply. This was the first time the three of them had gathered together in the past half a month. Ever since they left Longxi, both Bai Siling and Su Gan knew that there was a traitor among the three of them. There was more than one route back to the capital from Longxi. If not for the traitor, it was impossible for the other party to know the timing and location of Wang Chong's departure. This wasn't something that was too difficult to guess. Thus, in the half a month since their return from Longxi, when Wang Chong was recuperating from his injuries, neither Bai Siling nor Su Gan appeared, nor did they take the initiative to contact him. The two of them knew that there would be a way out of this matter. The Wang clan would surely investigate the matter thoroughly. Thus, the first person Wang Chong visited after recovering from his injuries was bound to be the traitor. However, the two of them had never imagined that the mole would actually be the rather silly-looking, reckless, and thoughtless Huang Yongtu among the three of them. One mustn't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 382. After all, they had been through a life-and-death battle together. Thus, before that incident, both Bai Siling and Su Gan had great trust in Huang Yongtu. They thought that the four of them were already an inseparable group that they could trust. Thus, when that incident happened, it was easy to imagine the rage and disappointment they felt. How disappointing! To think that we tried our best to save him back then. Bai Siling said, the hearts of men are like fingers. The Huang clan has no choice but to side with King Qi, Su Gan said. Compared to Bai Siling, he was much more open-minded. Coming from a prestigious clan, especially in the capital, it was normal for one to be involved in political intrigue. In his view, there was nothing wrong with Huang Yongtu's actions. However, unlike Huang Yongtu, he had placed his hopes on Wang Chong. In his view, there was nothing wrong with Huang Yongtu's actions, but unlike Huang Yongtu, he had placed his bets on Wang Chong. The fact that Wang Chong had been able to escape the assassination and return safely proved that he had a keen eye. There's just one thing that I haven't figured out yet. How did you know that the one who leaked the news was Huang Yongtu and not one of us? How did you know that it was Huang Yongtu who leaked the information and not one of us? Ever since returning from the assassination attempt, Bai Xiling had been contemplating this question. Of the four of them, who was the one who leaked the news about Wang Chong? But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a single one of them as the mole. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't think of a single one of them as the mole. She didn't want to suspect any one of them. In fact, Bai Xiling had even considered the possibility that she might have made a mistake. In truth, it had nothing to do with the four of them. It could just be a coincidence, or perhaps the problem lay elsewhere. But when Wang Chong appeared at Huanxi Inn, the final sliver of hope in Bai Xiling's heart was shattered. At this moment, Bai Xiling only wanted to know how Wang Chong was able to determine that Huang Yongtu was the mole. This question is actually not that difficult to guess. Wang Chong took a sip of the fragrant tea in his hand. His gaze was wise, and he seemed to be able to see through everything. Most people might not know that I'm participating in the training camp mission. But Prince Qi and the Yao clan definitely have a way to find out, and they definitely already know. My departure from the capital this time is the best opportunity for them to make a move, so they definitely won't let it go no matter what. However, as soon as we left the capital, we were protected by the cavalrymen. With 80 cavalrymen, even if they're experts, they can still easily deal with them. That's why their last chance was when they returned from Longxi. If they want to make a move, they must have a spy, and the spy can only be among the four of us. When Wang Chong said this, he sighed. To be honest, I don't want Huang Yongtu to be a mole. I've even thought that I might be mistaken. The king of Qi and the others won't do anything to me. But it turns out I was wrong. Do you still remember what I told you after returning from the Big Dipper army commandant? Wang Chong said. I do. You said that you were going to leave. Su Gan said. Wang Chong nodded, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. I did it on purpose. Back then, without receiving the royal court's orders, none of you were allowed to leave. So, I told myself that if any of you were to say that you wanted to follow me, you would be the mole. If they wanted to deal with me, this would be their last chance. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Bai Xiling and Su Gan glanced at one another in shock. They had never imagined that when Wang Chong had said those words, he had been thinking about something else. But what if we wanted to follow you? After all, we came here together. Aren't you being a little too absolute? Bai Xiling said. Wang Chong's reason might sound reasonable to others, but to Bai Xiling, it wasn't. Hee, if that's the case, it's only suspicious. But do you remember that white pigeon? Wang Chong sneered coldly. Huang Yongtu wanted to plot against him, but he thought too simply of him. Is there something wrong with that white pigeon? Su Gan asked with a frown. He really couldn't see how the white pigeon could be related to this matter. I understand. Do you think that its timing is too coincidental? Suspicious? Bai Xiling said contemplatively. Thinking back, she did have her suspicions back then, but she didn't think too deeply into it. You are mistaken. It's not the timing, but the content. Xiling, do you still remember the content of the letter? Wang Chong shook his head. Bai Xiling frowned as she fell into deep thought. Back then, Zhang Lin said that the Bureau of Military Personnel has requested for us to return to the capital after the third phase of the mission is over. Su Gan was the one who said those words. He remembered those words clearly. Yes. Wang Chong nodded. The royal court has requested for us to return to the capital after the third phase of the mission is over. In other words, the Bureau of Military Personnel has no idea whether we have completed the mission or not. The Imperial Court will never issue a new order without confirming whether or not we have completed the mission. Su Gan, do you remember when we received the first order? Wang Chong asked. At the first gathering point, after each of us was assigned 20 cavalrymen. Sugan replied without any hesitation. That's right. The royal court only sent a messenger pigeon after confirming that we had arrived at the first gathering point. This kind of carrier pigeon definitely won't send it to the first gathering point before we arrive. Even though I have no idea how the Bureau of Military Personnel does it, there is no doubt that they have a way of measuring it. And the simplest method is to estimate the time. They estimated that we should have arrived at the first gathering point before receiving the messenger pigeon. Wang Cheng said, sighing. Do you remember when we received the second messenger pigeon? At the foot of the bandit lair. The royal court ordered us to eliminate the Iron Cloak Highwayman and Iron Cloak Lee, but by then, we had already crossed hands with them. Bai Siling said. In this place, Wang Cheng's words didn't hold water. Even so, we have indeed completed the first phase of the mission, right? If we hadn't, we wouldn't have been able to complete it by then, right? After all, the bandits and highwaymen are getting stronger and stronger. Wang Cheng said. Bai Siling and Sugan nodded. That was indeed the case. If they were to complete it, they should have done it by then. If they couldn't complete it, they wouldn't be able to complete it anymore. Also, do you remember where the lair of the Iron Cloak Highwayman is? Wang Cheng said. 100 li away. Bai Siling suddenly paused. Raising her head to look at Wang Cheng, she seemed to have understood something. That's right. Wang Cheng put down his teacup and confirmed Bai Siling's conjecture. When Iron Cloak Lee launched an ambush, the entire Iron Cloak Highwaymen suddenly moved out of their lair and attacked us. In other words, even the royal court wasn't able to predict the movements of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen back then. That was why they made such a mistake. Then, when did we receive the third messenger pigeon? In the treasure vault of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. This time, Bai Siling replied swiftly. That's right. Do you still not understand after receiving the first, second, and third messenger pigeons? The royal court would only send us a messenger pigeon when the first phase of the mission has been completed and the next phase of the mission has yet to begin. They would never send us an order for the third phase when they can't confirm whether or not the third phase of the mission has been completed. Back then, I was almost certain that the letter didn't come from the Bureau of Military Personnel. Wang Cheng said. What? Hearing those words, Sugan and Bai Siling couldn't sit still anymore. Wang Cheng, are you saying that the final order we received from the Bureau of Military Personnel was a fake? Bai Siling was astonished. Forging a letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel was a heavy crime. I didn't say that. It's impossible for Zhang Lin to not recognize the letter from the Bureau of Military Personnel. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that the final letter didn't come from the same place as the previous order. If I'm not wrong, King Qi must have prepared that letter in advance. As he didn't know what the third phase of the mission would be, he didn't write anything about it. At the same time, he didn't know when Huang Yongtu would need it, so the contents of the letter were extremely vague. This letter would allow Huang Yongtu to leave his mission at any time and follow me, without arousing any suspicion. King Qi sure is a scheming man, Wang Cheng said calmly. Bai Siling and Sugan were already at a loss for words. Even though they had been by Wang Cheng's side all this while, if not for Wang Cheng's words, there were many things that they wouldn't have been able to see through. But since you already suspected Huang Yongtu, why didn't you leave his mission earlier? Why did you bring him along? Bai Siling suddenly asked. That's because Huang Yongtu hasn't left his mission yet. Wang Cheng sighed. Bai Siling was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Huang Yongtu was only a spy. Logically speaking, he should have left before the operation began. After all, the assassins hired by King Qi wouldn't have recognized him. Yet, Huang Yongtu didn't leave. You intend to deal with him next? Bai Siling asked. That will depend on the Huang clan's reply. Wang Cheng replied calmly. The Huang clan's reply came much faster than Wang Cheng had expected. On the same night that Wang Cheng went to Huanxi Manor, the head of the Huang clan appeared at the Wang family residence with a grim expression. Gongzi, this matter is the fault of our Huang clan. No matter what, I will give you and the Wang clan an explanation. But please believe me, our Huang clan was completely unaware of this matter. It was that bastard who made the decision on his own. As soon as the head of the Huang clan appeared at the Wang family residence, he kneeled before Wang Chong. The head of the Huang clan was already in his 50s, and he exuded a formidable aura. His cultivation had far surpassed the profound martial realm. But in front of Wang Chong, this Huang clan head, who would not easily bend his knees, lowered his head and knelt before this youth who was much younger than him. This was no longer a matter of age or cultivation. It was a matter of friction between two prestigious clans. Clans had their own way of dealing with this matter. Here, Wang Chong represented the Wang clan, one of the most prestigious clans in the entire Tang dynasty. Even the head of the Huang clan could only lower his head before the clan that Wang Chong represented. Furthermore, what the Huang family had done this time was definitely not a small matter. This concerned the future of the Huang clan. Chapter 383. As the head of the Huang clan spoke, he kneeled at Wang Chong's feet and lowered his head even further. This wasn't directed at Wang Chong alone, but the attitude of the entire Huang clan towards the Wang clan. A descendant of the Huang clan had tipped off someone and schemed against Wang Chong. This was already the truth. The conflict between aristocratic families was also reasonable. What the Huang clan had done was taboo even among the aristocratic families. There was no aristocratic family in the capital that would help them. Wang Chong was the crux of everything. Patriarch Huang knew that if he wanted to obtain the Wang clan's forgiveness, he would have to do so, and Wang Chong was the core of everything. If he couldn't obtain Wang Chong's forgiveness, when Duke Jiu's eldest son stepped in, what awaited him would be a war between the Wang clan and the Huang clan. And in this war, the Huang clan would definitely not win. Wang Chong narrowed his eyes, not saying a word. Wang Chong knew that the fate of the Huang clan depended on a single thought of his. There was no smoke of gunpowder in the war between aristocratic families, but the degree of bitterness was no less. In this domain, even martial arts couldn't be of much use. This was the first time Wang Chong had used the power of the clan and grasped the power of the clan. This was also the first time he had grasped the fate of another clan. Wang Chong knew that as long as he shook his head, everything would fall into place. Whether it was Big Uncle or the King of Song, they would definitely stand on his side. Even on Yang Zhao's side, Wang Chong had received a letter from him. As long as Wang Chong willed it, Consort Taizhun would definitely help the Wang clan and suppress the Huang clan in all aspects. After so many things, Consort Taizhun, the Wang clan, and the King of Song had already formed an invisible network of interests. And at the core of this network was Wang Chong. Regardless of whether it was the King of Song or Consort Taizhun, Wang Chong could never be touched. Wang Chong wasn't the only one affected by the Huang family's actions. And there was the King of Song and Consort Taizhun. Even the Yao clan and King Qi chose to distance themselves from the Huang clan's matter, even though they were the initiators. Seeing that Wang Chong had his eyes closed without saying a word, the Huang family's patriarch gritted his teeth as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If young master is not satisfied, I can get rid of that, no need. Before the Huang family's patriarch could finish his words, Wang Chong interrupted him. The patriarch of the Huang family raised his head in shock. He had thought that Huang Yongtu was dead for sure, but who would have thought? Spare his life, Wang Chong said calmly as he gazed into the distance. No expression could be seen on his face. As for the others, do as you see fit. After saying this, Wang Chong turned around, placed his hands behind his back, and left the guest hall expressionlessly. Not killing didn't mean forgiving. Not killing didn't mean that this matter could be forgiven. Not killing didn't mean that the Huang family in the capital had escaped this calamity. Conflicts between aristocratic families had their own rules. Whether the Huang family still existed in the capital depended on the Huang family's performance in the future. If the Huang family's patriarch really understood, then he should know what to do next. The Huang family's patriarch staggered out of the Wang family. Before leaving, he was in a daze. Although Wang Chong was only 15 or 16 years old, the Huang family's patriarch didn't feel relaxed at all when dealing with Wang Chong. This night was a sleepless night for the Huang family in the capital. Gongzi, someone wishes to meet you. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to brighten and Wang Chong was still lying on his bed, a guard walked in, shrouded in the morning mist. "Oh!" Wang Chung frowned as he turned his body slightly. What did Madame say? Most of the matters in the residence were handled by his mother. Only when there were special matters would it be his turn. Madame said that Gongzi should deal with it yourself. The guard said, "I understand." Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he seemed to understand something. Let him in. Wang Chung thought that it would be a him, but it turned out to be a her. While Wang Chung was still in his room, he could already hear the sound of jade ornaments clanking, as well as the faint sound of a luoho knocking against a wall. As the air surged, Wang Chung could not see anything, but he could already smell a fragrant aroma. What's going on here? Before Wang Chung could react, the door to the room opened, and a young lady of 17 or 18 walked in, carrying a silver sword on her back. This young lady wore a golden bracelet on her wrist and a white dress. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her posture was exquisite, as if she had walked out of a painting. Even someone like Wang Chung, who was used to seeing beauties, couldn't help but brighten, and his mind went into a daze. However, even though this young lady was extremely beautiful and had a beauty that could topple nations, her face was incomparably cold, like a glacier that wouldn't melt in 10,000 years. Huang Qianer of the capital's Huang clan pays respect to Gongzi. The young lady walked into the room, and before Wang Chung could say anything, she immediately got down on one knee and lowered her head, motionless like a wooden statue. Her hands were raised, and her 10 slender fingers held a letter. She didn't say anything else. To young Master Chung, Wang Chung saw the bold and forceful words on the letter, and with a single glance, he could tell that it was no ordinary handwriting. Furthermore, the seal of the head of the Huang clan was stamped on the letter, indicating the identity of the sender. What does this Huang clan mean by this? Wang Chung frowned. He couldn't understand why the Huang clan would send someone to deliver this letter so early in the morning. Standing up from the bed, Wang Chung grabbed a black robe and casually draped it over his body. Then, he tiptoed over and took the letter from the white-robed lady. When he took the letter, Wang Chung's fingers inadvertently brushed against it, and a cold and slippery sensation came from the bottom of his fingers. On the other side, the frosty young lady seemed to grit her teeth, and her body trembled violently. Wang Chung didn't pay it any heed. He opened the letter and began to read it carefully. Wang Chung's judgment was correct. This was truly a letter personally written by the head of the Huang clan. In the short period of time since last night, Wang Chung hadn't expected the Huang clan to come to a decision so quickly and give an explanation. Huang Yongtu had privately interfered in the conflict between the Yao and Wang clans, plotting against and framing Wang Chung. According to the rules of the clan, he would be stripped of his status as a direct descendant and handed over to the Hall of Law and Law for punishment. In addition, he would be exiled to Lingnan, never to set foot in the capital again. For the rest of his life, Wang Chung would never be able to see Huang Yongtu again. In addition, the Huang clan would pay 3 industries for major mines, a large number of herbs, pills, well-trained war horses, and 3 million taels of gold as compensation for Wang Chung's actions. In addition, for the next 3 years, all the Huang clan's income would be given to the Wang clan. Finally, at the last word, Wang Chung's eyelids twitched. He turned to glance at the motionless young lady on the ground, and his expression suddenly became strange. The first few conditions could still be understood by Wang Chung. 3 million taels of gold, 3 industries for mines, and 3 years' worth of the Huang clan's income. This sort of compensation couldn't be said to be small. In essence, this price was a heavy blow to the Huang clan's strength. But this was how the great clans interacted with one another. Even if Wang Chung wanted to bury the grudge with a smile, his big uncle would never agree. This was because this matter didn't just concern Wang Chung, but the entire Wang clan and the countless great clans in the empire that were paying close attention to this matter. At this point, it was no longer up to Wang Chung to decide. His personal feelings and preferences were no longer important. What was important were the 2 great clans of the capital, the Wang clan and the Huang clan. At this moment, even if Wang Chung wanted to ask for less, the Huang clan would never agree. Not only would they not feel gratitude, they might even feel fear, thinking that the Wang clan was going to make a move against the Huang clan. Wang Chong had grown up in the capital, and as someone who had lived 2 lives, he had been influenced by such matters. Even if he hadn't experienced it personally, he had at least heard of it. He had heard of such cases far too many of the scions in the capital. The great clans had their own rules, and this wasn't something that only existed today, a few days ago, or even the current dynasty. Furthermore, it had existed for a very long time. Ever since the dawn of dynasties, empires, and clans, these rules have been silently circulating. If the Huang clan did something wrong, they had to pay the price. This was an ironclad rule. But the crux of the matter was the final rule. The head of the Huang clan had mentioned in the letter that the mistake was committed by the Huang clan, and this was a fact that couldn't be changed. No matter how the Huang clan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, in order to appease Wang Chong's rage and the rift between the Huang and Wang clans, the Huang clan decided to send their most outstanding daughter to serve Wang Chong so as to make up for the Huang clan's mistake. On top of that, the head of the Huang clan also subtly mentioned in the letter that no matter what request Wang Chong made of her, she would be willing to do anything for him. From now on, she would be a part of the Wang clan. From start to end, she would never return to the Huang clan. This was the greatest sincerity of the Huang clan. After reading this letter, no matter how intelligent, far-sighted, and perceptive Wang Chong was, he couldn't help but feel stunned and taken aback. On the surface, the head of the Huang clan said that he would gift the daughter of the Huang clan to Wang Chong as a servant to serve him. But Wang Chong couldn't be more familiar with this method. In the world of prestigious clans, it had another name: clan marriage. When a small and weak clan offended a large clan, in order to protect themselves and seek the forgiveness of the large clan, they would often use this unique method. On the surface, it was a maid who would take care of their daily needs and protect their safety. But in reality, it was just a marriage. Through the marriage between the daughter of the 2 clans, they would bury the hatchet and strengthen the relationship between the 2 clans. By relying on the larger clan, the smaller clan would be able to seek development. Through this, the larger clan would be able to truly forgive the smaller clan. There was no grudge that couldn't be resolved through marriage. This was the fastest, most effective, and most thorough way to resolve grudges between large clans. Chapter 384. At this moment, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. "You can leave," Wang Chong suddenly said with a wave of his hand. He already knew why this white-robed girl of the Huang clan had appeared here. But Wang Chong couldn't possibly agree to it. He had never thought of such a thing, nor had he mentally prepared himself for it. "What else does your Wang clan want?" At this moment, the ice-cold girl suddenly raised her head. Her reaction was far beyond Wang Chong's expectations. "Our Huang clan has already been reduced to such a state. Are you still not willing to let us go?" The girl looked at Wang Chong. Although she held her head high and had a stubborn expression on her face, she seemed to have been wronged. The strong pride and grievance on the girl's beautiful face left a huge impact on anyone who saw it. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but be taken aback. Aristocratic families also had their own sorrows. Although she had already planned for her future, she had long planned for her future, but the decision of her clan had caught her completely off guard. Her own fate had to be subordinated to the fate of her clan. Thus, no matter how arrogant she was, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to come and obey the orders of her clan. "What are you saying?" Wang Chong frowned. She should have known that this wasn't what he meant. The Huang clan was using a girl to curry favor with him. This was a method that he couldn't accept. "You can go back. I don't need anyone to serve me," Wang Chong said coldly. "Don't go too far. I've already sacrificed myself. Are you still not satisfied? How many more do you want? 2, 3, 4? The children of the Huang clan aren't to be bullied by others." Huang Qin'er raised her head high and glared at Wang Chong. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling and her face was pale. Even the ornaments on her body were clanking. "You!" Wang Chong raised his eyebrows. He knew that Huang Qin'er had misunderstood. His original intention was not to sacrifice Huang Qian'er's happiness, but to think for her sake. However, the other party clearly didn't think so. He thought that Huang Xiaolong was a bully, greedy, and wanted more of the Huang family's women to serve him. You misunderstand. I didn't think that way. What I'm saying is that I don't need your Huang family's additional terms. When I said I don't need you to serve me, that naturally includes the other children of the Huang clan. Wang Chong said calmly. In this matter, he was actually the one who suffered the most. Given his temper and Huang Qian'er's unyielding personality, it was impossible for her to be so easy to talk to. But when he thought about it, he realized that Huang Qian'er, who had been sacrificed in the Huang clan, was the weakest in the first place. She had no choice in the matter, so he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Naturally, his anger dissipated as well. Huang Qian'er was stunned. All of a sudden, she found herself unable to vent her anger. She stared at Wang Chong, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his soul and see if he was telling the truth. Wang Chong met Huang Qian'er's gaze calmly, not avoiding it in the slightest. The entire room suddenly fell silent. In what seemed like an instant, yet also like countless eons, Huang Qian'er's overbearing and furious gaze finally began to calm down. Things have already reached this point. Do you think that you're the only one who has the final say? Huang Qian'er raised her head and said coldly. Wang Chong was taken aback for a moment before he seemed to realize the meaning behind Huang Qian'er's words. A bitter smile crept into his eyes. Huang Qian'er was right. Even though he had started this matter, he couldn't end it on his own. Even if his one-sided words could convince Huang Qian'er, he might not be able to convince the Huang clan. What they needed was not a few words or a one-sided statement from him, but some concrete proof that could reassure them. There was nothing else that could make the Huang family feel more at ease than this. This was better than any words or assurance. Even if Wang Chong wanted to concede now, the Huang clan wouldn't agree. Moreover, with so many great clans watching, his big uncle would likely have a different opinion. It was precisely because he understood this that Wang Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're right. Things have already reached this point, and I'm no longer the only one who has the final say. Wang Chong said, Don't be too smug. No matter what, you won't succeed. Huang Qian'er, will never submit. Huang Qian'er glared at Wang Chong and said coldly, It seems like you're very unconvinced. Seeing Huang Qian'er's furious expression, Wang Chong suddenly laughed. Unlike Huang Qian'er, Wang Chong wasn't the kind of person to wallow in self-pity. Since he understood that this matter could no longer be changed, at least from the Huang clan's point of view, Wang Chong very calmly accepted this reality. Even though it seemed impossible to send Huang Qian'er back at the moment, he could at least control what would happen next. As long as he didn't accept, the marriage between the Wang and Huang clan would be impossible. He would just treat it as having a personal maid or maid by his side to protect him. Even though he wasn't used to it, there was still a process of getting used to it. As long as he was magnanimous, it wouldn't matter. Huang Qian'er had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. Wang Chong's smile was incomparably detestable in her eyes. The Wang clan is a clan of ministers and generals. What kind of ability is it to bully our Huang clan by relying on their power and status? Huang Qian'er's expression was cold, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her voice was full of ridicule. That's right. The superior Wang clan didn't bully the Huang clan, but the oppressed Huang clan plotted against the Wang clan. What do you think about this? Wang Chong sneered. Huang Qian'er's expression froze, and she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The Huang clan only failed in their ploy. If not for my luck, I would have escaped this calamity. I'm afraid that your Huang clan has already hooked up with King Qi and the Yao clan. Now, at most, he will fail the mission and be abandoned by the Yao clan and King Qi. So you're saying that your Huang clan is wronged, while my Wang clan and I are fated to die. Wang Chong blushed. Huang Qian'er's lips parted, but she was rendered speechless once more. You're just twisting the facts. This was all Huang Yongtu's idea. Why should our Huang clan bear the burden for him? Huang Qian'er retorted indignantly. Of course, this is just the excuse of your Huang clan head. But if Huang Yongtu succeeds, even if it was his decision alone, the entire Huang clan would have unhesitatingly hooked up with the Yao clan and King Qi. Wang Cheng held his hands behind his back and smiled. Huang Qian'er fell silent. Although she wanted to deny it, Huang Qian'er had no choice but to admit that if Wang Cheng had really been assassinated, then what Wang Cheng had said was not just a possibility, but a certainty. The standpoint of a great clan was bound to follow its own interests. If Huang Yongtu had succeeded in assassinating Wang Cheng, then no matter what the Huang clan's original standpoint was, they would definitely disregard everything else to hook up with the Yao clan and King Qi. This was the nature of the great clans. The winner is king, and the loser is in the wrong. So, there's no need to make the Huang clan sound so wronged. Wang Cheng said calmly. The room fell silent. Huang Qian'er, who had been extremely indignant a moment ago, was speechless. The winner was king, and the strong preyed on the weak. This was the simplest and most realistic rule among the great clans. Wang Cheng was merely stating it out loud. Even Huang Yongtu might not have done it entirely for himself. Most likely, it was for the sake of his clan as well. After all, if the assassination were to succeed, the Huang clan would be the greatest beneficiary. You're letting Huang Yongtu off just like that? A few days later, at Jushin Pavilion, upon learning of the Huang clan's outcome, Bai Xiling felt indignant on Wang Cheng's behalf. I also thought that you would have the Huang clan get rid of Huang Yongtu. Sugan sipped on his tea as he spoke. His expression was calm, as if he was speaking of something unimportant. In truth, he was the closest to Huang Yongtu on the journey to the west. The two of them had formed an alliance, working together to deal with Wang Cheng. But at this moment, Su Gan had no intention of pleading on Huang Yongtu's behalf. This wasn't because he was cold-blooded, but this was how the great clans dealt with matters. What Huang Yongtu had done was not as simple as a round of humiliation, a round of abuse, provocation, or a private frame-up. If not for Wang Cheng's quick reflexes, digging a hole for himself, and hiding deep underground, he would have been dead long ago. Even the Su family would not let Huang Yongtu off, let alone a family of generals and ministers like the Wang family. Huang Yongtu's death was just the most basic part of the deal. Regardless of whether it was for the reputation of the clan or for himself, Huang Yongtu had to die. Regardless of which clan it was, this was how they dealt with the matter. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to encouraging others to assassinate their own clan. As such, the duo was surprised to hear that Wang Cheng had spared Huang Yongtu. Indeed, I could have killed him, Wang Cheng replied calmly. Besides, I did think of doing so, but I gave up on it in the end. Why? Bai Xiling and Su Gan frowned in incomprehension. Since he had thought of doing so, why didn't he do so? Wang Cheng didn't say anything. Instead, he sighed deeply as many thoughts flashed through his mind. That's because he had many opportunities to make a move on me, but he chose not to do so in the end. Wang Cheng wasn't a fool. Huang Yongtu didn't stop at being a traitor or a traitor. In truth, he had tried to make a move himself. At the very least, when he was dealing with the Iron Cloak Highwayman, Wang Cheng had clearly felt a sharp sensation coming from his back. And in the final battle with the 300 Tibetan cavalry, the battlefield had been a mess, and Huang Yongtu had actually thought about trying to make a move. That was because Wang Cheng had felt the sharp sensation coming from his back once more. And the last time, on the main road, Huang Yongtu was closer to him than any other assassin. If the other party were to launch a sudden attack on him, even if he had the White Hoof Shadow's speed, it would have been difficult for him to escape. Huang Yongtu had given up on 3 of the best opportunities to make a move. Inexplicably, Wang Cheng recalled the words Huang Yongtu had said back at Huanqian. I thought of stopping, but was already too late. This was the reason why Wang Cheng had spared him. This wasn't an excuse, but Huang Yongtu's true thoughts. This was the only way to explain why Huang Yongtu's killing intent had been aroused 3 times along the way, but had completely disappeared in the end. Chapter 385. After hearing the entire story, Bai Xiling and Su Gan couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for Wang Cheng's explanation, the two of them obviously wouldn't have known about it. The two of them finally understood why Huang Chong had let him go even though Huang Yongtu had wanted to kill him. Huang Yongtu saved himself. Su Gan sighed. But you're not bad yourself. Bai Xiling suddenly laughed. She looked at Huang Chong with a mocking expression. They let Huang Yongtu go, but wanted delicate beauty from the Huang family. Ha ha ha. Hearing Bai Xiling's words, Su Gan burst into laughter. The news that the Huang clan had sent a favored child to the Huang clan to serve Huang Chong had spread like wildfire in the capital and was no longer secret. All the aristocratic families that had been paying attention to the conflict between the Huang and Huang families, as well as the direction of this matter, were aware of this. Although Huang Chong had been ambushed, the Huang and Huang families had used this method to unite by marriage. This was something that no one who had been paying attention to this matter had expected. It was precisely because of this matter that even though the Huang clan had spared Huang Yongtu, no one in the capital, including Bai Xiling and Su Gan, felt that there was anything wrong with the way the Huang clan handled the matter. Obviously, this was the best possible outcome. It was the same for both the Huang clan and the Huang clan. You bastards, what nonsense are you talking about? He's just a guard. Huang Chong looked embarrassed. Ha ha! Seeing Huang Chong's embarrassed look, the two laughed even more unbridled and louder. The most interesting thing was the decision made by the Huang family in the capital. In front of the two of them, Huang Chong had always been wise, intelligent, and opinionated. It was rare to see him in such an embarrassing state. Even Su Gan found it fascinating just thinking about it. You wish. The famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital of the Tang dynasty has become your maid. What else do you want? As Bai Xiling spoke, she glared at Huang Chong. Fairy dainty hands. Huang Chong was taken aback. He, the famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital, is actually Huang Qian'er of the Huang clan, the most talented child in the Huang clan. You should know this, right? Seeing Huang Chong's dumbfounded expression, Su Gan's interest was piqued. The capital's Huang clan couldn't compare to the Huang clan, but the Huang clan was still a major clan in the capital. There was no one in the upper echelons of the capital who didn't know that fairy of dainty hands came from the Huang clan of the capital. The capital's Zhao clan's spear of crimson flames, Zhao Yadong. The capital's Huang clan's fairy of dainty hands, Huang Qian. These were the most famous beauties in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether it was in terms of appearance or martial prowess, these ladies were truly one in a million. In terms of reputation, fairy of dainty hands, Huang Qian'er could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the capital, far above even Zhao Yadong. This wasn't just due to Huang Qian'er's younger age and her skin being as white as snow. More importantly, Huang Qian'er's cultivation was higher than Zhao Yadong's. There was no one in the capital who didn't know of the phrase slender hands, lightning of immortals. Even though the Zhao clan's spear of crimson flames was famous, it was still a far cry from the Huang clan's lightning of dainty hands. In the past 70 years, Huang Qian'er was the only offspring of the Huang clan who had successfully cultivated the lightning of dainty hands. It's her. Huang Chong's heart jolted in shock. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the Huang Qian'er who had appeared by his bedside early in the morning would be the famous fairy of dainty hands in the capital. In his previous life, Huang Chong had never been able to sneak into the ranks of scions like Su Gan and Bai Xiling. Thus, Huang Chong had never come into contact with many of the common knowledge that these scions of the great clans were familiar with. Or perhaps it could be said that he only had a smattering of knowledge. Furthermore, when Huang Qian entered the room, she was carrying a silver sword on her back. As such, Huang Chong thought that she specialized in swordsmanship, so he didn't associate her with the famous fairy of dainty hands. After all, fairy of dainty hands, lightning of dainty hands, was clearly a barehanded secret art. However, this wasn't the reason why Huang Chong's mind was shaken. As Huang Qian'er's identity was revealed, Huang Chong also recalled something else. Fairy of dainty hands. In truth, Huang Chong had heard of this name before. Even though in his previous life, this famous beauty was still a far cry from Huang Chong's world. Slender hands, lightning of immortals. This most famous scion of the Huang clan had indeed made a name for herself in his previous life, and she was far more powerful than what everyone knew of her. She was astonishingly talented, cold, and arrogant. She had reached great heights in the martial Tao, and the achievements she had created were enough to leave many women of the same generation in the dust. It was difficult for them to catch up to her. However, her ending wasn't too good. The Huang clan's lightning of dainty hands was flawed, and it wasn't without reason that no one had managed to master it in the past 70 years. Huang Qian'er's forceful mastery of the technique left behind a huge flaw. In the early stages, as Huang Qian'er's cultivation wasn't too high, it wasn't too obvious, and the effects weren't too great. However, as Huang Qian'er's cultivation grew, the more severe this flaw became. In the end, the Fairy of Dainty Hands, whose fame had spread throughout the capital, came to an early end at the age of 27. Her fall was just like her rise. Both happened so quickly and abruptly. Although Wang Chong hadn't met the Fairy of Dainty Hands in his last life, Wang Chong had heard of her tragic ending. He felt a deep sense of regret. But Wang Chong hadn't expected the Fairy of Dainty Hands to be Huang Qian'er, and for the Huang clan to send her to him. This was truly fate toying with them, and it caused them to be extremely astounded. In this ambush, not only did you get a great bargain from the Huang clan, you even won a beauty. You must be very happy, right? Bai Xiling had been staring at Wang Chong this entire time, and seeing that he was sitting on the other side of the table in a daze, she said in displeasure, "I'm not." Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the cold expression on Bai Xiling's face. What in the world was going on? What he was thinking was completely different from what Bai Xiling had said. Su Gan chuckled inwardly. Even a fool could see the jealousy in Bai Xiling's heart, let alone him. Xiling, Wang Chong, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. You two continue chatting. Su Gan flung his sleeves and stood up, feigning nonchalance. He wasn't so foolish as to squeeze between the two of them at this moment. If you want to chat, you two can chat. I'll be leaving first. For some reason, Bai Xiling suddenly flew into a rage. She stood up and without a word turned around and left. Wang Chong was baffled by this sight, unable to comprehend what was going on. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. Only Su Gan, who had noticed something, shook his head and chuckled inwardly. This was a matter between the two of them, and no one else could interfere. No matter what, the conflict between the Huang clan and the Wang clan slowly calmed down. The matter of Wang Chong being ambushed also came to an end. As for the Yao clan and King Qi, as long as there was no evidence, even if Wang Chong knew that they were the culprits, there was nothing he could do about it. This could be considered as a tacit agreement between the prestigious clans. However, it wasn't as if the Yao clan and King Qi didn't pay a price. While Wang Chong was recuperating from his injuries, the factions of the two clans were suppressed. King Qi and the Yao clan's influence in the Bureau of Military Personnel took this opportunity to be ostracized. And this time, both King Qi and the Yao clan chose to acquiesce. In a way, they were appeasing the Wang clan's rage. Otherwise, they would have to declare war on the Wang clan. After all, even the old master of the Wang clan had flown into a rage this time. It's about time for me to return to the training camp. Standing at the entrance of the Wang clan residence, Wang Chong's thoughts of returning to the training camp slowly surfaced in his mind. It had been more than 20 days since the training mission had ended, but Wang Chong still hadn't returned to the training camp to hand over his mission. As such, Wang Chong still hadn't received the reward for the halo of Dark Cone. Thinking that it was about time for him to settle down at home, Wang Chong decided to return home. Little Shadow's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, so he called for another horse. Together with Little Shadow, a few guards, and Huang Qian, they set off. Let me tell you this first. I'm only responsible for your safety. I don't care about anything else. Don't try to force me to do anything. I definitely won't agree to it. At most, we'll fight to the death together. On the official road, Huang Qian'er carried a silver sword on her back and rode on a buckskin horse. Her face was as cold as a glacier, and she exuded a cold aura. But I don't think I asked you to come with me. Wang Chong looked up to the heavens and sighed helplessly. He hadn't asked Huang Qian'er to come with him to the training camp. But this famed fairy of dainty hands had somehow known that he was going to the training camp. So she had asked for a buckskin horse from the Huang clan and tagged along. You're still talking? What difference does it make whether you ask me or not? Huang Qian'er angrily retorted. Wang Chong fell silent. There is truly no way to refute this. The mission the Huang clan had given Huang Qian'er was to serve Wang Chong, and the most important one was to ensure Wang Chong's safety. After all, Wang Chong had already been assassinated for the sake of the Huang clan, and this could be considered a form of atonement for his crimes. At this point, it actually had little to do with Wang Chong. Even if Wang Chong wanted to order Huang Qian'er, it would be impossible. Huang Qian'er's orders came directly from the Huang clan. But if one cast aside Huang Qian'er's icy attitude and ice-cold face, even Wang Chong had to admit that Huang Qian'er truly was a peerless beauty. Her skin was extremely exquisite, and her neck was snow white. Not only was it white, it even seemed to have a crystalline quality to it like white jade. Thus, when Wang Chong had first taken the Huang clan's letter from her, he had only accidentally touched his fingers, but it felt extremely smooth and creamy, and his soul had been stirred. This did not seem to be as simple as having good skin. It also seemed to have something to do with the martial arts she cultivated. Moreover, her slender figure, exquisite curves, and gentle beauty also gave off an upright and forceful aura, a soul-stirring beauty. Fairy of dainty hands. This thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind as he gazed at Huang Qian'er's beautiful and elegant back. On her horse, Huang Qian'er's hair was tied up in a high bun, her clothes as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. She truly was an otherworldly fairy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his heart tremble at the sight of her back, but he quickly calmed his mind. Hiya, Chapter 386. 15 li later, the lush green mountains brought them into the vicinity of the Kunwa training camp. Huang Qian'er was not allowed to enter the training camp. Thus, Wang Chong intended to bring her to the Deflecting Blade Manor. East of White Tiger Peak, east of the training camp, a magnificent building with overhanging eaves stood on the peak of the mountain. Even from afar, one could feel a strong sense of visual impact from it. This was Wang Chong's Deflecting Blade Manor. This wasn't Wang Chong's first time seeing the Deflecting Blade Manor, but this time he felt something different. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Huang Qian'er frowned as she glanced at the mountain peak. Then, she turned to look doubtfully at Wang Chong, confused as to what was going on. Wang Chong had said that this was his territory, but from the looks of it, the mountain peak seemed to be in a state of chaos. Wang Chong fell silent. At this moment, he was even more confused than Huang Qian'er. Deflecting Blade Manor was his private territory. Not only so, the entire mountain was his private territory. Without his permission, no one else was allowed to enter. This was especially so after Deflecting Blade Manor had built up a great reputation in Shunwei, Longwei, and Kunwu. Furthermore, he had left Deflecting Blade Manor to Wei Anfang, and he had others assisting him from the side. Everything had always been in order, so why was there a huge commotion at the top of the mountain? What's going on here? Wang Chong urged his steed forward, leading the way up the mountain. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the louder the commotion became. Amidst all the commotion, there was a coarse, thunderous voice that was particularly loud. The other voice that was arguing with it was cold, arrogant, and filled with a sense of superiority. It exuded an aura of superiority, and it could even be said to be overbearing. However, in the face of that rough voice that was like thunder, it seemed to be completely useless. Princess and I Huang. Wang Chong frowned. He could tell that the second voice belonged to a young lady, and it was Wang Chong's nemesis, Princess and I Huang. As for the first voice, Wang Chong had never heard it before. Moreover, Wang Chong was certain that there was no such person on Deflecting Blade Mountain. What the hell is going on? Wang Chong was getting more and more confused. The first voice was clearly that of a troublemaker, but Wang Chong was truly surprised that Princess and I Huang would help the Deflecting Blade Manor. Gallop! Gallop! Wang Chong urged his horse forward. In front of the mountain gate of Deflecting Blade Manor, a commotion broke out. Everyone was focused on those two, and no one noticed Wang Chong and Huang Qin'er, except for one person. Young Master. Nian's eyes lit up as he looked down the mountain in surprise. Standing at the side of Deflecting Blade Manor, he noticed that someone was approaching. He had only taken a casual glance, but to his surprise, it was actually Wang Chong. Without the slightest hesitation, Yin turned around and galloped toward Wang Chong, as though he had found his savior. Young Master, you're finally here. I'll call Gao Feng and Wei Feng over. Nie Yin rushed up to Wang Chong's horse with a delighted look on his face. Calm down. Wang Chong waved his hands to stop Nie Yin. Tell me what's going on first. How did the Deflecting Blade Manor end up in such a state? Honestly speaking, Wang Chong was a little disappointed that the Deflecting Blade Manor had fallen into such a state during his absence. Nie Yin was taken aback. He scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, we don't know either. Around 2 days ago, a fellow suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. His strength and physique are inconceivably powerful. As soon as he arrived, he said that he wanted to meet young Master, and his mouth was filled with vulgarities. A few of our brothers in the courtyard couldn't stand by and fought him, but they weren't a match for him at all. Even if all of us worked together, we still couldn't defeat him. We already told him that you're out on a mission, and we told him to come back in a while. But he just refused to leave. He even said that he wanted to tear down our Deflecting Blade Manor. On the first day, he caused a huge ruckus inside. And on the second day, he caused even more trouble, such that even the chess hall was unable to continue operating. Today, he's gambling on the gates, unable to enter or leave. I've reported this matter to Brother Zhao Jingdian, and he came to take a look. He said that this fellow is simply too powerful, and that we aren't a match for him at all. It's best not to provoke him for the time being. Everything will have to wait until young Master comes back. Young Master? You don't recognize him either? Nie Yin looked at Wang Chong. He had thought that everything would be fine once Wang Chong returned, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Wang Chong didn't recognize him either. The surroundings were quiet, and even Huang Qin'er turned to look at Wang Chong. Even though this was a matter of the Wang clan, it had nothing to do with her. But this was simply too much of a blunder. Someone had come knocking on their door, yet they didn't even know who the other party was. Wang Chong fell silent. Upon hearing Nie Yan's words, Wang Chong's first thought was that the Yao clan and King Qi were up to no good, intentionally picking a fight with him. However, he quickly rejected the idea. It hadn't been long since the ambush on the official road happened, so the Yao clan and King Qi should have restrained themselves a little. If they were wise, they wouldn't cause a ruckus at this moment, let alone in such a crude manner. But if it wasn't the Yao clan and King Qi, who could it be? Even if Wang Chong was beaten to death, he couldn't think of any enemies he had offended. Let's go and take a look. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong urged his steed forward, heading toward the center of the conflict. You bastard! Hurry up and get out of my way. I'm a princess. Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you? Hee, you're trying to scare me. So what if you're a princess? Since when did the laws of the Tang dynasty state that blocking a gate was a crime? Tell me, I'll broaden my horizons. You're truly infuriating me. You bastard, to think that you don't even have any respect for the royal family. Just based on this, I can send you to the borders and exile you for 3,000 li. Go ahead and do it then. I'd be more than happy to do so. Do you think that I wanted to come here? Seated on the back of his horse, Wang Chong was able to see far into the distance. With a glance, he saw a muscular man with bulging arms blocking the entrance of the Deflecting Blade Manor. His arms were spread open, forming a shape blocking most of the entrance. Wang Chong had never seen such a tall and muscular man before. His entire body was massive, and his muscles bulged like steel, making him look incredibly sturdy. Everyone else standing before him seemed to have shrunk in size, like a child standing before an adult. He's tall. Upon seeing the muscular man, Wang Chong couldn't help but jump in excitement. It wasn't as if Wang Chong had never seen a muscular man before. The leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen, Iron Cloak Li, was one such figure. but even Iron Cloakly felt like he was a head shorter than the other party. 1 meters, no, he's at least 2 meters tall. He's really tall. Wang Chong was astonished. The Tang dynasty was vast, and there were plenty of men who could grow up to 7 meters tall. 8 meters tall was already rare, and 2 meters tall was practically unheard of. This was a colossus, and coupled with his imposing aura, it was truly a daunting sight to behold. As for the person opposite him, glancing at Princess Anai Huang and the old nanny beside her, Wang Chong finally understood why Princess Anai Huang was so kind as to help him this time. Princess Anai Huang had made up her mind to follow him closely so that she could find out the reason why he knew of Li Yichao's defeat and dig out the non-existent intelligence network under him. However, as a noble princess of the royal family, there was no way she would go on such a dirty, tiring, and exhausting mission. Thus, she had to occupy a seat in the deflecting blade manor and report in every day. It was no wonder that Princess Anai Huang would fly into a rage when the gigantic man stood in her way. Gongzi! Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Wei Anfang's eyes lit up. He immediately noticed Wang Chong, who was a head taller than the rest, on the back of the steed. Wei Anfang's words of Gongzi swiftly caught everyone's attention. Walala! It was as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. From all directions, countless gazes immediately followed Wei Anfang's line of sight. Gongzi! 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 Great! Everyone look! Gongzi is finally back. In the surroundings, the eyes of the enraged crowd lit up in excitement at the sight of Wang Chong on horseback. Even Princess Anai Huang and the gigantic man, who were at the center of the conflict, turned to look. In an instant, Wang Chong became the center of attention. In the deflecting blade manor, Wang Chong was the undisputed leader of the group. After being tormented by the burly man for the past few days, everyone was overjoyed. Brat, you're finally here. Harumphing coldly, Princess Anai Huang moved to the side without any hesitation. Since that brat was here, she would let him deal with him himself. She didn't want to be his shield. Your Highness, it has been a long time. With a bitter smile, Wang Chong knew that he couldn't hide it any longer. Thus, he leaped off his steed. The others behind him followed suit. Ha ha, brat, you're finally here. At the same time, a thunderous voice echoed. At the entrance of the deflecting blade manor, the eyes of the gigantic man lit up. He left the entrance and strode toward Wang Chong. Hua! Seeing the burly man walk over, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated as if they had encountered the plague. In the past 3 days in the deflecting blade manor, they had come to understand how formidable the burly man was. When a group of people went up, none of them were a match for him. None of them were a match for him. Every single one of them had been beaten black and blue. Seeing him walk over, no one dared to stop him. A moment later, the crowd opened up a path for Wang Chong. You must be Wang Chong, right? I don't care which clan you come from. Since you transferred me here from the northwest, I won't let you off. I, Li Sai, will never serve as a dog slave for signs like you. Chapter 387. This grab was as powerful as lightning and fire. Stop! In a flash, a white figure suddenly appeared between Wang Chong and the burly man. A slender finger, transparent as jade, shot forth with a boom, blocking the burly man's attack. Boom! A violent gale blew, sending shockwaves into the surroundings. Everyone was forced back, unable to open their eyes. Huang Qian'er's face paled. She staggered several steps back, her chest heaving rapidly. On the other hand, the burly man was as steady as a boulder. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Take another palm from me. The burly man exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that he had underestimated Huang Qian, he finally began to take her seriously. Boom! There was a flash of light, and a massive palm, accompanied by bursts of lightning, reached for Huang Qian'er once more. This grab was completely different from before. The 5 fingers exuded an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was impossible to block it. This was no longer the strength of a true martial realm cultivator. In the entire 3 great training camps, there were probably only a few people who could stop it. Stop! Seeing Huang Qin'er's pale face, but still standing before him with her lips tightly pursed, showing no intention of moving aside, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but shout, "Wang!" All of the explosive aura came to an abrupt halt, and the majestic palm that was as heavy as a mountain also stopped a foot above Huang Qin'er's head. Who? The crowd gasped. The burly man's attack was simply too powerful. That earth-shattering, mountain-toppling aura was like a boulder crushing down on everyone, leaving them breathless. Over the past few days, no one had dared to approach Deflecting Blade Manor. Flad, what tricks are you trying to pull? The burly man harumphed coldly and retracted his palm. His eyes glowed like stars as he stared at Wang Chong with hostility. He was currently filled with rage. His life's work had been ruined by a little bastard from the capital. The moment he received the news, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Not only did the 3 days not diminish the rage in his heart, it only intensified it. He wanted to see what this little bastard could say. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He stared at the muscular man in front of him. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Li Sai. The burly man's last 3 words rumbled like thunder in Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong's heart was like a raging storm. He had long gone berserk. Invincible Great General Li Sai. Wang Chong could never have imagined that the man who had caused a ruckus at the entrance of his Deflecting Blade Manor, with a belly full of rage and an unfriendly expression on his face, was actually the invincible Great General Li Sai he had been waiting for. In the history of the Empire, there were only a handful of people who could become great generals. To be able to sit in the position of great general, most of them had to be proficient in the art of war. It was impossible to become a great general just by relying on one's martial prowess, except for the burly Li Sai, whose eyes were spitting fire and looked like he was raging to the heavens. In the entire history of the Tang dynasty, he was the only person who had become a great general through his martial prowess, an existence who could stand on equal footing with Fomin Linta, Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, Wang Zhongxi, Zhang Shougui, and Zhang Shou Jinxiong. In the history of the empire, the former was clearly inferior to the great generals, protector generals, and protector generals who came after him. But he truly was one of the supreme, great generals of the empire. Li Sai's martial prowess had already surpassed the limits of an individual's martial prowess or pure martial arts cultivation. His martial prowess had already reached a level where he could single-handedly stabilize the morale of the army and reverse the tides of the battle. As long as Li Sai is alive, the empire is alive. As long as Li Sai is alive, the empire will not perish. His roars resounded over the battlefield, causing even the enemy to tremble in fear, their voices deafening. The place where Li Sai stood was the anchor of the army. No matter how powerful the opponent, no matter how desperate the battle, the army led by Li Sai would always be the cornerstone of the army. The army that followed him was like a fierce tiger, like a dragon. The army that he led would always be the anchor of the army, the final fortress, the final hope. In the history of the empire, there had never been a person like him, using his own martial prowess to raise the morale of the army and turn all the soldiers who followed him into the most valiant and unstoppable warriors. His martial prowess had reached such a level that he could reverse the tides of defeat time and time again, changing the course of the battle and creating miraculous victories in the eyes of outsiders. This was the origin of his royal title of Supreme General of Magical Powers. Li Sai didn't know much about the art of war, but he was so powerful that he could ignore any art of war and crush his opponent's head on as a righteous master. In Wang Chong's memory, even the most valiant enemy and the most invincible opponent would shrink back in fear of the invincible great general of the empire. In Wang Chong's plan to reshape the empire, Li Sai was definitely the general that Wang Chong wanted the most. Wang Chong had even thought of recruiting Li Sai through the Ministry of War through the King of Song. From this, one could see how highly Wang Chong regarded him. However, Wang Chong had never expected that the future invincible great general would appear in front of him in such a way. Although the reputation of the invincible great general had long been well known in his previous life, this was the first time that Wang Chong had seen a figure of this level in real life. I didn't expect that the King of Song would really transfer him over for me. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. In this regard, the King of Song really didn't tell him any news in advance. It was really a big surprise. As he stared at the furious face of the future invincible great general, Wang Chong only needed a few thoughts to understand what was going on. Li Sai was a natural-born warrior who was truly born for battle. In his heart, there was endless retribution. In the first half of his life, he was practically a nobody. He had been diligently training and accumulating his strength. As for the second half of his life, his ambition was to show off his skills at the borders of the empire. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, Ban Chao once said, "Even if the great emperor dies, he dies. How can he be trapped between blades and pens?" Only then did he resolutely pledge his allegiance to the borders and conquer the western regions, creating a great reputation for himself. Only then did the story of throwing away the pen and joining the army appear. In the new dynasty, Ma Yuan also had a great ambition. A man should die of old age in the wilderness. How could he die of old age in bed? Throughout his life, he fought at the borders and served the imperial court. In the end, he died in the army, fulfilling his life's ambition. Li Sai's ambition was to learn from these senior statesmen, pledge his allegiance to the borders, establish meritorious service, and show off his ambitions and skills. The country is in danger. Please start from scratch. When the Tang dynasty declined, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the central continent was destroyed, Wang Chong would always remember these words said by the invincible great general in the last moments of his life. Throughout his life, he did everything he could to serve the country and save the shattered Central Earth. Before the true darkness came, he was the last ray of light in this world. His final fall symbolized the final collapse of the empire, just like his vow. During the period when he was wandering around, Wang Chong had never seen the invincible great general. However, Wang Chong would always remember this person. He also remembered the words that came from the bottom of his heart and were filled with worry. This was a true soldier. He used his own actions to fulfill his life's ideals and retribution until his death. There were few people that Wang Chong admired, but this invincible great general had used his entire life to win Wang Chong's heartfelt respect. A large part of the reason why Wang Chong had the King of Song transfer him to his side through the Bureau of Military Personnel was also out of respect and admiration. Looking at the muscular man before him, that figure appeared in Wang Chong's mind once more. The two figures seemed to fuse together, and Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. He probably doesn't know anything at the moment. Wang Chong sighed. Li Sai's ambition was to enter the western regions, fight on the battlefields, and make a name for himself. Yet, with a single transfer order, he had been transferred to the capital, a place of luxury. This was the complete opposite of his ambitions, and it was no wonder that he was so furious and hostile. To be filled with hostility right from the start, this future invincible great general wasn't as easy to recruit as Wang Chong had imagined. "You've misunderstood." Wang Chong suddenly spoke, his voice extremely calm, exuding an aura of extreme confidence. "I didn't summon you here to make you a servant, nor did I have any intention of making you my hired thug. Rest assured, I won't order you around, and I won't order you around. In my life, I've always liked warriors like you. General's ambition is the battlefield, and your intention is the western regions. But on the battlefield, how can a person like you not have a few weapons and equipment that you can use? I summoned you here because I admire your reputation and wish to bestow you with some good fortune. Hey, brat, what nonsense are you spouting in front of me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? What doesn't the army have? What equipment do I need from you?" The 2-meter-tall Li Sai angrily laughed. To him, Wang Chong's words were a joke. Trying to fool him with such a reason was laughable. It would be strange if he believed him. "Huh?" Wang Chong grinned, not getting angry, and calmly responding. "General, have you heard of woozy steel? What woozy steel or hazel steel? Don't try to fool me." Li Sai swung his arm impatiently. He didn't have a good impression of this young man. Ha ha! Hearing Li Sai's words, the expressions of the crowd immediately changed, and a few of them even began to laugh mockingly. In the current capital, there wasn't a single person who didn't know of Woozy Steel. For Li Sai to say something like Woozy Steel or Hazel Steel, it was clear that he was ignorant and thought that Wang Chong was deceiving him. The crowd had suffered enough at the hands of Li Sai over the past 3 days, so how could they let go of this opportunity to mock him? A few of them had looks of disdain on their faces. Relying on his strength, this bastard had left them in the dust for the past few days. The crowd was actually blocked outside the gates, unable to enter the deflecting Blade Manor. Chapter 388. Wang Chong didn't say much. Li Sai had lived in the north for a long time and wasn't in the capital, so it was normal for him to not know about Woozy Steel. Everyone was just venting their resentment for being bullied by him. Clang! Wang Chong didn't say anything. He drew the sword at his waist and casually swung it. Clang! As the sword swung, a protruding rock on the ground was cut into two by Wang Chong. The rock slid open, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. After doing all this, Wang Chong casually swung the sword and sheathed the Woozy Steel sword back at his waist. He was completely nonchalant. "This is Woozy Steel," Wang Chong said calmly. Facts speak louder than words. No matter how much one said, it wouldn't be as convincing as a casual swing of the sword. Across from Wang Chong, Li Sai was stunned as he stared at the rock. Wang Chong's sword had brushed across the rock as though it was a piece of tofu. He didn't use much strength at all. However, the sturdy yellow mountain rock was neatly cut into two. Li Sai wasn't a swordsmithing expert, but he wasn't ignorant either. The weapon in Wang Chong's hand was clearly no ordinary weapon. What a sharp sword! Li Sai looked at the smooth cut and muttered to himself. He was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't seen powerful weapons before. In fact, he had seen the swords of many generals in the army, and they were all extremely sharp. However, no matter how sharp they couldn't compare to the sword in Wang Chong's hand. Li Sai could sense that Wang Chong had used the sharpness of the sword to cut open the rock, and not his stellar energy or sword chi. One must know that there was a fundamental difference between the two. At this instant, Li Sai had to admit that he was tempted. On the battlefield, many people wore armor. Even some of the heavily armored cavalrymen were wearing thick and sturdy armor made of dark steel. It was extremely exhausting to fight with them, and the same punch would be greatly weakened when it landed on them. Therefore, on the battlefield where killing was fierce, a good weapon was extremely important. Li Sai wanted to find a good weapon, but he didn't have any background, so it wasn't easy to get a good weapon. Moreover, his physique was very tall and his strength was extremely great. Ordinary weapons were simply not suitable for his physique and strength. Therefore, Li Sai did not deliberately look for him. But the weapon in Wang Chong's hand, Li Sai couldn't help but admit that if he had such a sharp weapon on the battlefield, he would definitely be able to kill anything that stood in his way. He would be able to display his strength to 120%, allowing him to display his lifetime's worth of expertise and even better establish meritorious service. What a pity it's too short. Li Sai's eyes flashed, almost subconsciously. His physique was tall, and his arms were extremely long. Ordinary weapons were not suitable for him at all. If he held a weapon that was not suitable for him, no matter how sharp it was, his hands and feet would be tied, and he would not be able to display his strength. This kind of 3-foot weapon was clearly not suitable for him. It's fine if it's too short. I can help you tailor-make a weapon suitable for your height and body shape. Wang Chong's ears were very sharp, and he couldn't help but laugh when he heard Li Sai's ravings. Li Sai's physique, whether it was weapons or armor, had to be extra large. He had already thought of this for him. A fierce tiger should be equipped with the sharpest claws and teeth. The reason why Wang Chong had called him over wasn't to serve him as a slave, but to help him reach greater heights than he had in his previous life. Wang Chong would not only equip him with the sharpest greatsword, but after cousin Wang Liang brought back the meteoric metal, he would also equip him with the sturdiest armor and the best steed. In his last life, the invincible great general was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This had begun when he first entered the army as a small soldier. Because of his combat style, which emphasized offense and not defense, his body was riddled with scars. By the time he became the invincible great general, his body was already riddled with scars. There were saber wounds and sword wounds everywhere, and not a single patch of skin was left unscathed. The invincible great general's death was not unrelated to the various internal injuries that had accumulated over time. Therefore, in Wang Chong's plan, other than equipping him with the Wuzi steel greatsword and helping him gather an army as soon as possible, it also included creating the sturdiest armor. Li Sai's eyes clearly showed his interest, but it was only for a moment. Li Sai quickly regained his senses. Stinking brat, do you really think you're so kind? Li Sai stared coldly at Wang Chong, said, his face unfriendly. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He did not believe that Wang Chong had transferred him over from the army camp in the north just to gift him treasured swords and sabers for free. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Haha, you guessed right. I do have something to ask of you. As long as you do a few things for me, not only can I tailor you a Wuzi steel greatsword and give you the sturdiest armor, I can also send you back to the army camp. Wang Chong said with a smile. Li Sai was currently filled with dissatisfaction. Wang Chong also knew that it was not right of him to forcefully transfer him over from the north. Therefore, Wang Chong did not expect to subdue him right from the start. He would first keep him by his side, then think of a way to convince him step by step so that he would willingly stay by his side and complete the mission he shouldered with him. As expected, Li Sai laughed coldly, as if he had expected it. Haha, if I'm not wrong, you're only a 10-man squad leader in biting, right? To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Following me for 2 to 3 months won't take up too much of your time. Besides, don't you want to go to the Anchi Protectorate? If you still want to go when the time comes, I can help you, Wang Chong said with a smile. How did you know? Li Sai's expression flickered in shock. Although he had joined the Biting Protectorate, the place he wanted to go the most was the western regions, where Fu Jiezi, Ban Chao, and the others had fought on the battlefield. But the western regions were filled with Hu, so the Anchi Protectorate did not recruit soldiers in the western regions. All of the soldiers were recruited from Qixi, Biting, as well as from the mainland. They were all dispatched by the imperial court. Li Sai had applied for his position in Qixi, believing that the western regions was closer to the western regions, so the Anchi Protectorate would definitely be given priority. Who could have expected that when the Bureau of Military Personnel came around, he would be transferred to Biting? Although the Biting Protectorate had its share of battles, it was generally peaceful. Moreover, the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Tang dynasty were still in the midst of minor conflicts and concessions. Overall, they were not prepared to start a war with the Tang dynasty. These were all insignificant skirmishes on the border. In Biting, even with Li Sai's astonishing cultivation, it was very difficult for him to find a place where he could use his skills. This was what troubled Li Sai the most. What he wanted to do the most was to join the Anchi Protectorate and display his skills in the war-torn western regions, establishing his career and fulfilling his ambitions. Although Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword was very attractive to him, it was not as attractive as those last words. Brat, you're not joking with me, are you? Do you really have that kind of power? Li Sai stared at Wang Chong, said. Haha, since I can transfer you from Biting, do you think it will be very difficult to send you to the western regions? Wang Chong smiled noncommittally. Li Sai's eyes widened. That's right. If this young master could easily transfer him from Biting, then he would definitely be able to send him to the western regions as well. If he could successfully enter the western regions, then everything before him would not be so difficult to accept. In that instant, Li Sai recalled the sword at Wang Chong's waist. Li Sai's heart was instantly moved. Heroes loved swords, and as long as one was a true general, there was no one who did not like treasured swords. It was the same for Li Sai. However, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to afford such treasured swords with his wealth. It was impossible for Li Sai not to be moved when he suddenly encountered such an inconceivably sharp weapon. Brat, speak. What do you want me to do? Let me tell you first, I can't agree to your unreasonable requests. A gentleman loves money, but he must obtain it in a proper way. I, Li Sai, will never agree to do that kind of shameless thing. Li Sai's words were resolute and decisive. A true man should not be ashamed of the heavens, and should not be ashamed of the earth. This was the way of life between heaven and earth. How could a good man bend his back for 5 buckets of rice? No matter how much he wanted to go to the western regions, no matter how much he wanted to build a career, no matter how much he liked treasured swords and weapons, he could not go against his own principles and the way of life of a true man. Haha, don't worry. I will never let you do such a thing. Wang Chong laughed. Looking at the giant Li Sai in front of him, Wang Chong really admired him. It is better to obtain something straight than to seek something crooked. Li Sai's character ran through his whole life, even when he was still in decline. A hero was a hero. Although the current Li Sai was far from the powerful, invincible general in the future, just a few words were enough to make Wang Chong respect him. Even if he did not become the invincible general in the future, a person like Li Sai was worthy of respect. Humph! Unaware of Wang Chong's thoughts, Li Sai only coldly harumphed. He really didn't have a good impression of this kind of young master from an aristocratic family who only knew how to covet wealth and enjoyment. Speak. What do you want me to do? Hee, you'll know when the time comes. Wang Chong smiled, intentionally keeping Wang Chong in suspense. How could he know what he wanted Li Sai to do? 2 to 3 months was just a temporary measure. Let's just drag it out for now. When the time comes, I'll think of something else. He didn't want to extend the time by a bit, say half a year, 2 to 3 years, or something like that. But the problem was that Li Sai was currently brimming with anger toward him. As long as he opened his mouth, Li Sai would definitely not agree. I'll have to think of something in the future. While thinking, Wang Chong calmly walked past Li Sai and entered the deflecting blade manor. Chapter 389. After a moment of contemplation, Li Sai turned around and followed behind Wang Chong. Given that Wang Chong had transferred him here, he couldn't even return to the barracks at the moment. At the very least, before Wang Chong fulfilled his promise and sent him to the western regions, Li Sai wouldn't be leaving for the time being. If that lad dared to lie to him, don't blame him for flying into a rage. Scion of a prestigious clan? He couldn't care less about such matters. To think that this big fellow would be convinced by Gongzi so easily. I thought that he would cause a huge ruckus. A woozy steel sword. Given that fellow's height, that should be the weight of 2 woozy steel swords, right? That's several 100,000 gold taels we're talking about. If it were you, would you do it? Stop spouting nonsense. When have you ever seen anything that Gongzi can't resolve? That's true. Abu Dong is the son of great General Abusi. Even after being beaten up by Gongzi and hung on a tree, he still couldn't even let out a fart. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings, and they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel curious as to why Gongzi would place so much importance on that brawny man. Li Sai? He must be a nameless nobody. If he was truly formidable, why hadn't the capital heard of him before? To think that the Gongzi would use a woozy steel sword to win him over. While everyone was talking, no one noticed that in a corner far away, there was a handsome young man with skin as white as snow and a slender neck that was even more delicate than a woman's. From start to finish, he had been silently watching everything. That lad is a little formidable. To think that he would actually be able to pass. Su Chong, or more accurately, the cross-dressing Su Yichin, stared at the gates of the deflecting blade manor with a gleam in her eyes. For the past few days, when that man was causing a ruckus, she had been visiting him almost every single day. However, she had never caused a ruckus. Instead, she had quietly watched from afar. It wasn't that she wasn't convinced of Wang Chong's strength, so she didn't help him. It was just that Su Yichin had long since noticed that this burly man, who clearly carried the aura of a soldier, was unbelievably powerful. In the last few days, deflecting Blade Manor had been brimming with resentment. Many people were saying that once Wang Chong returned, they would gather the experts of the various clans and charge forward to give that bastard a vicious beating to vent their anger. However, Su Yichin snorted disdainfully. They didn't even know the depth of their opponent's strength, yet they wanted to swarm him and defeat him with their numbers. If they really did that, Su Yiqin was sure that these guys would be bettered in for 10 days to half a month. If even the old nanny by Princess and I Huang's side had suffered a setback, how could they, who were still wet behind the ears, possibly be a match for him? "Miss, we can't watch anymore," a petite maid at the side said. She felt that it was not worth it for her young mistress to wait for 3 days. "What's the rush? I don't believe that I'll lose to him." Su Yiqin flicked her snow-white fingers confidently. While Wang Chong was away on a mission, she hadn't been slacking off either. Over the past month, she had been constantly tempering her chess skills. Now, she was confident that her chess skills had improved a lot compared to before. This time, no matter what, she was determined to defeat him and vent the hatred in her heart. "Also, darn lass, don't call me Mississippi. How many times have I told you?" "Yes, Mississippi. Oh yes, Gongzi." The petite maid had just chuckled when she received a slap on the head, and she immediately turned obedient. However, the corners of her lips still curled up, revealing a smile on her face. Striding forward, master and servant quickly followed the crowd into the deflecting blade manor. Passing through more than half of the deflecting blade manor, they headed straight for the chess hall on the second floor. The deflecting blade manor was quickly tidied up. A large number of resources were transported up deflecting Blade Mountain in a short time. The broken tables and chairs were quickly replaced, and the fruits of the season, all of them dazzling in color, were quickly transported to various parts of the deflecting Blade Manor, allowing anyone to enjoy them for free. The archery range, the race course, the drill grounds. Everything was cleaned up. This was Huang Qian'er's first time entering the deflecting Blade Manor, and everything felt fresh to her. Of the 3 great training camps, nothing was more popular than this one and only deflecting Blade Manor. It wasn't just Kunwa training camp. Even the students of Longwei and Shunwei training camps had been attracted here. In the 3 great training camps, the deflecting Blade Manor had an extremely high reputation. This wasn't just because of Wang Chong's reputation, but also because of the Spirit Vein. More importantly, a large number of prestigious clans and influential scions had gathered here, and even the princesses of the royal family had appeared. In the 3 great training camps, it was publicly acknowledged that only the most talented scions and the most talented scions could enter the deflecting Blade Manor. It was even rumored that the reason why those scions from poor backgrounds were able to enter the deflecting Blade Manor was because of Duke Jiao. Duke Jiao liked to promote the younger generation, and Wang Chong had done so because of Duke Jiao's intentions. And the most talented scions had the ultimate goal of receiving an audience with Duke Jiao, and those who performed outstandingly might even receive Duke Jiao's recommendation to meet the Empire's Supreme Holy Emperor and be approved to become an official in the future. For such people, even if they came from poor backgrounds, they were bound to have a bright future. To them, one's background was no longer important. Thus, in the deflecting Blade Manor, only the direct descendants of the prestigious clans would get along with the commoners who came from poor backgrounds. Huang Qian'er had naturally heard of this, but this was her first time seeing it in person. The Wang clan is already this wealthy. Huang Qian'er's eyes constantly scanned the row upon row of resplendent buildings. The entire deflecting Blade Manor was made up of countless palaces, each of them exquisitely carved and beautifully decorated, not to mention their opulent decorations. With a glance, Huang Qian'er saw many pillars covered in true gold, even laid with night pearls, beast eyes, steps made of white marble, and landscapes made of agate and coral. Every single one of these items was worth a fortune and could be sold for a very high price. But in the deflecting Blade Manor, they were just simple decorations. As for those colorful fruits, they were extremely precious in the capital and were sold by the tael. But here, one could eat them by the truckload. The pomegranates, grapes, and walnuts of the western regions, the dates and figs of the Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Bazanu, and even the blueberries, snake fruits, lemons of the Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Bazanu. Everything could be found here. Although Huang Qian'er didn't know much about the Wang clan, she knew that it was famous for its incorruptibility. The prices of the items before her were astronomical, not something that the Wong clan could afford through normal means. In truth, it truly wasn't the Wong clan. Everything before her had been earned by the youth beside her. For a clan renowned for its incorruptibility to suddenly possess so much wealth, the court officials would have long since impeached them. But the Wong clan was completely fine, because everyone knew that all of this was obtained by the young man beside them through legal means in an official manner. A single woozy steel sword could be sold for 70 to 80,000 taels of gold, perhaps even several 100,000 taels of gold. To ordinary clans, this was an unimaginable sum. Wang Chang's wealth alone was already enough to rival an entire country, surpassing the combined wealth of many great clans. "What are you thinking about?" A voice suddenly sounded by his ear. Wang Chong looked at Huang Qian'er in astonishment. Huang Qian'er had been silent from the very start, and it seemed like she was in a daze. "It's nothing." Huang Qian'er shook her head and quickly regained her composure. Her face remained cold, as if unwilling to get too close to Wang Chong. Wang Chong chuckled, paying it no heed. By the time he returned, the deflecting blade manor was back on track. With so many people working together, and with Wei Anfang's supervision, the deflecting blade manor was quickly cleaned up. The current deflecting blade manor was different from when Wang Chong had left. Wang Chong noticed that many new items had been added to the deflecting blade manor, such as pearls, agate, and white jade. Wang Chong had only made a start here, but soon, like a rolling snowball, new items were added in. Needless to say, Wang Chong knew that these items were added by the signs of other clans in the deflecting blade manor. Wang Chong didn't mind this at all. On the contrary, he was happy to see it happen. This meant that even though he was the one who established the deflecting blade manor, everyone who entered it had gradually developed a sense of belonging to it, and they had even begun to treat it as their home. For a system to continue on, it was impossible to rely solely on the abilities of an individual. This was because such a system would rise with an individual's outstanding abilities, and it would also collapse with the fall of that individual. What Wang Chong wanted was a system where, even without him, the deflecting blade manor would be able to nurture a steady stream of talented generals in accordance with his plans and ideals. Right, I forgot to ask. Given your abilities, you should be able to join the 3 great training camps, right? Which training camp did you join? Wang Chong asked. It was just a casual question, but Huang Qian'er's complexion immediately darkened. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized that he had asked the wrong question. Shunwei, but that is no longer the case. Huang Qian'er coldly said, glaring at Wang Chong with a gaze that seemed capable of killing. Because the clan has ordered me to withdraw. Wang Chong's face immediately turned awkward. There was no need to ask. It was definitely because of him that the Huang clan had ordered her to withdraw from Shunwei training camp. If you're willing, I might be able to help you. There's no need. I won't go back. The children of the Huang clan are men of their word, and they would never do something so treacherous. Huang Qian'er interrupted Wang Chong without hesitation. She glared at Wang Chong with the same hateful expression. Huang Qian'er had already planned out her life, but the conflict between the Wang clan and the Huang clan had completely disrupted her plans. For the great fairy of dainty hands to be forced to withdraw from the Shunwei training camp and serve as Wang Chong's bodyguard and maid, how could Huang Qian'er not hate Wang Chong? However, she was also a proud person. Even if she was unwilling, she had already made a promise to her clan, so she would definitely fulfill it. Chapter 390. Wang Chong was also in an awkward position. Huang Qian'er was an unexpected outcome of the conflict between the Wang and Huang clan, and it was an outcome that Wang Chong was powerless to change. However, Wang Chong had no intention of chasing her away. Firstly, the protection of the renowned fairy of dainty hands would be an additional layer of security. Secondly, Huang Qian'er's thunderclap of dainty hands was still a huge flaw. However, Huang Qian'er was currently filled with hostility toward him, so she probably wouldn't listen to anything he said. Wang Chong had to find a suitable opportunity to remind her. Gongzi, Gongzi. Just as these thoughts were flashing through his mind, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Wang Chong saw Wei Anfang panting heavily as he rushed toward him anxiously. "Anfang, what's wrong?" Wang Chong asked. Could it be that Princess and I Huang, or Li Sai, had caused trouble for him again? In the current deflecting blade manner, the only ones who could give Wang Chong a headache were these two gods. "Gongzi, do you still remember Su Chong?" Wei Anfang asked anxiously. "Su Chong?" Wang Chong blinked his eyes. Wasn't that the Su Yiqin of the Su clan? Her pseudonym was actually Su Chong, and she was here for him. Previously, he intentionally made things difficult for her, but she was the only one who didn't pass. Could she have caused trouble for him this time? Gongzi has been away for too long, so I arranged for Gongzi to test the students in the chess hall, so as to send them to the spirit vein. Who could have thought that Su Chong would take advantage of Gongzi's absence to challenge all of the examinees in the chess hall and defeat all of them? That's not all. He challenged all of the examiners in the chess hall as well. He defeated all of them. "We're just waiting for Gongzi now," Wei Anfang said. Wei Anfang had no idea what the relationship between Wang Chong and Su Chong was, but it was clear that Gongzi didn't want Su Chong pass. That was also the reason why he didn't pass all of the examinees previously. But this time, the other party clearly didn't come with good intentions and was purposely trying to make things difficult for the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a move. What? On the other side, Wang Chong raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. He was also slightly surprised. Su Yiqin actually challenged everyone, which was really beyond his expectations. But soon, Wang Chong understood her plan. This guy obviously held a grudge for what happened last time, so he first defeated everyone to prove his ability. If he didn't let her pass, it would prove that he had no foresight, and all the instructors and students he had chosen were not qualified to pass. If she passed, it would be the same as Wang Chong admitting defeat in front of her. Su Yiqin could be considered to have used this method to lift her head and regain some ground, while also defeating her own army. What an arrogant fellow. Wang Chong understood Su Yiqin's plan and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He had long known that this talented daughter of the capital's Su clan was arrogant and unwilling to suffer any losses. But he hadn't expected that she would use this method to make things difficult for him. However, this fellow was probably going to miscalculate. In terms of chess, she had accomplished something that not even the legendary war god of the Tang dynasty had been able to do, so Su Yiqin was probably even more unlikely. Let's go and take a look. Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back and grinned. He took the lead and walked in the direction of the chess hall. Boom! As soon as Wang Chong stepped into the chess hall, there was a hubbub. All of the examinees, as well as the examiners, were crowded together, watching something. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Wang Chong immediately saw a handsome youth. His posture was ramrod straight, and he had a calm expression on his face. He was currently fighting with one of his examiners. The handsome youth didn't seem to be affected at all. He had a relaxed expression on his face, but the examiner opposite him was drenched in sweat. His face was so pale that there wasn't a single trace of blood in it. However, his eyes were fixated on the chessboard on the table, and it was as if his soul had been sucked out of him. That's the most formidable examiner in our chess hall, Wei Anfang whispered at the side. Got it. Wang Chong nodded. Without needing to think too much, Wang Chong knew that Su Yiqin would definitely win. It would be truly strange if the best logistics officer of King Qi in his previous life couldn't defeat a few examiner students in the chess hall. As expected, in less than 2 breaths, Wang Chong heard Su Yiqin's voice. You've lost. Su Yiqin pushed the chessboard away and stood up from her seat. She raised her head proudly, a gleeful look on her face. This time, she had defeated all of the examiners by Wang Chong's side. She wanted to use this method to humiliate Wang Chong and exact vengeance for the previous time. On the other side of the chessboard, that pitiful examiner was dejected. He was trembling in fear, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. The entire chess hall was deathly silent. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a resounding applause suddenly sounded. As Wang Chong clapped, he walked over with a smile. Wang, as if awakened from a dream, the crowd noticed that Wang Chong had arrived on the stage at some point. One by one, they backed away, opening up a path for Wang Chong. Young master, young master, young master. The crowd lowered their heads and bowed respectfully. In the chess hall, Wang Chong held absolute authority. After all of the books on military strategy were written by Wang Chong. Even the instructors of the training camp were no match for him. They still didn't know that even So Young-sun had lost him. Young master, I can pass this time, right? Su Yiqin looked at Wang Chong, her head held high, and she spoke rudely. Wang Chong hadn't given her any face last time, so her words this time were also merciless. Whether you pass or not, the chess hall has its own rules. If you want to enter the spirit vein, you'll have to pass the test first. Wang Chong clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. So be it, Su Yiqin said, but inwardly she was sneering. This time, she had come prepared. Regardless of whether she won or lost, she would make Wang Chong lose face. Let's see what you can do this time. The corners of Su Yiqin's mouth curled up slightly, and she looked very pleased with herself. Without waiting for Wang Chong to speak, Su Yiqin flicked her sleeves and began to clear the chessboard, preparing to make room for her to play with Wang Chong. Wait a moment. Wang Chong suddenly stopped her. He swept his gaze around and said, Everyone else, get ready as well. Everyone else, get ready. This time, just like last time, I will test all of you. There's no need for that. An even louder voice sounded. Su Yiqin stared at Wang Chong, her head slightly raised, and a trace of craftiness appeared in her eyes. I've already looked through them for you. Their aptitude is mediocre, and not a single one of them can pass. These words were filled with arrogance, and they infuriated the surrounding crowd, but no one dared to refute them. It was an indisputable fact that Su Yiqin had swept through the entire chess hall like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. She did indeed have the qualifications to say such words. Whether or not I can pass is up to me. What you say is useless. Wang Chong smiled. His words provoked Su Yiqin to the point where her face flushed red. In an instant, she erupted with the most intense battle intent toward Wang Chong. She had always viewed herself as a proud daughter of heaven. So how could she endure Wang Chong's provocation? She immediately exploded at Wang Chong, not caring whether she was still pretending or not. Useless? Why are they useless? I've already looked through them for you, and they truly are useless. Each and every one of them can't even compare to a tenth of my strength. If they can pass like this, then who can't? If that's the case, then I don't think there's any need for the chess hall to continue, because it has no credibility. If they can pass like this, then who will trust them in the future? Su Yiqin glared at Wang Chong. She didn't care. If this bastard dared to mess around, she would make sure he couldn't back down. The sage of Confucius had also said that the only people in the world who were difficult to deal with were petty people and women. Who told him to offend a woman? She was a vengeful person. Seeing Su Yiqin so agitated, Wang Chong wasn't angry at all. Su Chong, do you know why I choose students from the chess hall, and why they have to pass the chess hall's examination before they can enter the spirit vein to cultivate? Do you really think that I'm only choosing those who are strong in chess? The art of war has both righteous and strange aspects. Using righteous means to achieve victory through strange means. Some people are good at using righteous means to defeat their opponents with dignified methods. Some people are good at using strange means to defeat their opponents with surprise attacks. For those who are good at righteous means, you ask them to use strange means to defeat them. For those who are good at strange means, you ask them to use righteous means. It's like asking civil officials to kill their enemies and generals to recite poems. This method is completely the opposite. If civil officials don't know how to recite poems and civil officials don't know how to kill their enemies, do you not want them? Do you want to say that they aren't qualified? Wang Chong said with a smile, his words exuding a carefree and tranquil aura. Righteous means? Strange means? Su Yiqin was stunned. She raised her head to look at Wang Chong in confusion. She could be considered to have seen many things and read many books. Moreover, she had been nurtured by a noble clan, so she was even more skilled in this aspect, far surpassing ordinary people. But while she could recognize the words that Wang Chong had said, she couldn't understand what they meant when they were put together. what righteous means and strange means. She had no idea what they meant, and she had never heard anyone mention them before. For a moment, looking at Wang Chang's confident expression, Su Yiqin suddenly felt a little guilty. That's right, Wang Chang chuckled. He wasn't surprised by Su Yiqin's reaction at all. Due to the development of martial prowess in this world, the art of war wasn't very developed. In the world that Wang Chang had come from, the concept of regular and strange means was something that ordinary people were familiar with. But in this world, it was still an extremely novel concept. Many people had never even heard of it, let alone ideals. Although Su Yiqin was both beautiful and talented, she was clearly limited in this aspect, and her knowledge was practically nil. Wang Chang's next goal was to popularize the concept of righteous means and strange means in the Tang dynasty. With deflecting blade manner as a foundation, he would be able to raise many generals who were skilled in both righteous means and strange means. Right now, he was only trying out a small part of it. Chapter 391. Humans would always feel a little guilty when faced with things they didn't know. Although Su Yiqin was arrogant, talented, and extremely intelligent among women, it was clear that she was still within this category. That's right. Some of these people are good at being upright, while others are good at being strange. Thus, what I need to do is to find out their special traits and teach them in accordance with their aptitude. I don't need to generalize them. A ruler has its strengths, and an inch has its weaknesses. Don't you understand this logic? Furthermore, even if their current performance is useless, as long as they display sufficient potential, they will still be able to pass my test. Wang Chang faintly smiled. That's great. Thank you, Gongzi. Everyone, quickly set up the chessboard. Before Su Yiqin could say anything, the examinees in the chess hall were all aroused. Although they didn't understand the words upright and strange, this didn't stop them from understanding one fact. However, this did not prevent them from understanding the fact that they still had a chance to pass the test. When playing against Su Yiqin, everyone was defeated by her one after another, their confidence crumbling. They couldn't even lift their heads. No one had expected that they would have a second chance. They all cheered excitedly. What upright, and strange? I don't understand what nonsense you're spouting. Since you want to give them a chance, then do as you please. Let's play. Su Yiqin couldn't win against Wang Chang with words, nor did she have the confidence to defeat him in an unfamiliar field. Thus, she simply sat down and pulled Wang Chang to the chessboard. As long as I can defeat him, I want to see what else you can use to be arrogant in front of me. Su Yiqin said hatefully in her heart. She had been suppressing her anger for more than a month, while Wang Chang was away on a mission in the training camp. She had also been suppressing her ultimate move for more than a month. She wanted to see what else he could use to be arrogant in front of her after he was defeated by her. Seeing Su Yiqin's belly full of anger, Wang Chang snickered in his heart. With a wave of his sleeves, he leisurely sat down in front of her. I'll go first this round, Su Yiqin said angrily, unwilling to pass on the responsibility. Oh, why? Wang Chang chuckled. Nonsense, of course it's because of my woman. Just as she was about to blurt out these words, Su Yiqin immediately realized that she was still disguised as a man. Of course, she couldn't say such words. Otherwise, they would be exposed. Can't you let me have a moment? Su Yiqin said with some dissatisfaction. Of course, Wang Chang said without batting an eyelid. In his heart, he was laughing so hard that his belly was about to explode. It wasn't as if he didn't see the movement of Su Yiqin's lips. Until now, she still didn't know that he had already seen through her womanhood. Walala. Almost at the same time, the crowd in the chess hall began moving their tables and chairs and placing down their chessboards. A match was about to begin. For an ordinary person, it was almost impossible to play against 10, 20, or even more people at the same time, because it was too mentally exhausting. But for the people in the chess hall, they had long since become accustomed to Wang Chang's terrifying ability in the game of chess, and they even took it for granted. This time, the match began with the match between Wang Chang and Su Yiqin. Wang Chang played white, and Su Yiqin played black. A black stone fell heavily on the corner of the chessboard. As soon as this stone fell, Wang Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Su Yiqin's first move was completely different from last time, and even completely different from all the previous games. As soon as the black stone fell, the style of the entire chessboard changed. There was a strange and fleeting feeling everywhere, completely different from any of the current chess games of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of being targeted at him. Wang Chong raised his head and subconsciously glanced at Su Yiqin across from him. He saw that this proud daughter of the Su family had her head slightly raised, a crafty look in her eyes, and there was a faint sense of pride in her expression. Look down on me. This time, I came prepared. The corners of Su Yiqin's lips curled up slightly. She only needed one stone to know what Wang Chong was thinking. For the past month or so, she had spent almost every day studying the game between her and Wang Chong. Wang Chong's style, the steps he took, and even his train of thought had all been thoroughly studied, and he had a firm grasp on Su Xiaoshuo's style. Right now, she could guarantee that if Wang Chong continued to play like this, she would definitely be able to target him and crush him from start to finish. If she didn't have a certain level of confidence, how could she have challenged Wang Chong? You've really put in a lot of effort. Wang Chong smiled without saying a word. How could Su Yiqin's little thoughts hide from him? Unfortunately, it's useless. Su Yiqin thought too simply of him. If this was all he knew, he might really embarrass himself in front of everyone today. However, from the beginning to the end, including the last time, he hadn't used his full strength. Moreover, he didn't only know a single style, path, or game of chess. As the saying goes, virtuous like water, shaped according to the object. His style of chess had long since transcended the path and game of chess. He didn't stick to a single pattern, and he could do whatever he wanted and change according to his opponent. Even if Su Yiqin studied all of his games, she would still only be able to grasp the tip of the iceberg in the end. Clap! Without the slightest hesitation, a white stone fell to the ground. It was only one stone, but Su Yiqin's expression immediately changed, because she suddenly realized that Wang Chong's moves were completely different from the last time. It was a completely different style. If the previous Wang Chong style was peerless and elegant, then the current Wang Chong was full of calmness and magnanimity. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was completely not something that could be shown at his age. Didn't you want to know what a normal and unexpected move is? Today, I'll teach you the simplest normal move. I'll use a simple normal move to defeat you. Wang Chong said calmly, with the demeanor of a general. Don't brag here. If you want to show off in front of me, wait until you beat me. Su Yiqin was a girl after all. How could she stand this kind of provocation? She was so excited that her face turned red in front of Wang Chong. No matter how a person pretended to be, their personality and temper were there. This was something that couldn't be changed. At this time, Su Yiqin had completely forgotten that as a boy, she blushed too often, too much. Wang Chong ignored it and didn't expose her. He continued to play chess with Su Yiqin. Clap, clap, clap. One after another, black and white stones fell onto the chessboard. There were only 5 stones, but Su Yiqin's face immediately turned pale, because she realized that what Wang Chong said was right. Her painstaking research over the past month had all gone to waste, because what Wang Chong was using now was a completely different style that he had never used before. It was heavy, but it was extremely offensive. The feeling that Wang Chong gave people now was like a heavy sword without a sharp edge. Although it lacked variations, it was powerful. This caused Su Yiqin to bear a lot of pressure. In fact, the pressure was even greater than when she faced Wang Chong for the first time. The loudest sound is silent. The way of proper warfare is to use a grand army to destroy all obstacles, to attack first. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. You don't even understand the simplest way of proper warfare. Wang Chong lifted his head and looked at Su Yiqin. He smiled and stood up, walking towards the other examinees. There were a total of more than 20 examinees who participated in the selection, although all of them were defeated by Su Yiqin one by one, and their confidence was almost gone. But among them, there were some who were worth mentioning. What's there to be proud of? I don't believe that I will lose to you. Su Yiqin glared at Wang Chong fiercely. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. No matter what, she had to defeat Wang Chong. Wang Chong didn't need to turn his head to know what had happened. He ignored it and walked towards the other examinees. Pa! A white stone landed on the ground. Starting from the first one, Wang Chong's feet almost touched the ground as he placed his stones one after another. There were more than 20 examinees, and Wang Chong only took a short while to finish them off. On the contrary, Su Yiqin didn't move at all. The speed at which she placed her stones was much slower than the others. More often than not, when Wang Chong and the other examinees had already placed 4 or 5 stones, Su Yiqin would only place 1 stone. Moreover, she was considered to be faster. Time passed slowly, and the progress of the other examinees soon caught up to Su Yiqin. However, Su Yiqin's complexion was getting paler and paler. The more she studied Wang Chong's chess style, the more she felt that there was a sharpness in Wang Chong's chess style. Every time Wang Chong placed a stone, it was a moment filled with suspense and fear for her. Su Yiqin was still able to deal with it at the start, but when Wang Chong's momentum grew, Wang Chong's chessboard would immediately be swept into disorder. She was completely routed, and she could only tangle with Wang Chong in the corners. I won't lose, I definitely won't lose. Su Yiqin clenched her fists, her face pale. Someone as proud as her would never accept losing to the same person twice. Moreover, it was a kid who was even younger than her. Su Yiqin definitely couldn't accept this kind of dodging. Pa! Just as Su Yiqin was in utter disarray and struggling bitterly, there was a clap on the chessboard. Wang Chong's white stone sounded. The first examinee to pass today had appeared. Congratulations, you've passed. That's great. Following a burst of excited cheers, an examinee jumped up in joy. What kind of joke is this? That guy can pass? Su Yiqin was already filled with anger, and when she saw Wang Chong let her defeated opponent pass, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Do you know how bad this guy is? He lost at least 100 points to me, and he was utterly routed, but you actually let him pass? If someone with this kind of aptitude can pass, then who else can't? Su Yiqin's face was full of dissatisfaction. Then how many points did he lose in the end? Wang Chong said calmly. 96 points. Su Yiqin was taken aback. That's it. That's why he was able to pass. Chapter 392. Thank you, Gongzi. That student did not think much of it. He bowed repeatedly to Wang Chong's back and left happily. He had thought that he had no hope this time, but he had actually passed. Go for it. Wang Chong did not turn back. He waved his hand at the student. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and while playing chess with that student, Wang Chong had long ago discovered that he possessed a tenacity that allowed him to display extraordinary strength. When you thought that he would lose, he did lose. But it was not what you thought. He definitely lasted a lot longer than you expected. That was why Wang Chong had confidently asked Su Yiqin how many points he had lost in the end. A moment later, the second person to pass appeared. Congratulations, you passed. Wang Chong smiled at a joyous student from Longwei training camp. Thank you, Gongzi. Thank you, Gongzi. That student nodded repeatedly. Are you kidding me? He could even pass it. He doesn't even know how to play Go. This guy doesn't even know the simplest rules of Go. It was one thing for Wang Chong to pass the first one, but seeing that Wang Chong had passed the second one as well, Su Yiqin could no longer hold back her rage. She felt that Wang Chong was purposely making things difficult for her. She had played with this guy before. Most of the time, he did not even understand the scale of the game. She had to remind him before he would know. And every time, he would laugh foolishly. It was infuriating. It was fine if other people passed, but if Wang Chong did not give her a convincing reason, she would not be able to accept it. This was simply messing around. You only saw him play randomly. Do you really think that he doesn't know? Lin Chongting, recite the rules of Go to him. Wang Chong waved his hand. Lin Chongting looked at Wang Chong, his eyes filled with doubt. Su Yiqin was right. He had never played Go before. Therefore, it was not wrong for Su Yiqin to say that he did not know how to play the game. What really surprised him was Wang Chong. Wang Chong was so sure that he knew the rules of Go and could recite them. Yes, young master. Although Lin Chongting was surprised, he quickly recited it. A long paragraph of Go chants flowed out of his mouth without any hesitation. Su Qichin's eyes finally revealed a look of surprise when she heard this long paragraph of over 1,000 words of Go chants. She had played with this guy before, and he made her feel like a fool. However, even some students with good Go skills might not be able to recite such a long paragraph of Go chants. However, the fool in his eyes actually recited it so smoothly. This made Su Yichin's jaw drop. His appearance before and after were like clouds and mud, as if he was a completely different person. She couldn't believe that the same person could be so different from her and Wang Chong. Moreover, how did Wang Chong see through it? It's not that he doesn't know how to play. It's just that he hasn't come into contact with Go for a long time. His thoughts are unconventional, and he's not restricted by the rules of Go. He hopes to take an unconventional path and come up with a unique method to defeat his opponent. But because he hasn't dabbled in Go for a long time, he doesn't know much about it, and he doesn't have anyone to guide him. That's why he looks like a fool in the eyes of others, not even knowing the rules of Go. Actually, this is the art of surprise of the art of war. I'm afraid that even he doesn't know this. Lin Chongting, come to my room to look for me after this matter is over. I have something for you. Wang Chong said. This Lin Chongting's talent wasn't inferior to Sun Jiming's. If he was nurtured well, he might become the new twin paragons of the empire of the Tang dynasty. Thank you, young master. Lin Chongting was overjoyed. He had only wanted to pass the test, but he hadn't expected to receive Wang Chong's recognition. This was truly an unexpected reward. Oomph. What surprise, or proper again. Don't try to fool me. Su Yichin retorted indignantly. She couldn't understand a single word that Wang Chong had said. Even now, she felt that Wang Chong's surprise, or proper, was something that he had purposely made up to humiliate her. If it was really that formidable, given her background, how could she have never heard of it? Hee hee. Wang Chong chuckled, not bothering to explain. Su Yichin was wrong. Regardless of whether it was the first or the second student, Wang Chong wasn't lying. These examinees did indeed have some potential. If they were nurtured well, they would become the brightest generals of the empire. In his previous life, the reason why the Tang dynasty only had 100 generals was because they didn't have enough discerning talent scouts. But in this world, who could be more insightful and able to teach them better than him? The supreme war saint, the supreme marshal of the Central Plains in his previous life? In the 3 great training camps, Longwei, Shenwei, and Kunwu, he was actually the supreme instructor, just that no one knew about it. The match continued. Even though 2 people had passed, a large number of people had still been eliminated. From this aspect, Su Yichin's words weren't wrong. Deflecting blade manner had just been established, and the chess skills of many of the examinees were nothing to scoff at. But Wang Chong's original intention wasn't to turn all of them into chess experts. Rather, he wanted to use this method to create that kind of atmosphere. Through the art of chess, he wanted to nurture their appreciation for the art of war, even if these people couldn't become generals. But as long as they displayed even the slightest bit of proficiency in the art of war, when they entered the army in the future, they would all become lieutenants, commandants, deputy generals. Just think about it. With hundreds or even thousands of these basic troops who were well-versed in the art of war, the Tang dynasty would be invincible. Wang Chong's ultimate goal was to create such a valiant and skilled military officer who was well-versed in the art of war. And deflecting blade manner was the best cradle for grooming such an officer. Time slowly passed, and Su Yichin's situation was already hanging by a thread. The heavy sword was edgeless, and the great technique was useless. Wang Chong's grandmaster swept through the chessboard, almost sweeping away all of Su Yichin's chess pieces. On the chessboard, Wang Chong didn't use any special methods at all. Every move he made was methodical, and Su Yichin could see it clearly. But it was precisely this ordinary chessboard that had forced Su Yichin into desperate straits. Su Yichin's face was pale, and beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. This was a sign of intense mental strain. Every move of Wang Chong's seemed to exhaust all of her mental energy. Congratulations, you've passed. All right, That's all for today. The list of those who have passed has been released. I hope that you'll work harder next time and pass the examination. Wang Chang's voice suddenly sounded by her ear. Upon hearing this voice, Su Yiqin finally couldn't hold back her anger any longer. Wang Chong, what do you mean by this? Su Yiqin raised her head and flew into a rage. What do you mean by the list of those who have passed has been released? Are you saying that I didn't pass? All of the dissatisfaction in her heart exploded. While she was still playing, Wang Chong had already announced the list of those who had passed. Didn't that mean that she hadn't passed? Everyone here, from the examiners to the examinees, had been defeated by her one by one. Could it be that she was inferior to these ordinary examinees? Hee, don't you know? Take a look at the chess jar beside you. How many chess pieces are there? Wang Chong wasn't angry at all. What chess pieces? Su Yiqin was at the peak of her anger. But in the next moment, she touched the chess pieces in the jar beside her. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. Su Yiqin's entire body froze, and she suddenly couldn't say anything. The black chess jar beside her was empty. There were only 4 or 5 chess pieces left. Wang Chong was right. This round had indeed ended. Take a look at the other jar beside you. How many white chess pieces are there? Wang Chong said. Her heart calmed down. Su Yiqin didn't need to turn her head to know that the other jar must be empty as well. In this round, Wang Chong's chess moves were steady and steady. But for some unknown reason, the pressure he gave off was unbelievably huge. In this round, Su Yiqin actually didn't manage to eat any of his chess pieces. Her gaze swept over the chessboard. Su Yiqin felt bitter in her heart. On the vast chessboard, the center was almost entirely occupied by Wang Chong's white chess pieces. Only a few corners and scattered spots were occupied by her black chess pieces. It looked extremely pitiful. In that instant, Su Yiqin vaguely understood something. Clatter, clatter. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He picked up the black chess pieces in his other chess box and poured them in front of Su Yiqin. Take a look for yourself. See if there are 100 chess pieces here. You've lost more than you've eaten. You've basically suffered a crushing defeat. In fact, you've lost even more than some examinees. The chess hall has its own rules. You can't pass this round. Wang Chong said indifferently. Su Yiqin's face turned from red to white, from white to red, and finally became deathly pale. Only at the very last moment did she realize that she had lost again, and even more miserably than the last time. Su Yiqin's lips trembled. As proud as she was, how could she bear this kind of blow? Keep working hard, even though I feel that your aptitude isn't suitable for the chess hall. Wang Chong said indifferently, his hands clasped behind his back. It was this sentence that infuriated Su Yiqin. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the entire chess hall trembled. In front of Wang Chong, Su Yiqin stretched out her fist and smashed the chessboard and the table in front of her into smithereens. Wood splinters flew everywhere. In front of Su Yiqin, these incomparably hard tables and chairs made of cedar wood were like paper, and countless wooden fibers were even shaken off. Su Yiqin's strength was so great that even after the cedar table was smashed to pieces, its 4 legs still embedded deep into the floor. Bastard! Su Yiqin finally exploded, her furious voice ringing through the entire chess hall. She couldn't care less anymore. Even if her identity was exposed today, she would teach Wang Chong a good lesson. Chapter 393. Su Yiqin's face paled, and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. She was the proud daughter of the Longway training camp, and many young masters of aristocratic families would bow their heads and respectfully call her Sister Qin, but she didn't even bat an eye at them. Every single one of these men was lustful, and their talent was mediocre. They weren't worthy of Su Yiqin's attention at all. Who said that women were inferior to men? She, Su Yiqin, wanted to trample all men beneath her feet. She was used to being arrogant, and she was used to looking down on men. Su Yiqin could never have imagined that she would be humiliated by Wang Chong in the tiny deflecting blade manner. What are you trying to do? With a flash of light, a white silhouette appeared between Wang Chong and Su Yiqin. Huang Qian'er carried a silver great sword on her back, and her expression was as cold as an unmelting glacier as she stared at Su Yiqin. She couldn't tell that Su Yiqin was a woman disguised as a man. In this aspect, women seemed to lack the ability to distinguish between men and women. Huang Qin'er only knew that if anyone dared to touch Wang Chong, she would send them flying out of the window. This handsome young man seemed to be quite strong, but he was definitely not a match for her. Su Yiqin didn't even look at Huang Qin'er. Her eyes were red, and she felt like she was about to explode. Wang Chong, you're going too far. Su Yiqin's chest heaved. She had never suffered such humiliation before. If Wang Chong didn't give her an explanation, he shouldn't blame her for beating him up into a pig's head and hanging him on a flagpole. Seeing Su Yiqin explode in anger, Wang Chong's lips curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. Su Yiqin wasn't mistaken about one thing. He had indeed purposely not allowed her to pass. Moreover, there was one thing that she didn't know. Wang Chong was deliberately provoking her and making her fly into a rage. As the most talented woman in the Tang dynasty and the best in logistics, Su Yiqin's ability had reached a certain level. In the Tang dynasty, almost no one could compare with her. If anyone could obtain the help of Su Yiqin and the Su family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. At least in terms of logistics, there was nothing to worry about. Before the troops and horses move, the rations and fodder move first. A war that would last for 2 months would require 2 years to prepare the logistics and rations. The importance of logistics was obvious. In the other world that Wang Chong came from, that fellow called Napoleon had failed on the verge of success precisely because of a lack of logistics. A great undertaking had been wasted, and decades of effort had been wasted. Logistics was too trivial. It involved countless aspects and was innumerable. It needed wisdom, but not just wisdom. In this aspect, even if one's martial arts were higher than the heavens, it would be useless. Wang Chong knew that he had no talent in this aspect. In his last life, when the army was defeated, he was basically in a state of no rations, no pay, and no logistics. If he really had a formidable logistics expert like Su Yiqin, he wouldn't have lost so quickly. It was a rare opportunity for the talented daughter of the Su clan, Su Yiqin, to disguise herself as Su Chong and come to Deflecting Blade Manor to challenge him. If Wang Chong were to let go of this opportunity, he wouldn't be Wang Chong. Su Chong, you seem to be very unconvinced. Wang Chong said calmly. Convinced? About what? There isn't a single person here who is a match for me. All of them have been utterly defeated by me. Tell me, other than you, who else here is more formidable than me? Him, or him. Su Yiqin pointed at the examinees around her, unable to restrain her anger. Those who were weak had passed, while those who were strong had failed. How could there be such a logic in the world? She could sense that Wang Chong was intentionally making things difficult for her. Even if she had to expose her identity, she would still teach this bastard a lesson. Do you think that they are weak? Or perhaps, do you think that you are very strong? Wang Chong looked at Su Yiqin, the smile on his face infuriating. Am I not? Su Yiqin countered with a question. Don't think that she is a 3-year-old child. Wang Chong's excuses can't fool her. Let me ask you, how long have you been playing chess? How long have I been playing chess? Wang Chong said calmly, as if he couldn't see the rage on Su Yiqin's face. What do you mean? Upon hearing Wang Chong's question, Su Yiqin suddenly calmed down. If I'm not wrong, Su Chong, you have been playing chess since you were young, right? By now, it has probably been more than 10 years, right? But these people... Wang Chong turned around and swept his gaze across these students. The longest they have been playing chess is 1 or 2 years, and the shortest is only 1 or 2 months. Although their chess skills are very poor right now, they have great potential. Potential? What do you mean? Su Yiqin said. This time, even Huang Qin'er's attention was drawn. Although she wasn't participating in a match, she could clearly see everything that was happening at the entrance of the chess hall. Even she could tell that Wang Chong had something against this Su Chong fellow. But this was also his fault for being too arrogant. Huang Qin'er had thought that Wang Chong would find a random reason to deal with him, or perhaps use his identity as the master of Deflecting Blade Manor to order him to leave. But from the looks of it, Wang Chong wasn't just spouting nonsense. It's very simple. Think about it. One is a grown shrub, and the other is the seed of a namu. If you want to build a house, do you want a bush or a seed of a namu tree? Wang Chong stared at Su Yiqin. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm that shrub? Su Yiqin's eyes blazed with fury. Although it's just a metaphor, that's more or less what I mean. Although the students I chose aren't good at chess, they're like namu seeds. As long as they're nurtured properly, they will have limitless potential. Even you, although your chess skills are very high, this is basically the limit of your achievements. Your potential has already been completely unearthed, and there's no more room for growth. This is the reason why I eliminated you. Wang Chong said calmly. Bastard. Su Yiqin finally exploded. Although Wang Chong had said so much, he was basically saying the same thing. Your strength has reached its limit, and there's no more room for you to grow. How could someone as proud as Su Yiqin be able to stand it? I'll kill you no matter what. Su Yiqin was on the verge of insanity. Without a second thought, stellar energy surged from her body as she reached out to grab Wang Chong. This casual grab had actually created a thunderous roar, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom! But in the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a slender palm as translucent as white jade slashed in, accurately striking Su Yiqin's arm. Boom! Stellar energy shot out in all directions. Su Yiqin's furious strike had actually been blocked by Huang Qian'er. Young master, I advise you to conduct yourself with dignity. Huang Qian'er said coldly, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Even now, she had no idea that she was facing a girl just like her. Like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, Su Yiqin suddenly calmed down. Who are you? I was wondering who it was. So it's you, fairy of dainty hands. When did you run over and become someone's servant? Su Yiqin hadn't recognized her at the start, but when she realized that the icy beauty at Wang Chong's side was the famed fairy of dainty hands, Huang Qian, her entire face changed. Many people believed that beauties would have a good relationship with each other, but it was the exact opposite. Beautiful women hated other women the most, especially women as beautiful as themselves. Who are you? You recognize me? I don't care who you are, but if you dare to touch him, don't blame me for being rude. Even though I don't like him either, Huang Qian'er coldly said. Wang Chong speechlessly rolled his eyes. Why did she add that last line? Wouldn't it have been better if she hadn't? He really couldn't understand these women. Su Chong, it's useless. You won't be able to do anything here. Moreover, as I said, your potential has reached its limit, and that's it. If you're not convinced, you can leave now. Wang Chong didn't miss this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. You bastard, you want me to leave? I'm not leaving. It would have been better if Wang Chong hadn't said anything, but now that Wang Chong had said it, Su Yiqin actually didn't want to leave. Her personality would never allow her to be led away by Wang Chong. Furthermore, with Fairy of Dainty Hands, Huang Qian, around, she knew that she couldn't do anything rash. Of the direct descendants of the great clans of the capital, Huang Qian'er was ranked third. Although Su Yiqin wasn't convinced, she had to admit that Huang Qian'er's strength was probably above hers. In a fight with her, she wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Don't get too happy. Aren't you trying to say that this is all I'm capable of and that I can't defeat you? Just you wait, I'll definitely trample you beneath my feet and return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. After saying that, Su Yiqin turned around and left, not staying for a moment longer. Gongzi, should we chase him out? There's no need for such a person to remain here. Wei Anfang suddenly approached from the side and whispered. Hearing those words, Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. Wei Anfang was indeed a blockhead who didn't know how to flirt. Why would he chase away a beauty like Su Yiqin? He couldn't wait to stay. There's no need to bother with him. Men, clean up the place. Also, arrange for the students who just passed to be sent to the spirit vein. Yes, Gongzi. Wei Anfang nodded his head and agreed to it. After leaving the chess hall, Wang Chong headed straight for the training camp. After so long, it was about time for him to meet his instructor, Zhao Qianxiu. Passing through more than half of the training camp, Wang Chong finally met with Zhao Qinxiu at the main peak of Kunwa training camp. You're finally back." Upon seeing Wang Chong walk in, Zhao Qinxiu's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up from his seat and walked toward Wang Chong with widened strides. Upon seeing Zhao Qinxiu, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, Wang Chong had only gone there for the sake of Zhao Qinxiu's reputation in his previous life and the halo of Dusk Stallion under his name. But unknowingly, a deep bond had been forged between the two of them. If not for Zhao Qinxiu's thousandly fragrance, he might have really died in that forest. Wang, taking in a deep breath, just as Zhao Qinxiu was about to walk over, Wang Chong suddenly got down on one knee and bowed respectfully to Zhao Qinxiu with the most solemn military etiquette. "Teacher, thank you." Wang Chong's voice echoed in the hall. From this moment onward, regardless of whether it was in terms of status or heart, Wang Chong viewed Zhao Qinxiu as his teacher, a teacher for life. Chapter 394. "Wang Chong, what are you doing?" Just a few steps away from Wang Chong, Zhao Qinxiu halted with a look of bewilderment. In the past, Wang Chong had never treated him with such seriousness when they interacted. "Thank you, teacher." If not for teacher, Wang Chong might have already died on the way back to the capital. Wang Chong said gravely, I was still wondering what it was." Get up, get up. You're the student I'm most proud of. Do you really think that I didn't prepare anything for this training camp mission?" Zhao Qinxiu chuckled nonchalantly. Wang Chong didn't say anything more and stood up. Naturally, his thoughts and state of mind were different from what Zhao Qinxiu had imagined. However, there was no need for him to speak of this. Come. How are you feeling? How is your recovery?" Zhao Qinxiu asked. After rescuing Wang Chong from the forest and sending him back to the Wang clan, Zhao Qinxiu hadn't visited the Wang clan much. It wasn't appropriate for an instructor like him to interfere in the conflict between King Qi, the Yao clan, and the king of Song and the Wang clan. A soldier was a soldier, and it was best for him to stay out of politics. This was also an unspoken rule of the military. A true soldier would try to stay as far away from politics as possible. Besides, after sending Wang Chong back to the Wang clan, he would be well taken care of even without Zhao Qinxiu's presence. This was also the reason why Zhao Qinxiu didn't ask about it. A clan of generals and ministers like the Wang clan would surely have more resources than an instructor like him. It's fortunate that I've mostly recovered. There shouldn't be any repercussions," Wang Chong said as he sat on a chair. The main source of the damage to Wang Chong came from that arrow. The destructive power it carried had dealt a heavy blow to Wang Chong. If it was any other person, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for him to recover. However, Wang Chong had exchanged for the gold organs, and the vital parts of his organs were far stronger than the average person's. Therefore, although it had been less than a month, Wang Chong could already move freely without any obstacles. "That's good. During this time, I was still worried. That would be great." Saying so, Zhao Qinxiu returned to his seat and flicked his sleeves. A shadow flew out like an arrow, heading straight for Wang Chong. Wang Chong reached out with his palm, almost subconsciously grabbing it. Lowering his head, he saw that it was a rolled-up book. The book was not opened, but Wang Chong saw the 2 words Blackbird at the beginning, and his heart immediately tightened. As expected, Zhao Qinxiu's voice sounded in his ears. "You weren't around for the training camp's mission, but I've already handed it over to you in advance. This is the halo of Dusk Stallion you wanted. Take it and take a good look. You can ask me if you have any questions, but don't count on it too much." It's said that this cultivation technique is extremely difficult to cultivate, and I've never cultivated it before, so I can't give you much guidance. "Thank you, teacher." Wang Chong was overjoyed. In an instant, he felt a heavy weight on his hands. Even though he had taken such a huge risk and nearly died in the forest, in the end, he had still obtained the most valuable, as well as the most underestimated cultivation technique in the entire training camp. In his previous life, the halo of Dusk Stallion had been shelved in the training camp, and almost no one had managed to learn it. But he had finally achieved something that no one had been able to in his previous life. The halo of dusk stallion finally belonged to him. In that instant, Wang Chung tightly gripped the book in his hands, his heart filled with joy. Right, teacher, when you were rushing over, did you see several groups of people? Wang Chung kept the halo of dusk stallion and suddenly asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Qianxiu's eyebrows shot up. Wang Chong's words seemed to be pointing to something. Without hiding anything, Wang Chung revealed what he had sensed while hiding underground. Even though he had been pursued by one group that day, from what happened later, it was clear that there were several other groups. Even though these people had come for him as well, they had their own plans, clearly not working together. And judging from the number of people, there were far more than just two groups. Forget about the King of Song and the Yao clan. Wang Chung just couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, wasn't the King of Song and the Yao clan working together? Was there a need for them to split into two groups? The more Wang Chung thought about the events of that day, the stranger he found them. Unfortunately, he was limited by his own circumstances and couldn't take a closer look. This, after hearing Wang Chong's description, Zhao Qianxiu frowned. We also checked the place where you were hiding. The footprints on the ground were extremely messy, and there was indeed more than one group of people. On top of that, I was moving much earlier than you think, and during that period of time, we did see other people. However, we were too far away, and the other party avoided us as soon as they saw us. Zhao Qianxiu fell into deep contemplation. Logically speaking, Wang Chong's assault should have been a simple case of assassination. But from Wang Chong's description, it didn't seem to be as simple as it seemed. But when it came to politics, even a pure military man like Zhao Qianxiu felt a headache coming on. He could come up with the idea of releasing a tiger in the middle of the night to train his students, but when it came to complicated politics, he really couldn't do anything about it. However, I did manage to find the arrow you spoke of. Zhao Qianxiu suddenly stood up, and before Wang Chong's astonished gaze, he walked to the wall of the room, opened up a secret compartment, and took out an object. An arrow? Wang Chong stared at the object in Zhao Qianxiu's hands doubtfully. It was just a black arrowhead, and it was only the length of a knuckle. We found this at the place where you were attacked and assassinated. Only the arrowhead remains. The rest of it has been taken away. Even this arrowhead was found in the soil more than 100 feet away from where you were injured after repeated searching. If not for the fact that we searched the area repeatedly to track you down, we wouldn't have been able to find it. Based on our deductions, this should be left behind by the steel arrow that injured you. Saying so, Zhao Qianxiu walked over and passed the arrowhead to Wang Chung. With a grim expression, Wang Chung examined the arrowhead carefully. There was almost nothing left on the shaft of the arrow, leaving only a black arrowhead. At first glance, this arrowhead seemed extremely ordinary, no different from other arrowheads. But upon closer inspection, Wang Chung noticed something different. On the surface of the arrowhead, there were some fine inscriptions. These were the traces of inscriptions. However, due to the fact that the arrowhead was black, it was impossible to notice them if one didn't pay attention. Not only so, upon closer inspection, Wang Chung made another surprising discovery. The material used to forge this arrowhead was extremely unique. It wasn't any ordinary metal, Xian metal, or Wuzi steel. Wang Chung had forged quite a few Wuzi steel swords in the past, so he was extremely sensitive to the amount of metal used. At the moment, he was the only one who could obtain Wuzi steel. It was impossible for anyone else to obtain it. As such, its quality was clearly inferior to Wuzi steel. Judging from its weight, Wang Chung could tell that the quality of this metal was somewhere between Xian metal and Xian metal. It was infinitely close to Xian metal, but at the same time, there seemed to be something else in it. We have looked into the period of time you were recuperating. This arrowhead is made from a mixture of Xian metal, and some other unique metal powder. Furthermore, the structure of the arrowhead has undergone a unique forging process as well, causing the internal structure of the arrowhead to be relatively loose. I believe that you should have noticed this as well. Zhao Qianxiu glanced at Wang Chung as he spoke. Wang Chung nodded. Indeed, this arrowhead was slightly lighter than a Xian metal arrowhead. He could already tell that. This will undoubtedly lower the sturdiness of the arrowhead, and it's due to this that the arrowhead would shatter into pieces upon colliding with something sturdy. The arrowhead and the arrow shaft would shatter and scatter in different places. Even so, this method will greatly increase the speed at which stellar energy flows through the arrowhead, making it easier for an expert archer to bring out their prowess and increase the destructive power of their archery. To put it simply, this is a unique archery technique that utilizes the stellar energy of a cultivator to injure others. Unlike ordinary archery techniques, which rely on the sharpness of the arrow to pierce through the vitals of the target. Even if it doesn't hit a vitals, it can still cause severe damage to one's body. Those who are proficient in this unique archery technique are definitely not ordinary archery experts. Based on this, we should be able to find the person who shot you. Zhao Qianxiu concluded. During this period of time, he hadn't been slacking off. He had found many clues on the arrowhead, and based on these clues, he would definitely be able to find the person who ambushed Wang Chong. As for what Wang Chong said about the appearance of 2 or 3 groups of people, he really didn't know about it. Wang Chong fell silent. He already understood what was going on. Even though the iron arrow was formidable and was imbued with the inscription of sharpness, it still struck the heart-protecting mirror of the Uzun cavalrymen. The 300 cavalrymen of the Uzun Empire were all heavily armored cavalrymen, and they were imbued with layer after layer of inscription of toughness. When the iron arrow struck the heart-protecting mirror, it was jolted into pieces by its own strength. That was why Zhao Qianxiu was able to pick up a part of the arrowhead. To be able to uncover so many clues from a single arrowhead was already an unexpected harvest for Wang Chong. Thank you, teacher. After chatting with Zhao Qianxiu for a while in the main hall of the Kumra training camp, Wang Chong bade farewell and left. He had delayed his breakthrough to the true martial realm for so long. If everything was ready, he would finally be able to make a breakthrough. After leaving the main peak, Wang Chong returned straight to the Deflecting Blade Manor. In the Deflecting Blade Manor, Wang Chong had a cultivation chamber that belonged to him. Compared to the training camp, the Deflecting Blade Manor belonged to him. It would be much safer for him to make a breakthrough to the true martial realm here. Huang Qin'er, guard me. After saying those words, Wang Chong immediately stepped into his secret chamber. At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was thumping in anticipation. Chapter 395. Stepping into the secret chamber and closing the door, Wang Chong immediately took out the Halo of Dusk Stallion book that Zhao Qianxiu had given him. The regret from his last life had finally been made up for. The excitement in Wang Chong's heart was indescribable. I finally got it. Wang Chong gripped the book in his hand, his chest heaving up and down. Wang Chong did not know much about the Halo of Dusk Stallion, but just the information he had obtained from the mouths of his seniors was enough to stun anyone who knew. The number of levels of the Halo of Dusk Stallion was infinite. As long as one was strong enough, one could theoretically upgrade the Halo of Dusk Stallion without limit. Even though the energy required to upgrade, it would be an astronomical figure that warriors could only sigh in amazement and never imagine. In the war against the otherworldly invaders, the strength of an individual was too meager. Even someone as powerful as the war god So Young's son had ultimately died in the capital, unable to reverse the tides. But the Halo of Dusk Stallion was the only thing that could completely reverse the course of a battle with individual strength. If there's one thing that can help us in our current situation, it is the Halo of Dusk Stallion. Alas, we can no longer obtain it. These were the words that a senior had once said to Wang Chong, filled with endless regret. But now, everything was different. Opening the book, line after line of words immediately entered his eyes. They were not the ancient seal characters commonly used in ancient supreme techniques, but the regular script that Wang Chong was all too familiar with. This was clearly not the original, but a hand-copied copy. In the 27th year of the Great Sui's reign, Yu Hanzitong received the order of the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven, to hand-copy this book. The first majestic paragraph on the slightly yellowed paper caused Wang Chong's eyes to twitch, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. It's actually a handwritten copy from the Great Sui dynasty. Wang Chong's eyes madly twitched as an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. This halo of dusk stallion was actually a manuscript from the era of Emperor I of the Sui dynasty. Wang Chong had not expected this. But what surprised Wang Chong even more was the 3 words in this paragraph. Han Zedong. Not many people knew about this person, but his other name was known by everyone. Even after hundreds of years, his name was still very well known among the children of the aristocratic families. Han Qinhu. He was one of the 4 great generals who served under Emperor I of the Sui dynasty. The other 3 great generals of the Sui dynasty, Yang Su, Hiroa Xiao, and Shi Wansu, were collectively known as the 4 pillars of the empire, just like Fomin Linta, Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, and Wang Shogui. However, the reputation of the 4 great generals of the Sui dynasty was far above the latter. Han Qinhu, in particular, was a master of both the pen and the sword. He was known as the god of war during the era of Emperor I of the Sui dynasty. With just 500 people, they had conquered the Chun dynasty of Jiangnan like a hot knife through butter. This person's status in the Great Sui dynasty was like the sun at high noon, just like his grandfather. But perhaps his reputation was even higher than his grandfather's. Emperor I of the Great Sui praised him, spreading the might of the empire for 10,000 li, declaring the empire in a single corner. His lofty name fills the universe. His flourishing achievements illuminate the earth. His name has been heard of since ancient times, rarely heard of. This praise for him had reached the pinnacle. Wang Chong had not expected that the person who had hand-copied the halo of Dusk Stallion would be him. What's going on here? Wang Chong was somewhat taken aback. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Wang Chong had originally believed that the book that Zhao Qianxiu had casually tossed to him would be about the same as other martial arts. It was just a book with a mantra for the martial arts written on it. However, this was clearly not the case in front of them. 27th year of the Great Sui dynasty, hand-copied on the orders of the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven. Just what's going on here. The halo of Dusk Stallion might be formidable, but surely Emperor I of the Sui dynasty didn't have to order a great general like Han Qinhu to hand-copy it. Wang Chong's brows were fiercely twitching, his mind in turmoil. The Holy Emperor that Han Qinhu spoke of could only be Emperor I of the Sui dynasty. In the final years of the Sui dynasty, the emperor was renowned for his tyranny and had single-handedly caused the world to descend into chaos, resulting in the Tang dynasty replacing the Sui. But in the early years of the Sui dynasty, the politics were clear and the economy and commerce flourished. History called it the reign of founding emperor. This was completely different from the final years of the Sui dynasty. Even though the Tang had replaced the Sui, the history books had to admit that although the Sui dynasty was corrupt, Emperor I was a rarely seen wise sovereign. But what Wang Chong did not understand was why Emperor I had ordered an imperial great general like Han Qinhu to hand-copy the halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong suddenly had a feeling that this halo of Dusk Stallion was not as simple as he had first imagined. Or perhaps the fact that the halo of Dusk Stallion had not been passed down, resulting in it becoming extinct, was not as simple as negligence or a lack of a suitable successor. Perhaps there was an even deeper reason behind the loss of the halo of Dusk Stallion. Lowering his head, Wang Chong continued reading. Yu Yin, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Although the halo of Dusk Stallion is powerful, it can easily attract unexpected disasters. The Holy Emperor has decreed that those without astonishing aptitude and talent are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not the pillars of the empire are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not loyal and have no evil in their hearts are not allowed to cultivate it. Those who are not courageous, have astonishing willpower, and do not fear death are not allowed to cultivate it. These are not to be cultivated. The halo of Dusk Stallion has a long history and was not created by this dynasty. In the previous dynasty, countless people died because they cultivated this technique. Their heads rolled and their clans were exterminated. Those who come later should be cautious. This technique is of great importance and has far-reaching implications. It was not created by this dynasty alone. Those who come later should be cautious and not lightly pass it on to others. Only those who cultivate this technique must remember that I have a word of advice. Be careful of your descendants. The last sentence was chilling to the bone. And then there was the heavy red seal of a great general. After reading these words on this page, Wang Chong was dumbfounded, unable to speak for some time. Han Qinhu was an imperial great general of the former Sui, his martial arts unparalleled. At the very least, he was on the same level as Zhang Shogui and Wang Zhongxi, and he could only be higher. Wang Chong truly could not understand what it was that made Han Qinhu so apprehensive. Even in this manuscript, he hesitated to mention it, as if he was afraid of revealing something. Just what was it that made the mighty great general of the former Sui so apprehensive? To put it more bluntly, he was afraid. All was quiet. Wang Chong sat in the secret room, his mind in turmoil, his entire body frozen. Wang Chong suddenly realized that this halo of dusk stallion seemed to be hiding some great secret that he did not understand. Time slowly passed, and after some time, Wang Chong finally gave a long sigh. No matter what sort of secret the halo of dusk stallion hid, after paying so much and almost dying, Wang Chong could not easily give up. This was not just Wang Chong's problem, but also related to Wang Chong's plan to change the future. Without the halo of dusk stallion, he would not be able to deal with those otherworldly invaders. Even if Han Qinhu said that the halo of dusk stallion had great dangers that would bring about a great calamity, he still had to cultivate it. Han Qinhu's solemn words might not be groundless. I can only investigate them in the future. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Once he had decided on something, he could not easily change it. Moreover, although Han Qinhu was a great general of the former Sui, the war god, Wang Chong felt that this war god of the former Sui was not necessarily omniscient and omnipotent. At the very least, Han Qinhu would never have predicted that the former Sui would be replaced by the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Han Qinhu had mentioned that the halo of dusk stallion had 4 prohibitions, but these 4 prohibitions had been broken long ago. Wang Chong would not change his thoughts, resolve, and plans just because of a few words from several centuries ago. Composing himself, Wang Chong flipped to the first page and continued reading. It was like he had gone from a wretched land to a glimmer of hope. Wang Chong suddenly felt his entire body lighten. Other than the warning on the first page of the halo of dusk stallion, the contents of the rest of the book exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. They were normal and calm, just like a very ordinary mantra for a technique. Although the words were very profound, to Wang Chong, who had seen even more profound and cryptic words, this was truly nothing. Casting aside his thoughts, Wang Chong quickly immersed himself in the mantra. The first cycle of the halo of dusk stallion was not very difficult, but one needed to be at the dragon bone level to cultivate it. Although it seemed like a simple requirement, it was actually extremely harsh. This was because the vast majority of the great clans, generals, and ministers only had the cultivation of the tiger bone level. Those who could reach the dragon bone level were few and far between. Basically, only the princes and princesses of the imperial household, or the important ministers and favored ministers of the court who had been rewarded by the Holy Emperor, could reach this requirement. Because Wang Chong cultivated the dragon bone art, he had barely managed to form the flood dragon bone, so he had just barely reached the requirements of the halo of dusk stallion. I was truly lucky. Wang Chong rejoiced in his heart. The flood dragon bone was probably the lowest requirement for this technique. If he had not been reincarnated, he probably would not have been able to cultivate the halo of dusk stallion, even if he had obtained it. At this moment, Wang Chong somewhat understood why Han Qinhu had said in his book that those who were not the pillars of the empire and had absolute loyalty could not cultivate this technique. This was because other than members of the imperial clan, only the pillars of the empire had a chance of receiving a dragon bone level technique as a reward. This time, Instructor Zhao has probably misunderstood. A thought flashed through his mind, and Wang Chong suddenly seemed to understand something. Given the level of the halo of Dusk Stallion, it could not have easily fallen into his hands. There was an 80 to 90% chance that Zhao Qinxiu and the other officers of the training camp had misunderstood, believing that this was his grandfather's idea. Given his grandfather's identity, status, and influence, he was naturally more than qualified to cultivate the halo of Dusk Stallion. But Wang Chong was well aware that this was definitely a misunderstanding. But even if he understood this, Wang Chong couldn't possibly explain it to him. Sometimes there were mistakes, and no matter what the training camp had misunderstood. But this technique truly was something he needed. Calming his mind, Wang Chong quickly began to cultivate the first cycle of the halo of Dusk Stallion. The path of the halo of Dusk Stallion was grand and domineering. Its first cycle required one to pass through 27 major acupuncture points, some of which were fatal or grievous. Let alone a true martial realm expert. Even a profound martial realm expert would find this path fraught with danger and find it difficult to accomplish. But Wang Chong was different. What he possessed was the knowledge and experience of the Holy Emperor realm. Buzz. Chapter 396. With the vision and experience of the Saint Martial realm, driving the first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion was a daunting experience without any mishaps. Cacklack. The crisp creaking of bones came from his body, and with a rumble, the 27 acupoints opened one by one. Several hours later, as the final acupoint was opened, the first circulation in Wang Chong's body finally took shape. At Wang Chong's dantian, the quantitative change turned to qualitative change. A green-black circulation the size of a thumb suddenly took shape. Although small, it was incomparably heavy. It exuded an aura as heavy as a mountain and a light as sharp as a blade. The halo of Dusk Stallion. At this moment, the aura exuding from Wang Chong's body became several times heavier, and a brand new energy surged through his body. Not only that, when Wang Chong formed the halo of Dusk Stallion, the quantitative change turned to qualitative change, and the final condition for breaking into the true martial realm was fulfilled. Boom! The laws of the world seemed to have been touched, and Wang Chong felt his mind shake, as if his entire soul had been jolted out of his body. At the same time, a brand new energy, imbued with the laws of the world, surged into his mind from space-time. Like rain after a long drought, Wang Chong's psychic energy, origin energy, and physical strength all instantly swelled by twofold. Not only that, the invisible energy that had been imprisoning Wang Chong this entire time also exploded. Wang Chong had already reached a bottleneck in the origin energy realm. But at this moment, as the barrier of cultivation shattered, a brand new world appeared before Wang Chong. There were no longer any obstacles in front of Wang Chong. Wonderful! Wang Chong leaped up from the ground. This wasn't the first time he had reached the true martial realm, but this surge in strength still made Wang Chong extremely excited. From the origin energy realm to the true martial realm, Wang Chong had finally obtained his wish. However, before he could rejoice for long, Wang Chong groaned and fell to the ground. At the same time, something unexpected happened. Boom! Fierce winds blew in the secret chamber. Not long after breaking into the true martial realm, the halo of Dusk Stallion within Wang Chong's body, which was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly unleashed a terrifying and unimaginable suction force. It was like his body had fallen into a black hole. The stellar energy in Wang Chong's body surged in reverse, all of it madly surging toward the fingernail-sized halo of Dusk Stallion. Not only that, but all of the origin energy in the depths of the void also surged in with Wang Chong as the center. Wang Chong had never experienced such a terrifying suction force before. Even his flesh and blood were being sucked in and kneaded into a ball. In an instant, Wang Chong's forehead was drenched in sweat. Bang! The door to the secret chamber was violently smashed open. Almost at the same time that Wang Chong fell to the ground, Huang Qin'er, who had heard the commotion inside, rushed in from outside. What happened to you? Huang Qin'er shot forward and grabbed Wang Chong's arm. At this moment, Wang Chong's face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. He looked unbelievably weak. He had said that he was going in to cultivate and that she would guard him for a while. Huang Qian'er had never imagined that Wang Chong would cultivate to this extent. Damn it, he can't have gone berserk, right? Huang Qian'er's complexion was extremely ugly. The Huang clan had sent her to protect Wang Chong. This was no longer just a matter of her relationship with Wang Chong, but the safety of the entire Huang clan. But if Wang Chong's cultivation went berserk, how could she explain this to the Wang clan and her clan? No matter how formidable she was, she couldn't protect him from a cultivation deviation. Just what are you thinking? Wang Chong didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Huang Qian'er's ever-changing complexion. He didn't need to think too much to know what Huang Qian'er was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not as bad as you think. You're also a true martial realm cultivator. Can't you sense my pulse? Huang Qian'er's mind wasn't a mess, but Wang Chong's reminder also made her realize what was going on. Grabbing Wang Chong's wrist, Huang Qian'er sensed the pulse in Wang Chong's body, and she immediately felt embarrassed. Although Wang Chong's breathing was weak and his face was pale, his pulse was very stable. There was no sign of cultivation deviation at all. Why are you squatting on the ground if you're fine? Huang Qian'er's face reddened as she flung Wang Chong's arm to the ground. Then, she stood up with a cold expression. Please, do I look like I'm fine? Wang Chong was truly infuriated. He had only said that he hadn't gone berserk. When did he say that he was fine? That's your problem. Since I won't die, I'll be going out. Huang Qian'er harumphed and walked out with a cold expression, still carrying her silver sword on her back. Looking at Huang Qian'er's cold back, Wang Chong could only smile bitterly. This woman was truly a loyal one, but Wang Chong really had no time to bicker with Huang Qian'er over such things. This is troublesome. Wang Chong smiled bitterly as he looked at the halo of dusk stallion in his body. Zhao Qinqiu had already said that cultivating this technique would place a heavy burden on the body. It would consume a large amount of origin energy and stellar energy, and it would even cause one's martial realm to deteriorate. But Wang Chong had not expected the consequences to be so severe. Not only did he not have a true martial realm cultivation, he had also fallen from true martial tier 1, origin energy tier 9, origin energy tier 8, all the way to origin energy tier 7. Just the first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion had caused him to fall by 3 realms. This is going to be bad. This is only the first layer, and I've already fallen by 3 realms. Won't the further I go, the more formidable it will be? Wang Chong sat on the floor and smiled bitterly. The most basic first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion had already caused one to fall by 3 realms. What would happen to the later layers? Wang Chong finally understood why so few people had been able to successfully cultivate such a powerful technique in his last life. It seems like I have to make a trip to the spirit vein. Wang Chong said to himself. His strength had fallen from true martial tier 1 to origin energy tier 7. This was a massive weakening. Fortunately, he had reached this level before, so as long as he had enough origin energy, he could still cultivate from origin energy tier 7, tier 8, tier 9, all the way back to true martial tier 1. All he needed was a little more time. However, the difficulty would be completely different from before. It would be much easier. After resting for a moment in the secret chamber, Wang Chong walked out. The autumn air was crisp, and smoke billowed from the spirit vein. Thick origin energy had condensed into visible white steam. Wang Chong sat cross-legged in the white steam, his eyes tightly shut. His body was faintly discernible, and he seemed peaceful and calm. From all around, surging origin energy was pouring into Wang Chong's body at an astonishing rate. After settling the matters in deflecting blade manner, Wang Chong rushed to the spirit vein on the same day to cultivate. The origin energy here was so thick that it far surpassed that of Shunwei, Longwei, and Kunwa training camps. In the Dragonbone art and Barbaric God art that Wang Chong had cultivated allowed Wang Chong to cultivate several times faster than an ordinary person. In just 5 or 6 days, Wang Chong had returned from Origin Energy Tier 7 back to Origin Energy Tier 8. The process was unimaginably easy. This was the difference between returning to one's original cultivation level and breaking into a new one. How comfortable! After some time, Wang Chong opened his eyes and stretched out his arms, his mood relaxed. This was the benefit of having a treasure. At this rate, he would be able to cultivate back to Tier 1 of the true martial realm. Not only that, for Wang Chong, opening the barrier to Tier 1 of the true martial realm was equivalent to opening the path to Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, all the way to Tier 9 of the true martial realm. At the very least, he would not encounter any more barriers until he reached the peak of Tier 9 of the true martial realm. Moreover, there were some true martial realm cultivation techniques that he could start cultivating. Everything was going so smoothly that it was inconceivable. I just don't know how my cousin is doing over there. Wang Chong suddenly thought of his cousin, Wang Liang. In order to search for the meteorites that had fallen on the outer islands, Wang Chong had prepared nearly 1 million taels of gold for Wang Liang, bought and built a large number of fortress ships, hired many martial artists, and even dispatched the clan's guard experts. All of this was on a massive scale and was time-consuming and laborious. But it was enough to show how much importance Wang Chong attached to this mission. Wang Liang was Wang Chong's cousin, and he was the only person he could truly trust. The meteorites scattered on the outer islands occupied an extremely important place in Wang Chong's grand plan. Without the meteorites, Wang Chong's plan would not be perfect, and he might even suffer massive losses. Now, 3 months had passed. Logically speaking, if the voyage had gone smoothly, they should have already reached the outer islands by following the sea monsoon. Although this world is very different from the one I'm familiar with, it's similar in many aspects. For example, the Wuzi steel from Sinnu or the existence of Yingzhou. If Wuzi steel can be found in Sinnu, then there's a high chance that meteorites can be found in those mountains in the outer islands. I wonder how they're doing now. Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground as he quietly said to himself. The weather in the outer islands was complex, with great waves, storms, lightning, thunderclouds. Too many things were affected. Moreover, there were no landmarks to speak of on the vast ocean. Even a carrier pigeon would probably get lost in a place like this. Sending messages was extremely inconvenient, so he could only wait for Wang Liang and the others to return. I hope that everything goes well, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he quickly closed his eyes. Right now, there was a limit to what he could do. He could only silently wait and pray that everything went well. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, the spirit vane quickly calmed down. Reef! Reef! Watch out for the reef at the bottom of the sea. Helmsman, full rudder to the left. Hurry! Watchman, tighten the rope on the flagpole. Lower the sail halfway. Hurry! Everyone, hold on tight to the rope. Hurry and get moving. The waves are coming. Watch out. Rumble. Following a deafening roar, a huge wave that was several hundred meters tall crashed down from above, toppling mountains and overturning seas. With a loud crack, a mast broke. At the same time, 7 or 8 sailors were thrown off the ship by the huge waves. In the blink of an eye, the 7 or 8 sailors disappeared in the waves. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. Rumble. The sky was filled with thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain continued to pour down, forming a dense line of rain between heaven and earth. On the mainmast of the ship, Wang Liang gasped for breath, inwardly rejoicing. I dodged another calamity. This thought flashed through Wang Liang's mind, and he suddenly rejoiced that he had listened to his cousin Wang Chong's advice. This ship was made of the sturdiest wood, and the nails on the ship's body were also far more than normal, although the cost of doing so was still high. However, this ship had withstood the huge waves time and time again, saving his life time and time again. Chapter 397. Crack! Another bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds overhead, striking Wang Liang awake. With no time to rejoice at having just escaped disaster, Wang Liang immediately issued a string of orders. Change course. Lower all the sails except for one. Helmsman, keep an eye on the situation ahead. All sailors, get into position. Whether or not we can survive will depend on ourselves. Coils of rope tied Wang Liang to the mainmast. It was precisely by relying on these coils of rope, soaked in seawater, that Wang Liang was able to protect himself in the storm and issue one order after another. From a tender youth to a dark-skinned captain, only Wang Liang knew what he had experienced in the last 4 or 5 months. The crew on the ship was now less than a third of its original size, and many of the guards of the Wang clan and those his father had assigned to him had died. He had experienced storms, civil strife, conspiracies, assassinations, doubts, divisions, starvation, forced abdication. Not even Wang Liang could count them all. This was an arduous journey that Wang Liang had narrowly escaped with his life, one that no historical records could record. From the self-confidence and smugness he had felt when he first left the port to the calm and tranquil life he had now experienced, only Wang Liang knew what he had experienced. When he first set out, he knew almost nothing about sailing, but now he was the most experienced captain of the entire fleet. To achieve this level of accomplishment in 4 or 5 months was something that an ordinary person could brag about for the rest of their lives. But Wang Liang had no such thoughts. Life could temper a person, but it could also make a person. Only he knew where this astonishing skill had come from. He knew nothing about sailing. His only advantage was learning. He studied day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep, doing his utmost to learn. From the helmsman to the sailors, all the crew members were his opponents in learning. In these 4 or 5 months, one disaster after another and one death after another had taught him how to rapidly grow on the ship. Watch out! The second wave. Careful! Although he had escaped disaster, the disaster was far from over. In front of the might of nature, the abilities of humans were insignificant. Whether it was a true martial realm expert, a profound martial realm expert, or an ordinary sailor, in front of the vast might of the world, they were all equal. There was no difference. In the face of the power of nature, everyone was as insignificant as ants. Once they fell from the ship into the boundless ocean, even if they were in the Xian martial realm, only death awaited them. If they wanted to survive, they had to be of one mind, work together, and cross the river together. But what Wang Liang was worried about was not this vast and unparalleled might of nature, but the elusive and unfathomable human heart. For 4 to 5 months, he drifted on the ocean, set foot on the island again and again, and returned disappointed again and again. Wang Liang had not found the meteoric metal Wang Chong had spoken of on these small islands. From the initial trust, to the longing for the treasure, to the disappointment, suspicion, and forced abdication. Now, the secret of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was no longer a secret to some of the higher-ups in the fleet. But everyone was suspicious. Even the Wang clan's own guards were shaken, and some were even roped in by their opponents. How could a person who had never been out to sea, who had never been there, know that there would be meteorites thousands of miles away? If there were meteorites, why had the fishermen of the other seas never discovered them? At the end of the day, this was just nonsense. The suspicion of Wang Chong, the suspicion of Wang Liang, the suspicion of the purpose of the fleet had never ceased. And with the deaths of so many crew members, the suspicion only continued to grow. Wang Liang's position as captain was now in jeopardy. Wang Liang was well aware that if he could not make any progress, what awaited him would be the same as the others, thrown into the depths of the ocean to be fed to the sharks. Boom! The crashing of the massive wave interrupted Wang Liang's thoughts and the tranquility of the fleet. Amidst the shrill screams, several more figures were washed off the ship by the waves. Wang Liang opened his mouth and was just about to issue a new order to adjust the fleet. A moment later, there was a heaven-shaking boom. It was like an invisible giant hand had smashed into the bottom of the ship. Wang Liang felt a pain in his chest. He felt like those coils of rope were digging into his flesh, and his organs were about to be jolted out of his body. Not good. The ship has hit a reef. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he heard a panicked voice. This was the last sound Wang Liang heard. His vision went black, and he knew nothing else. Splash. It was the sound of the surging of the sea. It seemed like only the snap of a finger, but it also seemed like 10,000 years. Wang Liang finally woke up from his coma. The seawater slowly surged under his body. Wave after wave of water surged over and then receded. There seemed to be some tiny creature crawling on his body. Cough, cough. Wang Liang coughed a few times, spitting out a mouthful of rising water and sand. When he opened his eyes, he saw blue water and sand. Several small crabs the size of a fingernail were crawling on his hands and body. How could I be here? His chest ached and his head felt swollen. Wang Liang couldn't understand why he was here. His last memory was that the ship seemed to have hit a reef and he had been thrown off. Was I thrown off the ship? Wang Liang's heart tightened, a hint of fear emerging in his heart. In the vast sea, without a ship, one could only wait for death. He struggled to his feet, and a moment later, Wang Liang was struck dumb. Just a few thousand feet away from him, a huge ship crashed head-on into a vertical cliff. The ship was half-tilted beneath the water, motionless. Wang Liang's entire body froze. The ship had run aground. In other words, what it had crashed into last night had not been some submerged reef, but a cliff. Wang Liang couldn't say a single word. The ship had not disappeared, and he had not been thrown off. This was undoubtedly something to be happy about, but the ship had run aground. The only silver lining in this misfortune was that the ship had not sunk. As long as he used some techniques to fix the leak, the ship could still continue its journey. Temporarily putting aside his thoughts, Wang Liang struggled to make his way to the island. His first priority was to find the rest of the crew. Since the ship had run aground here, the rest of the crew couldn't have gotten far. This was the first time Wang Liang had taken a look at the place he had drifted to. This was a lonely island. Strange rocks, each as tall as 2 or 3 people, stood on the island like a strange forest of stones. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the sunlight shone down from above, Wang Liang suddenly felt like the tops of these stones reflected a gloomy metallic luster. No, it wasn't an illusion. Wang Liang's eyes swept over the nearby rocks that had fallen off, and his entire body shivered. Under the mottled and peeling surface of the strange rocks, what was revealed was not brown rock, but pieces of metallic luster. This was the typical luster of metal ore. Wang Liang had once specially investigated for this operation, so he was extremely familiar with the color of this metal ore. Could it be? As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Liang could no longer suppress his excitement. But Wang Liang did not act rashly. After so many trials, he had gone from hope to disappointment, then to hope, then to disappointment. Wang Liang was already used to it. These were just metal ores, not necessarily the meteoric metal Wang Chong spoke of. He had already seen these kinds of metal ores, iron ores, copper ores, and of varying quality. The sheer number of ores was an eye-opener for Wang Liang. However, this place was far from the Central Plains, and a long period of time meant that these ordinary metal ores were not worth mining on a large scale. If these ores were also of that sort, then they would have no value at all. I hope it's the kind of ore I'm looking for. Wang Liang rubbed his hands, his mind uneasy. He knew in his heart that he couldn't go too far. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that the fleet could no longer advance under these conditions. There were no results, no harvest, and the people were not united. Food and water were all running out, and even the sturdy ship he had built with so much care had been severely damaged. He probably wouldn't have many chances to explore. He took in a deep breath and calmed his mind. With a clang, Wang Liang finally unsheathed the bai sword on his back. Wang Chong had given it to him before the operation. There was no way to distinguish meteoric metal from its color, and Wang Liang was not a professional blacksmith, so he could not distinguish it with the naked eye. But Wang Chong had taught him the simplest method. If one used the woozy steel sword to chop at it, if one could cut it in half or sink it several feet deep, then it was just ordinary metal, ordinary ore, and had no value at all. But if one could block the chop of woozy steel, or if the woozy steel could cut through it, it would only be able to cut into a relatively shallow layer. There was no question that this was meteoric metal. This was the simplest method of distinguishing meteoric metal. If it could block the chop of woozy steel, then even if it wasn't meteoric metal, the quality of this metal was infinitely close to that of meteoric metal. Clang! In the sunlight, a cold light flashed, and with Wang Liang's uneasy heart, the sword slashed at the exposed part of the jagged rock. For a moment, time seemed to drag on, and Wang Liang's eyes clang. As the sword swept past, Wang Liang saw that the woozy steel sword in his hand was stuck half an inch into the jagged rock, unable to go any further. Wang Liang suddenly froze. All the sounds in the world disappeared in that instant. The entire world was silent, and even time seemed to have stopped at that moment. Half an inch, half an inch. As he watched the woozy steel sword finally get stuck in a rock, Wang Liang's breathing almost stopped. Clang, 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 clang. In the next moment, Wang Liang seemed to have gone mad. His eyes red, he suddenly pulled out the woozy steel sword and madly hacked at the jagged rock again and again. Half an inch, half an inch, half an inch, half an inch. From top to bottom, every part of the rock was marked by the marks of Wang Liang's woozy steel sword. But without exception, they were all half an inch, some not even half an inch. The unstoppable woozy steel sword that could cut through iron like mud was actually only able to cut half an inch into this strange rock. Whoosh! As if agitated, Wang Liang's eyes went red as he suddenly began to peel away the mottled stone shell on the surface of the rock. Dark gold, dark gold. It was all dark gold. After peeling away the brown shell on the surface of this strange rock, what was underneath was actually mottled dark gold metal. Clang! Wang Liang suddenly threw away his sword. His eyes red. He raised his hands to the sky and roared with laughter. Ha ha! Success, I've succeeded. I've finally found the meteoric metal. Ha ha! At this moment, Wang Liang's voice resounded over the entire island. As he laughed and laughed, tears began to flow from his eyes. After so many trials and tribulations, after so many narrow escapes, he had finally found the meteoric metal that Wang Chong had spoken of in the outer islands. From childhood to adulthood, he had finally surpassed himself, truly accomplished something inconceivable. Chapter 398. Wang Liang's laughter alarmed the entire island. Slowly, one figure after another appeared in the stone forest. All the crewmen who had been washed up on the island were alarmed by Wang Liang's laughter. They walked over and stared in confusion at their captain. No one knew what was going on, nor why Wang Liang was laughing so wildly. Ha ha, set sail. We found our target. We can finally return to the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. Wang Liang raised his arm and laughed heartily. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. The several months of misfortune seemed to have finally come to an end. Good news came in wave after wave. Someone had discovered a dense forest of coconut trees on the island, all of them bearing large clusters of coconuts. This was the best source of fresh water. In addition, someone had discovered giant sea turtles and turtle eggs on the shore. On the island, there were also many small lizards that could swim short distances in the water and prey on the fish in the sea. This was the best meat. In an instant, the problems of fresh water and food that had plagued the crew for several months had been resolved. And this was not the end of the good news. At dusk, several large fortress ships suddenly appeared on the shore of the island. After the rain, the sun had cleared. They had finally followed the trail from last night to this island. After a long time, their luck had finally taken a turn for the better. More than 10 days later, after sufficient preparation, the extraterrestrial meteoric irons on the island had been collected, and the extraterrestrial meteoric irons on the nearby islands had also been searched. After replenishing a large amount of fresh water and food, all of the dozen or so tower ships had finally begun their long journey back to the island with full load. On the mountain of the spirit vein, Wang Chong sat cross-legged in the spiritual energy, motionless like a meditating monk. But his body exuded a tidal wave of energy. It had been more than 20 days since they had entered the spirit vein, and the energy exuded by Wang Chong's body had advanced by leaps and bounds, growing stronger and more intense. And now, it was finally about to reach a peak. Buzz! After some time, Wang Chong's eyes suddenly opened. With a whoosh, he leaped up for the ground and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar! Rumble! The mountains responded, one after another. I finally succeeded. Wang Chong did a somersault and landed on the ground. He was overjoyed. After more than 20 days of hard work, in addition to the medicinal pills he bought from Liu Zhang, Wang Chong finally, with the help of the rich yuan qi of the spirit vein, went all the way from the 7th level of origin energy to the 9th level, and finally returned to the 1st level of true martial realm. The current Wang Chong, be it strength, agility, or speed, cannot be mentioned in the same breath as before. A majestic energy aura surged within his body. This energy was sharp, vast, and filled with an oppressive feeling. It could not be mentioned in the same breath as when he was in the essence chi realm. This was stellar energy. Currently, Wang Chong's entire body was sparkling and translucent, incomparably pure. All of it was the aura chi of the true martial realm. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Chong fixed his eyes on a brown boulder that drilled out of the soil more than 200 feet away. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly launched 100 steps divine fist. This time, it was no longer pure yuan qi. Instead, it was a bright mass of stellar energy that streaked across the sky like a comet. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, the earth quaked, and the sky swayed. The top of the brown boulder suddenly exploded into pieces. The explosion set off a gale that blew the grass, shrubs, and leaves within a radius of more than 10 feet away. Even the white yuan qi mist drifted along, forming a huge vortex. Good. Seeing this, Wang Chong's eyes brightened. He suddenly opened his feet, and a thick stream of stellar energy flowed out of his body. Wang Chong took up a stance on the spirit vein and began a series of fist techniques. Shoulders and knees united, hands and feet united, eyes and heart united. Each of Wang Chong's moves was explosive, trembling, and shaking. The moves were not profound, but in Wang Chong's hands, they were immensely powerful. The vast stellar energy caused the air in a radius of several dozen zhang around Wang Chong to surge along with his fists like waves, shaking the air around him. The true martial realm did not have the strength to summon the spiritual energy of the world, but the stellar energy on Wang Chong's body could already indirectly affect the surrounding air currents. Boom, boom, boom. As Wang Chong stomped down, dirt and dust flew into the air. He was like a dragon in human form. Now, I can try on my halo of dusk stallion. Wang Chong's eyes brightened, and he suddenly let out a heaven-shaking whistle. The whistle continued for a long time. After some time, the neigh of Nei's horse came from the bottom of the mountain, followed by the galloping of hooves. Nei! In the thick fog, a muscular black silhouette appeared, its mane flapping in the wind. It charged into Wang Chong's chest, rubbing its head against Wang Chong's chest while its tongue licked Wang Chong's arm and cheek, a look of intimacy on its face. Ha ha! Little Shadow, enough, enough! Little Shadow's licking made Wang Chong's palm itch, and he couldn't help but stroke Little Shadow's glossy mane as he laughed. It had been almost 2 months since he had been injured. Little Shadow had not only completely recovered, his body had also grown taller and more muscular. Only after his bones were broken would he grow stronger. Little Shadow was currently in this state. In just a little more time, Little Shadow would reach adulthood. Patting Little Shadow on the back, Wang Chong mounted his horse and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Rumble! In the next moment, a green-black ring of light rapidly descended from Wang Chong's body and spread to the white hoof Shadow's feet. Rumble! The ring of light transformed into a massive and dazzling ring of ancient black thorns. At this moment, the auras of Wang Chong and the white hoof Shadow suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if they were mountains. Meanwhile, the white hoof Shadow's speed suddenly skyrocketed. With a fierce neigh and a metallic clatter, the green-black ring of light vibrated as Wang Chong shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the ring of light passed, the spirit vein mountain quaked. Rocks and trees swayed and were pulverized by the ancient black thorns. The ring of light was like the sharpest of swords, cutting through rocks, trees, weeds, and shrubs, razing everything in its path to the ground. And the metallic clatter of the ring of light resounded through the heavens, making one's heart palpitate. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, ha. As one with his horse, Wang Chong could feel the scenery on both sides of him speeding away. He couldn't help but heartily laugh, his mind in a carefree mood. The true martial realm and the origin energy realm were on completely different levels, and the halo of Dusk Stallion was also far superior to ordinary true martial realm war halos. Power, speed, agility. Under the effects of the halo of Dusk Stallion, these 3 most important abilities of a martial artist were all greatly enhanced. Wang Chong felt like he was a moving fortress. Not only was he incredibly heavy, he also possessed terrifying speed. When this weight and speed were combined, the resulting impact was extremely frightening. Wang Chong was even confident that if he were to do it again, even with the protection of the stellar energy Iron Cloak, Lee would still be heavily injured. Come, let us see just how much strength we have in the end. Wang Chong patted Little Shadow's back and said. They seemed to sense Wang Chong's intentions. The white hoof shadow turned its head to glance at Wang Chong, and then it increased its speed and pushed its strength to the limit. Rumble. Like lightning, the white hoof shadow left a long trail of white chi behind it as it fiercely crashed into a boulder 300 zhang away. Nay! Amidst the intense neighing of the horses, there was an earth-shattering boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and this rock, which was as tall as a person and made entirely of granite, instantly shattered into thousands of tiny pieces. The highest piece of rock even flew several dozen zhang into the air. Even Wang Chong was greatly surprised by this sight. Ha, wonderful! Resounding laughter resounded through the air. Riding on the white hoof shadow, Wang Chong looked at the cloud of dust with amazement in his eyes. He had originally thought that it would be quite impressive if the charge of the warhorse could shatter half the rock. He hadn't expected it to be able to shatter the entire piece of granite. Tier 3 of the true martial realm. No, it's at least at Tier 4 of the true martial realm. And it's almost at Tier 5 of the true martial realm. The result before him was completely outside of Wang Chong's expectations. This level of granite was incomparably sturdy. To shatter it, or even shatter a piece of it, wasn't very difficult. Anyone at Tier 1 or 2 of the true martial realm could do it. But to shatter it to such a degree, one had to be at least at Tier 4 of the true martial realm, perhaps even Tier 5. On the battlefield, the charge of cavalry relied on the strength of their battle prowess and their extreme speed to display a strength that far exceeded normal standards. This was vividly displayed in this attack. What filled Wang Chong with even greater anticipation was that this was only a small test of the halo of Dusk Stallion's might, and this was only the power of the first layer. As his strength progressed, once the peak power of this move and Little Shadow's unity of man and horse stabilized, it would definitely reach the peak of Tier 4 of the true martial realm, or even Tier 5 of the true martial realm. On the intense battlefield, this move was already extremely threatening. Is this the halo of Dusk Stallion? A voice came from his side. Wang Chong turned his head and saw a white-clothed, icy beauty slowly walking out of the white mist of the spirit vein, carrying a large sword on her back. Huang Qian'er's face was expressionless, but a strange light flickered in the depths of her eyes. As long as she stayed by Wang Chong's side long enough, many things were no longer secrets. This included the halo of Dusk Stallion on Wang Chong's body. As the renowned fairy of dainty hands of the capital, Huang Qian'er had always believed that Wang Chong's strength wasn't worth mentioning, or perhaps even beneath her. But even Huang Qian'er had to admit that this attack of Wang Chong's unity of man and horse was so powerful that it posed a threat even to her. If Wang Chong continued to progress at this rate, then her bodyguard would probably only exist in name, with nothing to do. Chapter 399. Haha, this is only the elementary halo of Dusk Stallion, and it's not very powerful. When I reach true martial tier 5, I should be able to cultivate the level 2 halo of Dusk Stallion. Wang Chong, unaware of Huang Qian'er's complicated thoughts, faintly smiled from atop his horse. The first layer of the halo of Dusk Stallion only required one to reach the true martial realm, But advancing to the second layer was not something that Wang Chang's current cultivation level could satisfy. Instructor Zhao was right. This secret art was indeed difficult to cultivate. Walala! Just as he was speaking, an air-piercing sound came from above him. This sudden voice attracted the attention of both Wang Chong and Huang Qian'er. The two of them looked up and saw a white carrier pigeon descending from the sky, flying towards Wang Chong. This is Wang Chong's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand, allowing the pigeon to land on it. Wang Chong undid the leggings on the pigeon's legs and took a look. He couldn't help but laugh. Good news really comes one after another. The corners of Wang Chong's mouth curled up, revealing a joyful smile. The letter was written by a Loyo and Arloja, but the message was about the faraway Hyderabad mine in Sindhu. After the gold was delivered, the deal was completed. After spending several months to increase production, the high priest of the Hyderabad mine in Sindhu had already prepared all the 1,000 June of Hyderabad or that Wang Chong needed, and he was transporting it as quickly as possible to the capital of the Tang dynasty. There was a time difference between Sindhu and Hyderabad. Judging from the date on the letter, it was written more than a month ago. In other words, the team transporting the Hyderabad ores had been on the road for at least 20 days. It seemed that in another month or so, he would be able to receive the ores from Sindhu and Hyderabad, although there weren't many of them at first glance. However, Wang Chong was well aware that this was probably the largest Hyderabad ore transaction in the world so far. Even the Abbasid Caliphate and Karak Spazinu would not be able to obtain more than him. The production of this metal ore was too low. Everything is on track. As long as the ores from Hyderabad were delivered, I can forge at least 1,000 Wuzi steel swords. This amount is already enough to equip an entire troop and be used in actual combat. At this moment, Wang Chong sat on the back of his horse, gripping the letter tightly. His heart was filled with relief. The Hyderabad ores had only been discovered for a short period of time. To be able to forge 1,000 Wutz steel swords in such a short period of time was probably the greatest achievement in the history of the Great Tang, not even in the foreign countries. In his last life, the powerful Mamelukes had yet to appear, but he was already one step ahead of them, gaining the qualifications to construct the first 1,000-man Wuzi steel army. These 1,000 soldiers weren't very powerful when placed against an infantry army of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. However, Wang Chong was well aware that as long as these 1,000 Wuzi steel swords were given to the elite cavalry, they would be able to display the full might of these 1,000 Wuzi steel swords, and they might even be able to influence the outcome of a battle. It had been a long time since he had come into contact with a Loyo and Arloja, and it was finally time for his efforts to bear fruit. What's wrong? Huang Qian'er looked at Wang Chong and said, Nothing. Wang Chong chuckled as he crushed the paper ball in his hand into powder. The relationship between the Wang and Huang clans was no longer as hostile, and the Huang clan had even expressed their allegiance. However, there were some core matters that Wang Chong still didn't want Huang Qian'er to know. At the very least, before she truly obtained his trust or trusted him enough to enter the core, Wang Chong still wanted to keep some secrets. Huang Qian'er's expression turned cold, and with a cold snort, she turned around and left in displeasure, continuing to cultivate. Wang Chong had opened up a special cultivation area for her on the spirit vein. By following Wang Chong, Huang Qian'er had also benefited greatly. As he watched Huang Qian'er's figure slowly vanish into the mist, Wang Chong chuckled and turned around, heading to another area where he was training. To Wang Chong, cultivating back to Tier 1 of the true martial realm was just the beginning. Next, by borrowing the dense spiritual energy of the spirit vein, he could begin his other plan for reaching the true martial realm. As the mist churned, Wang Chong's figure quickly vanished into the spirit vein. Thud! While Wang Chong was once more cultivating in the spirit vein, in the capital, a black falcon flapped its wings and flew into the Yao residence like an arrow. A few moments later, an experienced steward dressed in black rushed into the depths of the Yao residence, carrying a letter. In the depths of the Yao residence, Yao Guangyi, the head of the Yao clan, was seated upright and still. Next to him was a thin and haughty elder with a goatee and the appearance of a strategist. When the steward walked in, Yao Guangyi was drinking tea with the goatee elder. The steward froze for a moment before quickly lowering his head and walking up to Yao Guangyi's side. After whispering a few words into Yao Guangyi's ear, he handed over the letter. Yao Guangyi took it, glanced at it, and was instantly moved. "What's wrong?" Seeing that the two were talking, the goatee elder raised his head, his expression unhurried. "Sir, there's news from the west. That brat from the Long clan has been transporting something." Yao Guangyi quickly regained his composure, and without the slightest hesitation, he handed over the letter. He spoke with a respectful attitude, seeming to treat this goatee elder with great respect. As the head of the Yao clan with the support of the old master, Yao Guangyi's status could be said to be extremely stable. In the capital, there were very few people that could command such respect from him. Only people on King Qi's side could command such respect from him. And this was indeed the case. This thin, small, and unprepossessing elder with a goatee had just so happened to be one of King Qi's subordinates. In this period of time, in the Bureau of Military Personnel, Bureau of Punishments, and the Imperial Court, King Qi had been suppressed by the king of Song and the Wang clan. The people at his side had either been demoted or pushed aside, putting him at a disadvantage in every aspect. King Qi had also begun to recruit soldiers and bayonets, gathering all sorts of talents in preparation for a counterattack. The goatee elder before him was one of the experts King Qi had recruited and one of the most important. Although the Yao clan had an illustrious status, Yao Guangyi was well aware that King Qi's ambitions were limitless. His ambitions would not be satisfied with just the Yao clan, and King Qi's personality would not allow him to receive any special treatment just because of the Yao clan status. The old master had once said that when dealing with King Qi, one could not have the slightest bit of arrogance. No matter what decision King Qi made, who he sent, or what opinion he had, the Yao clan only needed to comply. Otherwise, they would only be courting disaster. Yao Guangyi had always firmly remembered this point. Hyderabad, or? The old man with the goatee merely glanced at it, and in the next moment, his originally calm expression vanished into thin air, and his cold eyes revealed a shocked expression. In the capital, the king of Song and King Qi were sworn enemies, and this naturally included the Wang clan. Wang Chan's Wuzi steel weapon had been a secret at the start, and no one knew what this Wuzi steel weapon was. But more than half a year had passed since then, and King Qi and the Yao clan had spent a great deal of energy and price on it. Wang Chan's Wuzi steel weapon was no longer a secret. A single Wuzi steel weapon could be sold for 70 to 80,000 taels of gold, perhaps even 200,000 taels of gold. Even to an imperial prince like King Qi, who had never cared much about money, such an enormous fortune was an extremely fatal temptation. The Wang clan's sudden rise to power posed an enormous threat to King Qi, and that enormous wealth and Wuzi steel weapon could not go unnoticed. At present, almost everyone in the imperial army, from top to bottom, had a favorable impression of the Wang clan. Even the opposing factions did not dare to lightly offend the Wang clan. The reason was those Wuzi steel weapons. It's not that simple. This time, more than 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad ore was transported. Yao Guangyi sternly said. Although he had only glanced at it, Yao Guangyi had already clearly seen the crucial content. As a strategist and general, this was a basic ability. The goateed elder did not say anything, but his heart fiercely twitched. After a long while, he could not help but let out a long sigh. What an enormous fortune. That's right, what an enormous fortune. Yao Guangyi agreed. The two men in the room suddenly sunk into a shocked silence. More than 1,000 junav, or could be sold for more than 100,000 taels of gold. This was an enormous sum, let alone the old man with the goatee. Even Yao Guang, he was frightened the moment he received the news. This was truly a sum of millions upon millions of taels of gold. The extravagance of that brat from the Wang clan had left even him, a perennial figure in the court, deeply shaken. The Yao clan had never been a small clan, but compared to this brat, they were truly lacking. Such an enormous fortune We can't miss it. After a long while, the goateed elder broke the silence, a look of excitement on his face. If such an enormous fortune were to be allowed to pass by, the heavens would not tolerate it. Moreover, the Wang clan was King Qi's sworn enemy. That's right, Yao Guangyi agreed, a rare occurrence. The Wang clan was already difficult to deal with. If they were to obtain such an enormous fortune, even the Yao clan would find it difficult to contend with them. No matter what, the Wang clan's operation this time had to be foiled. They absolutely could not be allowed to obtain it. Why don't we quickly inform His Highness King Qi? Yao Guangyi probed as he looked at the goateed elder. There's no need. His Highness has a multitude of affairs to attend to, and he is currently feeling vexed and having a headache. There's no need to trouble him with such matters. Otherwise, it will make us, his subordinates, seem untrustworthy. Lord Yao, don't you agree? The goateed elder said without hesitation. Chapter 400. As for Yao Guangyi's intentions, the goateed elder naturally understood. Thus, in the end, he had used Yao Guangyi's army. If something really did happen and King Qi blamed them, they would all be implicated. A strange look flashed through Yao Guangyi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Teacher speaks the truth. Yao Guangyi nodded. Although he had been testing the other party's words were not wrong. This matter truly was one that he should share King Qi's burden. Moreover, the 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad was no small matter. If they were allowed to smoothly transport it to the capital, the Wang clan would be like a tiger that had grown wings, and the Yao clan would be the one to suffer. Yao Guangyi cared more than anyone else about this matter. We must dispatch experts to intercept this shipment as quickly as possible. Right now, our greatest advantage is that the Wang clan still doesn't know that we've discovered their secret. As long as we move fast enough, we can make it in time. However, that convoy also has quite a few experts, all of them great monks from Sindhu. It won't be easy for me to snatch the Hyderabad from their hands. As Yao Guangyi spoke, he turned to the goateed elder, his meaning clear. The 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad was no small matter, and Sindhu clearly viewed this matter with great importance. Based on the information, there were at least 20-some powerful Sindhu monks guarding the Hyderabad, and there were quite a few experts among them. Snatching food from the jaws of tigers from the hands of these Sindhu monks was no easy task. Without enough top-class experts, it would be impossible. Yao Guangyi had no problem, but in terms of experts, the Yao residents had no more than King Qi. King Qi had always been in the habit of recruiting experts, and his residence was already filled with experts and talents. King Qi himself was even a top-class expert. Compared to the King Qi residents, the experts of the Yao residents were like a chestnut in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. It was clearly better for the people at King Qi's side to appear. If General Yao is worried about this matter, leave it to me. I can handle this matter. There was no need for Yao Guangyi to say anything. The goateed old man laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he took on the responsibility. With a proud expression, he took the initiative to do it. However, sir, the strength of those Sindhi monks is not to be underestimated. There are many of them, and their strength is at least at tier 7, 8, or 9 of the true martial realm. There's even one at tier 1 of the profound martial realm. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. It was just that they wouldn't be able to return. Yao Guangyi kindly reminded. Although he was very happy that the goateed old man had taken charge of everything, this matter was equally important to the Yao family. Yao Guangyi had no choice but to remind him of some things. Don't worry, General Yao. They're just some monks in the 7th, 8th, and 9th tier of martial realm. Even if he was a profound martial realm expert, it wouldn't be a big deal. This old man is highly regarded by the King of Qi and is able to mobilize a few experts. The goateed elder stroked his beard, his expression rather conceited. Yao Guangyi nodded slightly, not daring to underestimate this old man. To be able to obtain King Qi's trust, these people naturally had their own outstanding qualities. Since Sir says so, this Yao can rest easy. If possible, I hope that Sir won't mobilize the experts of the estate. The previous ambush has already attracted the attention and dissatisfaction of the Wang clan and the King of Song. If we leave behind any evidence, not even His Divine Majesty will be able to answer, Yao Guangyi warned. Yao Guangyi warned. It hadn't been long since Wang Chong had been ambushed on the official road and nearly lost his life. If King Qi and the Yao family were to make another move and leave behind evidence, even the Holy Emperor would begin to feel dissatisfied. Having served in the imperial court for so many years, Yao Guangyi was well aware that the Holy Emperor simply didn't care about these minor details, nor did he have the heart to care about them. But there were some things that could only be done once. If one went too far, even His Majesty wouldn't ignore them. His Majesty just didn't want to pay attention to some things, but he definitely wasn't feigning ignorance. Anyone who believed that His Majesty was truly muddle-headed would truly be a fool. General Yao, be at ease. We won't attract the attention of the Wang clan and the King of Song. The goateed elder waved his hands without hesitation as he proudly declared. As a steward of the King Qi residence, if he didn't even have such means, he would have wasted King Qi's trust. Oh, Yao Guangyi's eyelids twitched. For the first time, he was astonished. Forgive this Yao for speaking out of turn, but where did Sir find such an expert? To deal with this group, escorting the Hyderabad oars, one had to be a profound martial realm expert at the very least. An expert of this level was no small matter, and even the Yao clan would find it difficult to invite them. Aha, General Yao, I won't hide it from you. I know a few people on the road. I wonder if General still remembers that Iron Cloak Li who lived near Longxi? The goateed elder stroked his beard. Iron Cloak Highwayman. Yao Guangyi's eyes flashed. He still had a deep impression of the Iron Cloak Highwayman who had nearly killed Wang Chong's group. Alas, they had failed on the verge of success. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in so much trouble right now. Does Sir know such an individual? Yao Guangyi immediately understood. Haha, General Yao's reaction is truly fast. No wonder King Qi thinks highly of you. Indeed, I do happen to know such an individual. However, this person is much more formidable than the leader of the Iron Cloak Highwaymen. On the road to the western regions, this person is without a doubt the king of bandits. His cultivation has long reached the profound martial realm, and he has countless experts under his command. With this person's appearance, no matter how formidable the King of Song and the Wang clan are, they won't be able to implicate us. The goateed elder stroked his beard, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Yao Guangyi was greatly surprised by these words. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this frail-looking elder. If he really did know such an individual, then he was unquestionably the best candidate for this operation, and the operation would be flawless. It's wonderful that Sir has such a candidate. As long as we can seize that batch of, or the Wang clan is certain to suffer a heavy blow. Yao Guangyi nodded, his mind much more relaxed. This is not a small amount of wealth. Once this matter is over, we can transport this batch of, or to the capital. If His Highness King Qi can obtain the aid of this batch of Hyderabad, or he will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and he will definitely value us even more. The goateed elder nodded. This was his ultimate goal. Yao Guangyi froze, and then he bitterly smiled. Sir's idea is quite good, but it's not very practical. Oh, is General Yao not tempted? This is hundreds of millions of taels of gold. The goateed elder said with a frown. Ah, Sir misunderstands my meaning. Yao Guangyi helplessly said. It's not that I don't want to use this, but that even if we get our hands on it, it's useless. In the entire world, only that brat can run the business of Wuzi Steel. This is also his exclusive business. Although he had spent a great deal of effort to understand, this person clearly did not have a very good understanding of the Yao clans and King Qi's opponents. General Yao, what do you mean? Are you saying that only they can have the Hyderabad, and we can't? When the time comes, we just need to lie and say that we bought it from Sindhu. The goateed elder was somewhat displeased. It's useless. The Hyderabad, is that brat's exclusive business? Yao Guangyi bitterly smiled. Without hiding anything, He explained what he had learned from the Court of Judicial Review about the contract between the Wang clan and Hyderabad, which allowed the Wang clan to monopolize the Hyderabad or business of the Central Plains. The goateed elder stared in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. That brat might be young, but he's extremely meticulous. Sir hasn't interacted with him for long, so it's normal for you to not understand him. In the future, Sir will understand. In the entire Wang clan, Wang Yin and Wang Gung aren't even worth mentioning. Wang Jin is inflexible, and the only one who can truly threaten us is that brat. If not for that, how could we have lost in the last operation? Yao Guang, he said. The goateed elder was stunned. He had only been a subordinate of King Qi for a short period of time. There were many things that he did not understand as thoroughly as Yao Guang did. He had originally believed that his opponents were the Wang clan and the King of Song, but it now seemed that the truth was different for what he had understood. But we don't need to leak this matter. As long as we secretly forge a woozy steel sword, isn't it all the same? The goateed elder said. It's useless. The woozy steel sword truly was forged from Hyderabad ore. But Hyderabad ore alone isn't enough to forge a woozy steel sword. I won't hide it from you. In truth, I've already done what you just mentioned. However, this is what I produced. Yao Guang, he opened the drawer and took out a pitch-black metal sword. This is a woozy steel sword? The goateed elder was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his eyes as he stared at that swarthy, seemingly no different from an ordinary sword. If not for Yao Guang Yi's explanation, he would never have dared to believe that this sword was forged from Hyderabad, or this was a far cry from the gorgeous, shiny, demonic, and incomparably sharp weapons sold by the Wang clan. I also didn't want to believe that this was forged from Hyderabad, or only when I personally watched from the side did I finally confirm that this was a weapon forged from Hyderabad, or as Yao Guang Yi spoke, he took out a second swarthy sword from the drawer. There was no doubt that this sword was also forged from Hyderabad, or although these iron swords were very short, only about a foot long, they all looked exactly the same, and all of them were unremarkable. But doesn't the capital's Zhang clan also produce woozy steel swords? As long as we forcefully abduct a few people and have them help us practice our swords, wouldn't it be the same? The goateed elder said somewhat unwillingly. Sigh. Yao Guang sighed once more. This is where the problem lies. All the craftsmen of the capital Zhang clan are only forging sword embryos. The most crucial, as well as the final step of forging, is completely grasped in that boy's hands. It can be said that besides him, no one in the entire Tang dynasty knows how to forge that kind of woozy steel sword. Even if we snatch that 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or I'm afraid we still won't be able to forge the woozy steel sword we want. The goateed elder sat there in a daze, as dumb as a wooden chicken. Previously, when Yao Guang had said that the boy's work was watertight and meticulous, he hadn't believed it and had thought nothing of it. But at this moment, he suddenly realized just how watertight that boy was. Chapter 401. This is 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or a fortune worth nearly 100 million taels of gold. Are we sure that we don't have a way? The goateed elder muttered to himself. He had to admit that he had never imagined such a situation. There was clearly such a good opportunity, such a large piece of meat, but he just couldn't eat it. Without the forging skills of woozy steel, these ores were useless to them. That's not necessarily true. Yao Guang, he said after a few moments of thought. Oh. The goateed elder raised his head, a questioning look in his eyes. I heard that the Arabs and Carrick Spazinu of the West have some experience in forging Hyderabad, or although we can't use it ourselves, we might be able to sell it to them. That's all we can do. The goateed elder sighed. Although he didn't have much understanding of Hyderabad, or he knew that the difference between raw material and finished product was enormous. A finished woozy steel weapon was worth tens of thousands of taels in the Central Plains, but in raw, or it would only be worth a few hundred taels. This was far from what he had expected, but it was better than nothing. After all, they wouldn't be able to use it in their hands. The two swarthy objects in Yao Guang Yi's hands are the best proof of this. I'll notify the other side and have them seize the ore as quickly as possible. Have them bury it on the spot. Once this matter has passed, we'll contact the Arabs. Let's just let them have the Hyderabad ore. The goateed elder reluctantly said. Yes, that's all we can do. Yao Guang, he also sighed. Although he had appeared calm, how could Yao Guang he not be moved by the prospect of 100 million taels of gold brushing past his hand? His words were indifferent, but his heart was filled with regret. If weeds aren't cut by the roots, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Although we've robbed them of this business, this isn't a long-term solution. The goateed elder lightly rapped the table twice, his eyes turning to Yao Guang. General Yao, your Yao clan has many connections. Can't you think of a way to cut off this business of the Wang clan from the source? If we could cut it off at the source, wouldn't we be able to solve this problem once and for all? The goateed elder said. Yao Guangyi's eyes lit up, and he was greatly tempted. Sindhu was weak and impoverished, unable to compare to the Central Plains. If a group of experts were to be sent to the Hyderabad mine to control the mine from the source, it might really be the end of the matter once and for all, a real plan to wipe out the family. The only problem was that Sindhu was far from the Central Plains, and he wasn't familiar with the terrain. It would probably take at least 3 to 4 months. But the benefits were also obvious. Although the Yao clan and King Qi could not touch the Wang clan, much less Wang Chong, they could still send experts to Sindhu to make trouble. Even if the Holy Emperor knew about it, he would not blame him. There were some things that couldn't be said as long as they didn't fall out. There was no need to worry about the Holy Emperor. Yao Guangyi's gaze was used to looking at his own country, dealing with the affairs of the Central Plains. Here, he was inferior to the goateed old man. He had just arrived, but his vision was even more far-sighted. That's a good plan, mister. However, I'm afraid that our Yao clan won't be able to do this alone. I'm afraid we'll need mister's help. Yao Guangyi said, General Yao, be at ease. I'll make arrangements for King Qi. The goateed old man stroked his beard and smiled. For the first time, the two of them had reached an agreement on this matter. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a black falcon flew out of the capital like a bolt of lightning. At almost the same time, the experts of King Qi and the Yao clan set out from the capital, meeting up and heading toward the distant Sindhu. The winding mountains stretched out in a continuous chain. After passing through Longxi and heading northwest for several thousand miles, there was a vast desert. The mountain winds howled, and traces of weathering and desertification could be seen everywhere. This was Qixi, the only path to the western regions. Qixi was under the rule of Qixi Protector General Fomenlinta, the imperial great general. But not even Fomenlinta had much control over this region. The vast Gobi Desert was a product of nature. Before the power of nature, even the power of the empire paled in comparison. Many bandits, brigands, and bandits had grown around the Qixi Desert. The desert was the best barrier. As long as one plunged into the desert, not even the imperial army would be able to reach them. And in the northwest of the Qixi Desert was a place called Mount Xiongqi. Heat waves surged, and sand was everywhere. In this place called Mount Xiongqi, it was unknown how many bandits and highwaymen were stationed here. Beneath their feet, dazzling halos could be seen. Who knew how many true martial realm experts there were at Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6, and even Tier 7 and 8? Rumble. It was noon, and the world was filled with billowing white waves. It was the hottest time of the day. Suddenly, the ground beneath the surrounding sand began to shake, and waves of rumbling came from all directions of Mount Xiongqi. The sand was shaking violently, and the ground was shaking incessantly, as if something huge was about to drill out of the ground. Nay, the warhorses neighed. All the warhorses in a radius of several dozen li sensed this uneasy aura and began to move restlessly, some even standing on their hind legs. Warhorses were far more sensitive to this sort of aura than humans. However, unlike their steeds, all of the bandits and highwaymen who sensed this sight began to howl in excitement. Many of the brigands even took out their wineskins and began to guzzle while laughing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Ha ha! It's exactly the same as yesterday. It's time for the gang master to train again. Extreme heat, extreme yang, and extreme toughness. Where else could there be a better place for the gang master to train than this desert? Haha, look at these new brats. We haven't even started, but they're already so scared. How can they follow the gang master like this? That's right. Come, throw a few of them into the sea of sand. With this bit of courage, they don't have the right to follow the gang master. The bandits excitedly laughed, the anticipation in their eyes deepening. Rumble. With a tearing sound, with Mount Xiongqi as the center, the sea of sand began to seethe and suddenly crack open. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of rocks, large and small, densely packed together, seemed to come to life as they rose from the ground under the influence of an invisible power. Boom, boom, boom. The large rocks weighed nearly 1,000 jin, while the small ones weighed several dozen jin. After rising into the sky, they did not fall back down, but instead hung motionlessly in the air. In an instant, all of Mount Xiongqi fell silent. Even though they had seen this miraculous sight countless times, every time they saw it, they still felt a powerful shock and impact. It was like seeing it for the first time. This is incredible. What a miracle. Besides the gang master, who else could do this? On the ground, countless gazes were filled with envy, fear, and deep reverence as they stared at this miraculous sight. A true martial Tier 4 bandit didn't even realize that the wine in his wineskin had spilled out and soaked his clothes. This was no miracle, nor was it some unfathomable might of the heavens. Everything was the result of human effort. It was the power of their gang master. Whoosh! The wind howled, sending sand and rocks flying. Almost at the same time as the boulders flew out of the ground, the world's origin energy in all directions seemed to be attracted by something, surging majestically towards the center of Mount Xiongqi. Clang! The loud sound of steel rang in everyone's ears. Just as everyone was looking up, a huge black steel rushed down from the top of the mountain like a wave, stopping halfway up the mountain. Then there was another roar, and the second ring of black steel rushed down again, covering the first ring of steel and continuing to expand outwards. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 enormous and heavy black thorny halos enveloped the entire Mount Xiongqi. The last one, which was also the largest, even released a heavy aura that was as heavy as the earth. These 7 massive halos of thorns combined to form the most primitive and powerful ring of light, the Ring of Earth. These 7 rings of light were filled with the thick aura of the laws of the earth. In front of this ring of earth that was as heavy as a wall, the true martial tiers 7, 8, and 9 martial artists were all insignificant. This was a huge power that only a high-level Xin martial realm expert could possess. Buzz! Tens of thousands of rocks scattered through the air were first motionless, and then they began to tremble and groan. Next, all the sand and gravel began to gather under the influence of an invisible force, shrouding the entire area in a hazy haze. It had been a scorching noon when the sun was at its strongest, but the surroundings of Mount Xiongqi were so shadowy that even the sky was obscured. Under the shadow of this sky-obscuring dust, all the bandits lost their luster and fell silent. Rumble. After some time, the boulders fell back down and the dust settled. All the floating boulders fell back down, and the fissure in the ground closed up once more. The sand and gravel closed up from all directions. In the blink of an eye, everything was gone. The entire sea of sand returned to its original state, without a single trace of change. It's over. The gang master has finished his cultivation. What a pity. I'm afraid the gang master is about to wake up. The bandits looked at their surroundings, slowly calming down, each of them longing for more. Chapter 402. Boom! With a massive boom, dust roiled from the summit of Mount Xiongqi as a stone door opened and a tall and slender figure walked out. Beneath his feet, a shrunken ring of earth spread out. It emitted an aura as heavy as a mountain, making his body seem even more powerful. Without any signs or gestures, the man simply stood there like a pillar that could support the heavens. Naturally, he became the center of the world, instantly suppressing the auras of all the bandits and highwaymen in a radius of several dozen li. An enormous aura swallowed the heavens and enveloped the entire area, and the mood instantly became extremely heavy. Paying respects to Gang Master, a loud voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The thousands of bandits and highwaymen around Mount Xiongqi dismounted from their horses and knelt down at almost the same time. The ferocious and bloodthirsty bandits who viewed human life as nothing more than grass all lowered their prideful heads at this moment, showing respectful and submissive expressions towards the man on the mountaintop. From Longxi to the western regions, all the bandits and bandits, whether they were here or not, had to submit to this man. On the entire road to the west, this was the true king, the king of bandits, the lord of the sea of sand. No matter where the bandits were, they would send generous gifts every year to show their respect. Rise! A resounding and magnetic voice resounded in everyone's ears. On the summit, the man's sleeves fluttered as he extended a hand. "Thank you, Gang Master." With a burst of resounding voices, countless bandits and bandits stood up. From Longxi in the east to the western regions in the west, the dragon bandit's reputation was like the noon sun on the road to the west. There was no one who did not know the name of Black Dragon Zhao, the true leader of all bandits. After several decades of fame, Black Dragon Zhao had gathered many top-class experts under his banner, including several hundred true martial Tier 7 and Tier 8 experts. Moreover, he was extremely familiar with the geography of Qixi and had become one of the most powerful factions on the road to the west. Kree! Just as everyone was getting up, a long howl suddenly broke the silence. Everyone raised their heads and saw a massive pitch-black falcon shooting down from the clouds like an arrow, flying straight toward Black Dragon Zhao. For a moment, all was silent. Black Dragon Zhao's eyes flashed, and he immediately extended his hand, allowing the sharp-eyed night falcon to land on his arm. With a wave of his arm, a ferocious-looking highwayman walked forward and tossed a large piece of fresh horse meat into the night falcon's mouth. Black Dragon Zhao nodded, then took the letter from the night falcon's leg. "Hee, you're finally here." After reading the contents of the letter, Black Dragon Zhao crumpled the paper into a ball, an expression of anticipation in his eyes. After waiting for so long, he had finally gotten the news he wanted. "Get ready. We're leaving immediately." Shattering the ball of paper in his hand, Black Dragon Zhao threw it aside and gave the order to attack. Boom! In an instant, the originally silent crowd of bandits burst into a tsunami of cheers. The entire Mount Xiongqi was filled with jubilation. After such a long time, the gang leader was finally going to take action again. Everyone knew that gang leader would not easily make a move. Something that was worthy of him taking action was definitely something big. Ha! A smile appeared on Black Dragon Zhao's lips as he gazed at the mountain of bandits and highwaymen filled with excitement. As the uncrowned king of the road to the west, Black Dragon Zhao had long since ceased to care about wealth. At his level of strength, there was only one thing he cared about, and that was power. But he was not some king of bandits. What he wanted was that kind of real power. And now, this letter was providing him with precisely this sort of opportunity. As long as he could complete the task mentioned in the letter, he would be able to smoothly establish a relationship with King Qi. King Qi's status, authority, and the bandits under his control would assuredly bring him to a higher level, a height that he had never dared to imagine before. At the very least, those several dozen monks from Sinda were not what he needed to worry about. At this moment, Black Dragon Zhao's eyes exploded with ambition. "Let's go." In a flash, Black Dragon Zhao waved his hand and led the entire dragon bandits through the sea of sand, charging in the direction of the caravan carrying the Hyderabad ore. What? The convoy carrying the Hyderabad ore has been robbed. Several days later, on the Spirit Vein Mountain, Wang Chong's face was brimming with shock. He almost didn't dare to believe his ears. How could this be? The matter of the Sin the High Priest delivering 1,000 June of Hyderabad ore to him had been an extremely secretive one. In the entire capital, there were very few people besides him who knew about it. Just a few days ago, he had been waiting for this 1,000 June of Hyderabad or to be delivered to the capital. He hadn't expected that it would be robbed just a few days later. The sudden news had thrown Wang Chong's mind into chaos. This was extremely important to him. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. This was not something as simple as wealth. Young master, I've already verified this matter. There's no doubt about it. Eagle also had a grave expression. He currently had an extremely heavy mission. After Wang Chong had gone to the Spirit Vein Mountain to cultivate, he had left almost everything to him, whether it was the Wang clan, the training camp, or the Hyderabad, or all the channels of the Wang clan were available for him to use. Several days ago, when our Loja and Ablonidin's letter had arrived, Eagle had almost immediately taken action. Not only had he sent people to receive them, he had even dispatched the fastest falcon to the western regions to keep watch. Who did this? Wang Chong clenched his right hand into a fist as he took in a deep breath. Now that it had happened, the urgent task at hand was to get the orb back as quickly as possible. It was Qi-Shi's dragon bandits. Old Eagle said, but his answer was surprisingly straightforward. Even Wang Chong was taken aback. He had originally believed that this sort of matter wouldn't be so easy to uncover. These fellows never even thought about hiding their tracks, swaggering over to plunder. They even left behind the insignia of their bandits. Just what is the background of this dragon bandits? Wang Chong asked. In his last life, he had never paid any attention to these matters, so he had never heard of this Qi-Shi dragon bandits. The eagle also did not hesitate, immediately telling Wang Chong everything he knew. As a former member of the Bureau of Justice, he truly didn't know much more about these matters than Wang Chong. Wang Chong instantly fell silent. A bandit king that ruled from Longxi to Qi-Shi to the western regions. It had to be said that all of this had exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. But even now, we still don't know why the dragon bandits did this. In the past, the dragon bandits would never plunder ores. In normal circumstances, only gold and silver would attract their attention. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they know the price of Wuzi steel, so they plundered this batch of Hyderabad or to extort and threaten us. Eagle said, no, they definitely aren't using this to extort and threaten us. Wang Chong had a pensive look on his face as he waved his hand without hesitation. How can young master be so sure? The eagle was somewhat surprised. A tiger would never fight with a stray dog for food, and a lion would never team up with a hyena. Other bandits might be able to extort, but a bandit king like Black Dragon Zhao would never do something like this. He definitely has a deeper reason for doing this. The eagle's eyes widened at these words, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Young master isn't planning to say, correct. This matter definitely has something to do with the Yao clan and King Qi, Wang Chong firmly declared. But isn't the time a little too short? They might not have reacted so quickly, right? The eagle said in disbelief. Although he had also suspected the Yao clan and King Qi, the relationship between the two sides was obvious. But the eagle still felt that they might not have reacted so quickly. There's definitely a monster behind this abnormal situation. You said it yourself. Although the dragon bandits have a habit of plundering, Boss Black Dragon Zhao rarely takes action. Moreover, he has so many bandits paying their respect to him every year, so why would he plunder my Hyderabad or... When did the bandits start forging swords again? If no one was directing him, he would never do such a thing. Wang Chong sneered. If you want to know if the Yao clan and King Qi did it, the method is very simple. The eagle sent someone to investigate. See how the Yao clan and King Qi residents have been doing these past few days. If the Yao clan and King Qi residents are still as noisy as before, then it might be their doing. If they're exceptionally quiet, then there's no need to ask. It's definitely their doing. The eagle's speed was faster than he had imagined. A night falcon flew out. In less than an hour, the people of the capital had finished Wang Chong's test for the eagle. Bang! Wang Chong fiercely punched, shattering the stone. It really was them. Wang Chong's complexion was ashen. The eagle's complexion was also rather unsightly. Wang Chong's conjecture had been correct. The Yao residence and King Qi, which had always been aggressive and noisy, had been abnormally calm in the last few days. This situation was clearly abnormal. "Young master, what should we do next?" the eagle asked. Whether or not the Yao clan and King Qi had done this was no longer the problem. The problem was how to find the Hyderabad, or 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or was no small sum. Even though the eagle didn't have much understanding of Wuzi steel swords, he knew that the value of this or was astronomical. Even to the great clans of the capital, this was an unimaginable number. In short, the Yao clan and King Qi had dealt a heavy blow to Wang Chong. This time, they had struck Wang Chong's weak spot. Wang Chong said nothing, his complexion extremely unsightly. He had never been in such a situation before. From the intelligence gathered by the eagle, the dragon bandits had many experts, more than 1,000 of them. Their boss, Black Dragon Zhao, was a high-level, profound martial expert. Even if Wang Chong fought to the death, he wouldn't be able to deal with a person of this level. Moreover, Qi Shi was Protector General Foman Linta's territory. This was his mortal enemy. In the regional commander's incident, Foman Linta had been the one who wanted Wang Chong dead the most. In his territory, Wang Chong could not let him know that he had lost 1,000 June of Hyderabad, or else he would be in even more trouble. As for the Yao clan and King Qi, last time, he had been ambushed by them on a training mission and almost died on the way. If the Wang clan dared to leave the capital this time, Wang Chong was sure that they would intercept and kill them on the way. Moreover, unlike last time, when dealing with him, if it was just the experts of the Wang clan, these two clans would have no qualms about attacking. Wang Chong had a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Chapter 4:03. All was quiet on the Spirit Vein Mountain. Eagle looked at Wang Chong, his brow tightly creased. He was only skilled at taming eagles and birds, and this had delayed his cultivation on the martial path. With his cultivation at Tier 9 of the true martial realm, even if he was half a step into the profound martial realm, he was still no match for Black Dragon Zhao. Moreover, Black Dragon Zhao had countless bandits and brigands under his command. In this regard, Eagle was also creasing his brow. If only Brother Ma and the others were here. Eagle thought of Ma Yinlong. After dealing with King Sojurim, Ji Yinlong had left, Solitary Wolf had been sent to Jiannan, and Iron Arms had been dispatched by Wang Chong on a secret mission. They wouldn't be able to return for some time. If the three of them were here, although they still wouldn't be able to compare to Black Dragon Zhao, who was a profound martial rank 7 dragon bandits, they would at least be able to take care of him. It seems like I can only call him. Wang Chong suddenly gave a long sigh. Who is young master speaking of? Old Eagle's entire body shivered. At this time, he truly couldn't think of anyone who could resolve the situation before him. Wang Chong only smiled, not replying. 8 hours later, a travel-worn Li Sai appeared in front of Wang Chong from deflecting Blade Manor. As he gazed at the 2-meter-tall Li Sai, his body brimming with explosive power and pressure, Wang Chong couldn't help but inwardly sigh, somewhat unwilling. Wang Chong's original intention had been to think of a way to delay Li Sai until the beginning of spring, preferably until the war in the south broke out. But the current situation was so urgent that he couldn't afford to worry about such things. This 1,000 June of Hyderabad was one of the most important things in Wang Chong's plan. Without this 1,000 June of Hyderabad or to forge the Wuzi steel sword, when that thing happened, he would be useless. All the effort and time he had put into it before had become meaningless. As the future invincible general, a valiant existence who could single-handedly turn the situation of the entire battlefield, Li Sai was Wang Chong's only. You better think it through. You only have one chance. Li Sai looked down at Wang Chong with a smile on his face. His voice rumbled like thunder. After waiting for so long, Wang Chong finally came to beg him. As long as he completed this task, he would be able to return to the western region in broad daylight. Of course, Wang Chong said without hesitation. Looking around, Li Sai was probably the only one who had this ability. Good. I was just waiting for you to say this. Li Sai raised his head to the sky and laughed. Without another word, he turned and left. What Black Dragon Zhao? What dragon bandits? His goal was to conquer the western regions and pacify all the kingdoms. How could a trifling bandit block his path? Wait a moment. Wang Cheng suddenly called out. What? Kid, do you want to go back on your word? Li Sai rumbled like a mountain as he turned around and stared at Wang Cheng said, You're wrong. Give me 3 days. I feel like you're still lacking a suitable weapon. Wang Cheng seriously said. Oh, Li Sai hesitated. He originally wanted to refuse, but after some thought, he still nodded. He didn't feel like he needed any special methods to deal with a band of bandits. But the lack of a suitable weapon for his physique truly was a shortcoming. Ever since he left the mountain, he had never found a suitable one. Fine. Li Sai finally nodded. After leaving the mountain, Wang Cheng returned to his home. After his last weapon, it had been a very long time since Wang Cheng had personally forged a weapon. Wang Cheng took a ruler and personally measured Li Sai's height, the width of his palm, the ratio of his upper body to lower body, and the thickness of his shoulders. Then, he spent another day drawing up a blueprint before burrowing into the cave. Unlike any other time, Wang Cheng brought 4 pieces of Hyderabad ore into the cave. This was a quality that surpassed any previous forging. Even Li Sai, who was originally indifferent, became interested in this. How could he not care about his first weapon? Clink, clink, clang, 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 clang. Clink, clink, clang. Inside the cave, the ear-piercing sound of metal rumbled incessantly. Sparks flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed out from inside. From night to day, from day to night, Wang Cheng did not rest or sleep, pouring all his energy into this task. This operation was related to his entire plan, and failure was not an option. Thus, Wang Cheng placed an unprecedented amount of importance on this task. Allocate 1 million taels of gold and find me the best inscription master in the capital, the strongest inscription master. In one day, I want this sword to be inscribed with enough sharpness, toughness, and swiftness until this sword can no longer endure. 2 days later, Wang Cheng walked out of the cavern wearily, his face covered in soot and soot. 1 million taels. The eagle's face was filled with shock, and even Li Sai couldn't help but widen his eyes. There's no time. We have to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be. Wang Cheng wearily said, although 1 million taels was a lot. 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad or was even more valuable. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Otherwise, it would all be too late. Moreover, 1 million taels of gold was worth 1 million taels of gold. This sword had cost 4 Jun of Hyderabad, or even more than the Death's Abyss that Wang Cheng had forged. In terms of weight alone, this sword weighed 130, nearly 140 Jin. Even a true martial realm expert would find it very difficult to use this sword. Being able to raise it did not mean that one could freely use it. This sword had been forged by Wang Cheng, especially for Li Sai. In short, it was unique. Even if he spent 1 million taels of gold, it would only increase its value, not weaken it. Wang Cheng was sure that the power of this sword would far surpass any sword he had forged before. Understood. Feeling the determination in Wang Cheng's voice, the eagle no longer hesitated and strode in. Inside the cave, there was a huge package wrapped in black cloth, extremely heavy. The eagle picked up the package, stood up, and left. A day later, the eagle finally returned with the package. Young master, it's all done. A total of 3 inscription masters have added 72 inscription arrays of all sizes and types. There's no way to add more. The eagle said in a low voice. 1 million taels of gold was not spent in vain. The number of inscriptions on the hilt had reached a level that other weapons could only look up to. Wang Cheng did not say anything, but just knocked on the anvil in the cave. Yes. The eagle nodded and quickly left. He then quickly released more than 10 the eagle, nighthawk, and nightingale to monitor the surroundings. Wang Cheng had never allowed anyone to observe the last few steps of the sword forging process, and naturally, the eagle was included. This was Wang Cheng's unique secret, as well as the greatest and most valuable secret of the Wang clan. The cave was eerily quiet. It was only until dawn that the sounds of clanking echoed in the cave, each time like thunder. It's done. Late in the morning, Wang Chong finally walked out of the cavern. A huge sword, 2 meters long, wrapped in sharkskin, was taken out by Wang Chong. The black scabbard didn't have many gems embedded in it. It was completely black, and there were simple golden lines on it. There weren't too many decorations, but it exuded an extreme magnificence from the inside out. Don't open this sword easily. Only open it when you really need it, Wang Chong said as he placed the sword in Li Sai's hands. Li Sai stood guard at the entrance of the cave, not immediately taking the sword. Instead, he looked at Wang Chong, a strange look in his eyes. Okay. Solemnly taking the sword from Wang Chong's hands, Li Sai weighed it in his hands, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, he turned around and strode out without hesitation. His heroic figure swiftly vanished into the distance. The eagle, help me send a message to Big Uncle. Have him and the King of Song help me mobilize soldiers. In the name of suppressing bandits, mobilize soldiers from Biting, Qixi, and Longxi. In the name of a joint operation, hurry to where the dragon bandits are. In addition, do your best not to alarm Foman Linta, Wang Chong said. The dragon bandits didn't just have Black Dragon Zhao. There were also several thousand powerful bandits. Wang Chong wouldn't place his hopes on Li Sai alone. A single person's strength couldn't deal with several thousand soldiers. But if the imperial court's army was added to the equation, everything would be different. The only problem was that Qixi was Foman Linta's territory. If they weren't careful, they might attract his attention. In addition, go to the King of Song's residence and find the old butler. Although peak profound martial experts are very difficult to borrow, experts at Tier 1, 2, and 3 shouldn't be a problem. Have them go and receive Li Sai. In addition, you should go as well. I need to be informed at all times. Use carrier pigeons and eagles to communicate, Wang Chong said. Yes, young master. The eagle replied without hesitation. Although his strength wasn't very high, still at the peak of the true martial realm, he could rely on his eagle taming skills to quickly send news. In addition, young master, should I call Iron Arms over? There's no need. Wang Chong's heart stirred, but he still shook his head. Iron Arms had his own mission, and even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to deal with Black Dragon Zhao. This titan of the Western Road could only place his hopes on Li Sai. Yes, young master. Old Eagle solemnly nodded and then flew off on a shuttle. I hope that everything goes smoothly and that I can succeed. Everything that could be done had been done. As he watched the eagle leave, a hint of worry flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. The current Li Sai was still far from that invincible great general of the empire. Wang Chong had no idea if he could succeed or not. Moreover, with the Yao clan and King Qi interfering, even if he succeeded, he might not be able to smoothly obtain the whereabouts of the Hyderabad, or... This won't do. I still have to meet Yang Zhao. If he appears, not even King Qi will dare to object. In addition, I won't arouse his suspicions too early. Chapter 404. Wang Chong had gone to see Yang Zhao at noon and only returned late at night. Whether it succeeds or not will all depend on luck, Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he ascended the spirit vein. Everything had already been arranged. Yang Zhao had agreed to help build an army from the Bureau of Military Personnel to help suppress the dragon bandits near the Qixi Desert. Li Sai's abilities in the Imperial Court suppression should be enough to threaten the dragon bandits and Black Dragon Zhao. Afterward, Wang Chong ascended the spirit vein, calmed his mind, and began to cultivate with all his might. This was all he could do at the moment. Now that his cultivation had reached the true martial realm, there were many things that Wang Chong could cultivate. One of them was an extremely powerful technique that Wang Chong had learned in his last life. The Leaping Dragon Spear. Time flew by, and 10-some days passed in the blink of an eye. While Wang Chong was cultivating on the spirit vein and quietly waiting for news, the capital was in an uproar. An invisible net had been cast out of the capital, enveloping Qixi in the extreme west. Carrying Wang Chong's massive broadsword, which was taller than a man, Li Sai and his 2 horses were traveling day and night toward the western regions. The distance from the capital to Qixi was long, and it would take at least a month. Li Sai's method was the only one that could shorten the time needed to reach the Qixi Sand Sea. As Li Sai took the lead, traveling day and night to Qixi, the experts of the Eagle and the King of Song's residence were in hot pursuit. The mobilization of the Bureau of Military Personnel had also been smoothly transmitted to the Qixi Protectorate, the Biting Protectorate, and the Big Dipper Army. It was not strange for an army to organize a joint operation in the name of suppressing bandits. In the past, the imperial court had used this sort of operation against bandits that were too big to deal with. In short, under Wang Chang's push, a large net formed from many factions was rapidly advancing toward the Qixi Sand Sea. A strong gust of wind swept up the sand and dust from the sea of sand, covering the sky and covering the earth. The entire vicinity of Mount Qiongqi was covered in a gray haze. However, the dragon bandits around Mount Qiongqi were still heavily guarded. For ordinary people, this kind of sandstorm was extremely dangerous and difficult to accept. But to the bandits who lived here, they were already used to it. All of the horse bandits used clothes and cloth to cover their mouths and noses, patrolling normally in the sandstorm. This was their basic ability. Mount Qiongqi looked relaxed on the outside, but it was tense on the inside. There were many more people in many key areas, and they seemed to be extremely vigilant. Last time, he had killed quite a few Sindhi monks in order to plunder the goods. These monks were not weak. There was even a Xin martial arts realm expert who was personally killed by the gang leader. After so many years, the gang leader rarely made a move. After the incident, there was news that the goods belonged to a big shot in the capital. All the dragon bandits were extremely nervous. Everyone knew that the big shot would not let the matter rest so easily. However, the dragon bandits were not so afraid that they would flee. In the region of Qixi, they had already experienced far too many encirclement and suppression by the imperial army. Not even Fomin Linta of the Qixi Protectorate could do anything to them, much less anyone else. If that big shot in the capital really did send an army and they couldn't win, they could just hide in the desert. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind sent sand flying. The area around Mount Qiongqi suddenly trembled, and then a strange feeling came from the distant wind. It's finally here. At almost the same time, on the summit of Mount Qiongqi, a lofty figure slowly opened his eyes. Even in the midst of the sandstorm, those eyes still exuded a dazzling light that no one dared to look directly at. Black Dragon Zhao was sitting on a stone chair on the summit. To his left and right were the elites of the Qiongqi bandit gang, all of them looking in the same direction with cold and solemn eyes. An hour ago, he had sensed an unfamiliar aura suddenly appearing in his perception. Moreover, it was heading straight for his Mount Qiongqi without the slightest deviation. Within a radius of 100 li around Mount Qiongqi, not a single blade of grass grew. Only he and his dragon bandits existed. There was no doubt that this person was coming for him. They're truly fast. It's only been 20-some days, but they were able to get here without stopping. Black Dragon Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain, his hair flying in the wind. He naturally exuded the aura of a ruthless and ambitious person. It would take at least a month and a half to get from the capital to Mount Qiongqi, but this person had clearly traveled day and night. This also showed how much importance they attached to the goods. But just one person, wasn't this person treating him with too little importance? If it were Qixi Protector General Fomin Linta, even if it were just one person, he would have already fled, not lingering a moment in this place. In order to guard against Fomin Linta, he had even placed many spies around the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. As long as Fomin Linta went out, as long as he was in the air, a carrier pigeon would immediately fly to Mount Qiongqi. But what about the others? Not everyone could become a great general of the empire. In the entire Tang dynasty, there were only a few people that he feared. To send a single person to seize back the ore from him was truly delusional. "Boss, he's here." A voice suddenly came from next to him. In an instant, almost half of the dragon bandits on the summit turned to look in the same direction. At some point, a black silhouette had appeared in the vast sandstorm. Step by step, it was slowly making its way toward Mount Qiongqi, toward the group. His steps were very slow, but they were abnormally firm and heavy. Let alone the sandstorm. Not even the sea of blades, the sea of volcanoes, or the abyss of adversity would be able to stop his steps. This person possessed a terrifying and extremely powerful will that could never be defeated. He's a true man. Black Dragon Zhao gazed at the sandstorm, the disdain in his eyes slowly transforming into a hint of respect. Very few people could give him this sort of feeling. Just a single figure was enough to change his mind. But there was no question that this person had done it. Boom! In the sandstorm, Li Sai slowly made his way toward Mount Xiongqi. After some time, Li Sai finally got close and took the woozy steel sword that Wang Chong had forged for him from his back. Sword and scabbard. He threw it to the ground and stabbed it in front of him. At this moment, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. Half of Mount Xiongqi trembled from Li Sai's strike. I've finally arrived. Li Sai placed his hands on the hilt of the woozy steel sword and took in a deep breath. After more than 20 days, traveling day and night, and exhausting 3 well-trained warhorses, he had finally arrived at the distant Mount Xiongqi of Qixi. Standing at the base of this mountain, he could finally clearly see the black-robed Black Dragon, Zhao, looking down from the summit, his heroic aura swallowing the heavens, as well as the Dragon Bandits elites at tiers 7, 8, and 9 of the true martial realm. Black Dragon Zhao. Li Sai's voice was brimming with energy, rumbling like thunder through the air. The moment he opened his mouth, his voice drowned out the sounds of the storm. Almost all the warhorses were startled, and they immediately reared up. After traveling for more than 20 days and only resting for a few moments, Li Sai's eyes showed no fatigue, only a deep excitement and a thirst for the upcoming battle. Truly a true man. On the summit, Black Dragon Zhao gave a rare word of praise as he looked down. At such a close distance, Li Sai could clearly see him, and Black Dragon Zhao could naturally see him as well. Li Sai's huge physique and strong body were almost a size bigger than the strong men of this era. Standing at the foot of the mountain, even if he didn't do anything, he was like the Buddha Vajra, giving people a great sense of oppression. If he was like this even before fighting, one could easily imagine his true strength. I am Black Dragon Zhao. Black Dragon Zhao said, his voice rumbling and brimming with dignity. How should I address, sir? Li Sai. Li Sai stood at the base of the mountain, a faint smile on his lips. Now that he had found the person in question, everything would be easy to discuss. Li Sai. Black Dragon Zhao creased his brow, a hint of doubt in his eyes. His eyes and ears covered the world, and wherever there were bandits and bandits, his eyes and ears could reach them. The true experts of the world, from Silla and Goguryeo to the countries of the western regions, were known to him. But Li Sai, Black Dragon Zhao, shook his head. He had never heard of this name before. It seemed that this person was not some formidable personage like he had imagined. From the capital? Black Dragon Zhao spoke once more, his expression much more relaxed. Yes, Li Sai grinned. He didn't need to think too much to know what Black Dragon Zhao was thinking of him. But Li Sai didn't care in the slightest. Although he was still a nobody at the moment, in the future, he would definitely make this name resound throughout the world. Since you're Black Dragon Zhao, everything is easy to discuss. Hand over that batch of Hyderabad, or... Li Sai's voice boomed through the world like a peal of thunder, his voice unquestionable. Boom! The moment Li Sai spoke, before Black Dragon Zhao could reply, the dragon bandits surrounding Mount Xiongqi couldn't help but roar with laughter. Even Black Dragon Zhao, sitting on the summit, couldn't help but smile. Hero, I respect you as a true man. How about this? You join our dragon bandits. I'll leave a place for you at my side. In the howling wind, Black Dragon Zhao extended his right hand and pointed at the empty seat at his side. Ha ha! Officials are officials, bandits are bandits. Our paths are different, and we can't work together. I'll ask again, is Boss Zhao willing to hand over that batch of plundered Hyderabad, or? Li Sai rested his hands on the woozy steel sword as he spoke. Hand it over? Ha ha! What right do you have? Just you alone? On the summit, Black Dragon Zhao's face was brimming with derision. Since the other party wasn't willing to submit, there was no need for him to be polite. At the base of the mountain, Li Sai earnestly nodded his head, apparently unable to hear the sarcasm in the other party's words. Are you serious? Of course. Li Sai earnestly nodded his head once more. Since that's the case, then come and take it yourself. Black Dragon Zhao's expression chilled. As he spoke, his long hair danced in the wind, and his two arms slowly spread open. Rumble. As he spread open his arms, tens of thousands of dragon bandits howled out from behind the mountain, surrounding Li Sai at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, even more experts of true martial tier 7, 8, and 9 walked out from behind Black Dragon Zhao. This place was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. This place was Black Dragon Zhao's territory. Ha! I knew you would be like this. At the base of the mountain, Li Sai gripped his sword with both hands. Ha! In the face of this vast sea of dragon bandits, Li Sai showed no fear in his eyes. There was only extreme excitement for the upcoming battle. His life was destined to be born for battle. Since you're not willing to hand over the ore, then I'll come and take it myself. With a rumble, Li Sai rested his hands on his sword and then pulled out the woozy steel sword that Wang Chong had tailored for him. Boom! Chapter 405. Flap, flap, flap. Several days later, night falcons and eagles flew out, leaving afterimages in the night sky as they flew toward the capital. What? Li Sai succeeded? He relied on his own strength to kill the dragon bandits and retrieve the lost Hyderabad, or? Upon receiving the news sent by the eagle on a night falcon, Wang Chong was stunned, not daring to believe his ears. Although he knew that Li Sai had a chance of success, Wang Chong had never imagined that it would be like this. The combined armies from Longxi, Qixi, and Baiting were still on the way, and the experts of the king of Song's estate and the eagle had not yet arrived. But Li Sai had already single-handedly defeated the entire dragon bandits and retrieved the 1,000 Jun of Hyderabad, or Wang Chong had gone to great lengths to get his big uncle to use the strength of the Wang clan, to get the king of Song, to get in touch with Yang Zhao, and then to mobilize the Bureau of Military Personnel. But in the end, it was all for naught. Li Sai had single-handedly dealt with the entire dragon bandits. Just how did this fellow do it? Wang Chong stood on the Spirit Vein Mountain, his hand gripping the letter that the eagle had sent him. His mind was in turmoil, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. That was thousands of dragon bandits. Almost all the strongest bandits on the Western Road had been gathered under Black Dragon Zhao's command. In terms of the size of an army, Black Dragon Zhao's dragon bandits were equivalent to an army, and Li Sai had single-handedly defeated the profound martial tier 7 Black Dragon Zhao and several thousand dragon bandits elites. Wang Chong didn't dare to believe it. This was too inconceivable. It had to be known that Li Sai was still far from reaching the level of the invincible great general of his last life. Wang Chong wrote several letters to the eagle, but more news was still on the way. The eagle arrived at the Spirit Vein Mountain a few days later. Even though it had been more than a week, the eagle's face was still full of shock. What's going on? Wang Chong asked. Black Dragon Zhao is dead. The dragon bandits are finished, completely finished. The eagle panted, his face filled with extreme shock. Ever since he received the news, he had been traveling day and night, his 2 horses constantly changing carriages as he rushed to the capital. The eagle was the closest to the news. He even left a little bird there. However, the eagle was no less shocked than Wang Chong. When the troops from the Ministry of War arrived, they saw corpses all over the mountain. Corpses of humans and horses were everywhere. All of them had been cut in half. Even the sand in the desert was dyed red. The ground was full of cracks and large rocks. The scene was extremely tragic. The eagle also had eyes and ears in the Longxi, Baiting, and Longxi armies. Wang Chong had arranged for all of them to follow the eagle's orders so that it would be easier for him to unify the situation and receive news at any time. The eagle immediately told him everything he knew. Wang Chong said nothing. Even he was shocked by the scene described by the eagle. This was completely the style of fighting on the battlefield. Li Sai had entered the army and had yet to participate in a proper battle, but he was already beginning to display the fighting style of the invincible great general. Wang Chong was well aware that the scene described by the eagle was precisely the fighting style of the army that Li Sai would lead when he became the invincible great general. Their fighting style was often based on heavy hacking and aggressive attacks. No matter how many people their opponents were, they would never retreat. This was precisely the style that Li Sai had displayed in this battle. This is fate, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Li Sai had not yet become the invincible great general whose name would shake the world, but he was already beginning to display this sort of loftiness. In addition, I've also received news from Li Sai. He says that he's already convinced 10 some Dragon Bandits elites to renounce darkness for light and join his side. He's currently leading them back to the capital. The eagle said. Wang Chong had a look of surprise on his face. This news had truly surpassed his expectations. This really is his style. Wang Chong had a strange expression on his face as he inwardly sighed. In Wang Chong's view, Li Sai's persuasiveness was completely innate. On the bitter battlefield of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, no matter how formidable their opponents, the army led by Li Sai had never retreated. It was fine if Li Sai himself did not retreat. After all, he was very strong. But those soldiers who followed him also followed him with unwavering determination and fearlessness. Was this not the result of his charisma? Even before he had become the invincible great general, Li Sai was already showing off his abilities. What a pity. Do you really want to let such a person go? The eagle looked at Wang Chong, a look of regret on his face. He had never known that the giant man, that Wang Chong, had transferred from biting and was making such a ruckus at the gate of deflecting Blade Manor was such a powerful existence. This sort of valiant fighting strength had even managed to kill Black Dragon Zhao. Letting him go would be far too much of a pity. There's nothing that can be done. A man cannot stand without his word. Since I promised him back then, I naturally have to do it. Wang Chong knew what the eagle was thinking and waved his hand, indicating that he should give up on this idea. The eagle didn't know of Li Sai's origins, nor had he heard of his reputation, so he couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. But to Wang Chong, this was no longer a secret. To have a future invincible great general serve under him for a period of time was already not easy. This was something to be proud of. In the end, it's impossible to keep such a powerful figure, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. In the end, a future great general was not so easy to tame. Wang Chong could only calmly accept this result. It could only be said that fate was not so easy to change. To be able to retrieve his 1,000 June of Hyderabad was an unexpected harvest for Wang Chong. With this matter resolved, Wang Chong breathed a long sigh of relief. After sending off the eagle, Wang Chong returned to the depths of the spirit vein and continued to cultivate the leaping dragon art. 10 some days later, Li Sai returned to the capital, accompanied by 10 some Dragon Bandits elites at tiers 7, 8, and 9 of the true martial realm. In addition, several Sindhi monks had also been brought back to the capital by Li Sai. I've already delivered those monks to your home. I found them west of the Chishi Desert. All of them were injured, and 2 of them were called Ablonidin and Arloja. I think they said that they knew you. On the spirit vein, Li Sai stood tall, his tall figure like a mountain. This bitter battle had not only failed to tire or frustrate him, it only made him seem even more spirited. It was like his body had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Thank you, Wang Chong sincerely said. Although he had already learned of the news from the eagle's messenger pigeon, Wang Chong still expressed his thanks. In addition, I've also shipped the Hyderabad ore back to the Wang clan. Following your orders, I left a few people to stand guard there. Li Sai said. Wang Chong nodded and tossed over an object the size of a pellet. This is for you. What is it? A hint of surprise flashed through Li Sai's eyes as he subconsciously caught it. A pill. Your injuries from this mission are not light, right? If you swallow it, it can help you neutralize the dark blight. Wang Chong said. Haha, it's just a minor matter. Li Sai laughed and waved his hand, not taking it to heart. His body was much stronger than others, and after so many days, he had mostly recovered, so it was no longer important. Don't be careless. A dike of 1,000 li can collapse because of an ant's hole. No matter how small the injuries accumulate, they can still take one's life. Wang Chong said calmly. Li Sai was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he would still be injured. In his previous life, Li Sai's attacks were too ferocious, causing him to neglect his own defense. Coupled with his usual carelessness, all kinds of injuries and hidden injuries kept accumulating. That was why, at the final critical moment, he was triggered by the intense battle, causing all kinds of hidden injuries to break out all over his body, causing him to collapse and die. Since he had met Li Sai in this life, he would do whatever he could to help and change the situation. The longer Li Sai's lifespan, the healthier his body would be, and the longer the empire would last. In his previous life, Wang Chong had had enough of the feeling of fighting alone. Also, here's a bag of pills. In the future, swallow a small pill during minor battles. He had swallowed a total of 3 large pellets during the battle. Be careful, and it will be beneficial to you. Wang Chong tossed over a bag. Li Sai stared blankly for a moment, but he still took it. Now that I've taken your pills, I just so happen to have something to give you. Oh, Wang Chong's face was filled with surprise. I found this on Black Dragon Zhao's body. It was stored in a jade box and kept close to his body. It seems to be a treasury. However, I've never been interested in treasure maps. If you're interested, there's no harm in taking a look. But don't get your hopes up. It seems to me that Black Dragon Zhao hasn't made much progress either. As Li Sai spoke, he casually tossed a pouch to Wang Chong like he was throwing away his shoes. Treasure map? Wang Chong blinked, even more surprised. Li Sai wasn't interested in a treasure map, but how could he be interested? In terms of wealth, Wang Chong was truly wealthy enough to rival a country. Even if he really did have a treasure trove, it probably couldn't compare to Wang Chong's. Putting everything else aside, just this 1,000 June of Hyderabad was already an astronomical amount of wealth. For many great clans, they might not even be able to gather this amount in 100 years. However, something that an ambitious and ruthless person like Black Dragon Zhao kept close to his body could not be as simple as an ordinary treasure trove. Just what is it? Wang Chong curiously opened the pouch that Li Sai had tossed over. When he saw what was inside, Wang Chong was flabbergasted, because inside the pouch was a piece of leather, a leather that Wang Chong had never seen before. It was black and ancient, covered in scales the size of baskets. Wang Chong sensed a powerful ripple of energy from this leather, and almost instantly, Wang Chong sensed danger in his soul. What is this?